Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Classic Fall Conquest, Day 2 of the North American Qualifiers. I'm your host, Vinruki, joined by the lovely Zico and Rockman. Yesterday, we had an amazing set of games, and we've kind of set ourselves up in the situation where we're getting close to determining the top 6 teams in North America. Those 6 teams will be making it to that championship round next weekend. Zico, first of all, how are you doing today, man?
Thank you for asking. I am doing fantastic as always. Excited to be joined here again with you and Mr. Rockman, of course, and the lovely people at home watching. And, it's going to be a great day. How are you doing?
Yeah, I've got a lot. Well, thanks for asking. I'm doing fantastic. We've got an amazing set of games here today. Mr. Rockman joining us here on the desk. Yesterday, we saw a lot of great matchups. Arathi Basin, this is something kind of new. I mean, if you were tuning in last weekend or tuning in yesterday, you're going to be familiar with it. A lot of people that play WoW are familiar with it, but if you're not exactly sure what's going on, we can take a look at the format for today's games. And Mr. Rockman, if you want to walk us through that, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So Arathi Basin is 15 versus 15. There's 5 nodes on the map, and teams have to capture the nodes through a flag. And the first team to accrue 2,000 points will win. And this is a double elimination tournament. We have an upper bracket and a lower bracket. And I think today we will find out our winners in the qualifier for North America.
Yeah, we absolutely will. Yeah, we're going to see which team kind of gets all the momentum, and we can actually take a look at the bracket starting in the upper bracket. You can see where kind of all the teams did fall, and you can see in that upper bracket right now, our upper bracket finals is Hell Yeah Brother, an interesting team, a Horde team. They actually beat VC, and I would say VC is probably one of the favorites to win this entire thing. So a little bit of an upset there. We will be seeing VC later on in the lower bracket. And also the other team is Ready Raider. And I think a lot of players probably are familiar with the squad. Faralina Horde, a lot of big names, Bean, Bobka, Ztox, just to name a few of, a roster full of elite players. But yeah, those are the 2 teams that kind of made it all the way in the upper bracket, and it'll be really exciting to watch those 2 teams duke it out and see which one of them will be making it to the grand finals. And then, of course, in the lower bracket, we still have a bunch of teams that we can take a look at as well. Our first game of the day is going to be in that lower bracket. It will be Pug Stompers going up against Lion's Share. Game 2 will be Iron Horse Brotherhood going up against Farm and Flirty. So right away, starting off with some elimination games in that lower bracket. Now, Zico, I have to ask you. I asked you yesterday, but just as a quick refresher, maybe you changed your mind. Which of these teams do you think are going to make it from this lower side?
Oof, I don't know. I feel like there could be a VC redemption story going on. I still think from the teams we've seen down there, they are looking like one of the top dogs. But I don't. It's a tough bracket to call here. Yeah, I think VC probably most likely.
Wow, I've never seen you so non-committal to your predictions.
Yeah, I know. Okay,
the faucet's turned off.
I think sponsored by Sundrix and VC are going to be in the lower bracket finals, and one of them is going to make it. Which one? That's what I don't know. That's why the faucet hasn't kicked in yet.
Yeah, the lower bracket semis. That would be interesting to see. And so, okay, let me ask you now, Robin. Which of the 2 teams in the upper bracket do you think are going to fall to that lower finals?
I think Ready Raider wins their match, and the team they knocked down is the team that knocked out VC, and I think it's going to be a rematch between those 2 teams in the lower bracket finals.
All right, let it be known. And just as another reminder for everybody watching here today, you were wondering about kind of, the players playing their characters. This is not going to be on a tournament realm, so in the true spirit of Classic, all of these players will be playing on their live characters, so all the gear they've acquired from ranking, from doing AQ, maybe some of them got a little luckier than others, farming gold, getting lots of consumables, all these things are really, really going to add up and give these players an edge. And I mean, we've seen some of these players insanely geared, especially, I'd say some of the more impactful classes have been that Shaman so far, Rockman.
Oh yeah, Shaman's in phase 5. With AQ gear. They do insane damage, and I think all Shamans across all of Azeroth are very happy to see how their class brothers are doing in the basin right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I know we've talked about it a lot, and obviously you're an expert on the subject, but yeah, kind of a theme that's been brought up constantly, and your flags are kind of reminding me of it, is the Horde versus the Alliance in Arathi Basin. In this tournament in particular, because it is being played on a tournament realm, we do find ourselves in situations where it's going to be Horde versus Horde, and Alliance versus Alliance, depending on which teams do end up playing. But in Europe, it was kind of a story of, the Alliance teams. Some would say that maybe those Alliance players were just better overall in Europe. But it was 2 Alliance teams in the finals, and right now we find ourselves with 2 Horde teams in the upper finals. So it's going to be interesting to see how that develops, and if any of these Alliance teams in North America can kind of battle it back. But the game is ready, ladies and gentlemen, so we can go ahead and jump into game. Zico, Lion's Share versus Pug Stompers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got an elimination match on our hands here. Lion's Share versus Pug Stompers. And these guys, the big thing we're playing for today is qualification. I mean, sure, you want to make it to the finals and get the best seats in the house to the qualifications. But I feel like if you're in this spot here, all you care about is just trying to make it as far as possible in that lower bracket and make it for that qualification so that you can play in the championship on Sunday. Maybe you can have a better performance there. That's going to be the goal here. And already on Lion's Share, we see there's a bunch of warriors there. They have 3 warriors. They got a bunch of mages. I don't know. Their comp is looking pretty good. As a mage myself, I think the play here when you're making your team is to just have as many mages as possible. That's always been my philosophy.
I think the story here is Lion's Share has 4 mages and Pug Stomper has 4 hunters. So we're really going to get a good look at what class actually owns that graveyard after a res. And you can see the Horde, they get to Blacksmith first, and we've already got a scuffle going. And it looks like we've got a little bit of a action going on at Gold Mine and Lumber Mill as well.
Interesting. I mean, take a look at the mini map right now. We have a bit of a road fight, Alliance versus Horde, in the road between Farm and Mine. And that does mean that Farm is completely undefended at this point. And I feel like they could end up trying to peel off someone and going for that. Right now, still a little bit of a skirmish at the Mine. Lumber Mill still being contested as well, but this battle at Blacksmith. I feel like the most impactful point in the game normally is that fight at Blacksmith. The team that picks up Blacksmith normally wins the game. So super duper important, but we do have the Alliance actually kind of winning this Lumber Mill fight, and they are pulling out ahead.
Yeah, and we're seeing a bit of a fight here at Gold Mine as well. The Alliance are looking kind of ahead here as well. We do see some nice kiting coming out here, though. Maybe they can get back on target of Whipped, trying to make his way there, but there's a free action potion there, so not really going to be getting too much damage, but another player here entering the fray. Big damage coming out here on the Druid. Scattershot on Whipped. Can he get there in time? He's trying to connect. If he can just get there. Oh, there it is. Intercept. Big damage going to come in here. Can he get the execute? He finds it. Now it's just going to be the Hunter left here. If they can deal with this Hunter, they should be able to take the Gold Mine. It's looking like the Alliance is also winning the fight here over at Lumber Mill. And, despite the Horde pulling their goalie on Farm right away, it looks like the Horde, they're losing the sides at least. Now the Alliance, they need to make their way down there to Blacksmith as soon as possible because that's going to be the big one.
The Horde team have captured Blacksmith, and the flag has turned over, so they're going to start resurrecting here. If the Alliance can pressure this flag, bully off these Horde team players, Pug Stompers, the Alliance team Lion's Share might be able to turn this flag over, but a res wave just came out, and I think they're going to be able to fight for this Blacksmith, but it's going to be close. Sonic Bew M, he's going for the pick here. He's turning the flag over, and Chidori has to get a charge off and has to throw a nade or something, and he's going to turn the flag over. No one was able to throw a nade or title or anything, and the Alliance have taken over Blacksmith.
That is an absolute disaster. And I mean, you get the feeling that the Horde got that base kind of lucky just based off the numbers. Maybe the Alliance weren't paying attention, but it doesn't mean Lion's Share right now. They are converting potentially 4 bases. If they can hold on to Blacksmith, it's going to be massive, but they need to reinforce it. They need to send as many as they can. At the same time, they have a little bit of a Horde squad sending up to the Lumber Mill, keeping a lot of the Alliance players pinned to defend there. This is super back and forth. And now Farm might actually get taken as well. This is going to be a 5 cap, our first 5 cap of the weekend.
No way, Devaney sneaks in and gets the farm. He gets the blind. He needs to try to get a restuff. He is surrounded by so many more players. If he can actually hold on to this, they will just straight up win the game. But he gets stunned by the impact. He is taking way too much damage here, and he is going to get immediately erased from that pumpkin farm. And now Chidori, he will be taking it back there. But still, look how many players he forced off to farm. That means they're going to be able to get 4 bases, and the resources are going to start kicking in here immediately for the Alliance team here. They're looking like they're just running away with this game instantly.
Yeah, the res there at farm, Dave Aney taking the flag, forcing those 5-6 players to stop at farm and to get that flag back. Bought his team enough time to capture those 4 other bases, and now the Horde have to decide, do we smash Lumber Mill? Do we continue to throw bodies at Blacksmith? Or do we send people to harass mine and stables? They have to come up with a game plan to get back in this because it can quickly run away from them.
Ooh, look at Devani once again from Whitemane. This little gnome rogue going to be moving forward very fiercely and trying to take the farm. Once again, that pumpkin patch, a highly contested area this time of year. And right now, I mean, you can see the points there just skyrocketing for the Alliance, already at almost 300 resources, doubling the resources of the Horde. And they really have to make a decision. Like you said, it looks like they're going to be committing a bit of an offense here to Blacksmith, but at the same time, assaulting the mine. And Devani's still just going to be poking and prodding that farm in a 1v1 situation right now. Maybe they'll pick that up, but we need to see a little bit more defense coming in from the Alliance side to mine. Right now, their numbers are getting split, and it's looking like the Horde might actually be able to take it.
Yeah, it's not looking too good in Blacksmith either. Devaney trying to buy as much time as possible. They know they have a little bit too many people at Lumber Mill right now. Maybe they need to send off even one more person from there. But they are going to be getting some reinforcements here on the gold mine. They're going to have their graveyard as well to work with here. So as long as they can just buy time.
Devani!
Look at Devaney. He's going in there with the mind control cap here on MC Nasty.
Oh my God.
One of the legends of this tournament here. He's going to get the base with that mind control cap. And now, if he can just get some saps here, throw a nade, just harass, this could just be over, gentlemen.
Dave Haney is putting work. He's got 4 people at farm just to deal with him. And it could be a 5 cap again. They're sending in defense. They've got Big Hugh and Fugod moving in. Freezing trap on Big Hugh. It breaks immediately because of a scorch. He bubbles out of it. Massive damage on Fugod, and Fugod is just AoEing it down. He lips. On top of it, he gets a blessing of protection, and they cannot kill him, but he's continuing to AoE, and flash of lights are coming out from Big Huge, and they might actually turn this flag over. This would be an absolute disaster for the Horde team, Pug Stomper, if they cannot win farm back.
Yeah, they managed to pick up mine, but it looks like they are going to be able to defend it. Oh! And now it's looking like it's going to be converted into a 5 cap. And how ironic is it that this 5 cap is coming on the back of a nasty MC on MC Nasty? And it does look like Lion's Share with that 5 cap. Once that converts, I mean, the points, look at these points, 720, 750, 780. This game is going to be over extremely quickly. Defenders have been pulled. There's no one at Stables. There's no one at Lumber Mill. There's no one at Mine. If they can just hold the farm a little bit longer, Lion's Share is looking like they're going to easily walk away with this one.
Lion's Share living up to their name, getting the first 5 bases here of the weekend, and they are just defending this this farm here during the holiday season. They're just getting all of these picks here, just doing what they can here, trying to make sure that no one is spinning that flag. And I mean, this game is basically over. Just pure domination here from Lion's Share.
Dave Aney is 110% the MVP of this game. He put so much pressure on farm. The Horde team, Pug Stomper, were not able to take advantage and get players to rotate over to other bases. Very well played.
I mean, I would say this is a lot of different stories. I mean, when you look at the scoreboard, obviously Devani did an incredible job putting pressure on the farm, like you mentioned, but also, I mean, just look at the killing blows. We had some all-stars here on the Alliance side, and it just seems like this team from Bigglesworth, the Pug Stompers, they kind of met their match here. Lion's Share, too good on the day. Yeah, unfortunately for Pug Stompers, that is going to be the end of their run, and Lion's Share, that dream to make it into the top 6 does live on. And that will actually conclude this game. And we can actually get ready for our next game, which is, of course, going to be another elimination game. And that will be Iron Horse Brotherhood going up against Farm and Flirty. What do you think about this matchup, Zico?
My heart lies with Farm and Flirty. They won me over during the Warzone tournament. And, they let me down a little bit, but we patched things up. And, now I'm cheering for them here in the lower bracket. Now, I don't know about that, but I think it's going to be a close match for sure. I think both of these teams are going to be pretty evenly matched. I don't expect us to see, a game like this where, we're seeing the game is over in 9 minutes, 10 minutes. I think that's going to be a really good one.
Yeah, I would say there really is no question about it. Now, I know, Rockman, for Farm and Flirty, you threw some criticism their way yesterday on potentially, some of the choices they made at the character selection screen. Do you think that's going to be impactful in this second game of the day?
I think the further they go in this tournament, the more of a detriment that's going to be by not having Fear Ward on your team whatsoever when you play Alliance. Fear Ward is one of the most important abilities in this game, and it's only usable by Dwarf Priests, and they're running 2 humans and 1 Night Elf. And the human racial for the priest is feedback, and it costs so much mana, it's not even worth using. You'll never see a human priest using that ability in PvP. So interesting choices at the character select screen. I can totally dig playing the character you want, and I think that is more important. But I think in a tournament setting, you gotta play the races that matter, and Dwarf matters a lot.
Well, no Dwarf's going to be available for Farm and Flirty, and we'll see if that Fear Ward does impact their ability to actually win this game. We haven't seen too much from Iron Horse Brotherhood. I do believe we only saw them play 1 game yesterday, and they ended up losing it. I'm just trying to see really, really quickly.
They lost to Ready Raider.
Just to see. Yeah, they lost to Ready Raider, and I actually feel like that game was closer. So taking a look at the games Ready Raider did have, so far they've probably been the most dominant team. But I think their game against Iron Horse Brotherhood was closer than their next game, which was sponsored by Sundrix. Do you think that's fair to say?
Yeah, Iron Horse Brotherhood, those were the guys I was like, yeah, it's a 5-0 or I don't know anyone on Ready Raider. I'm disowning them all. But that was a pretty close game. I mean, Ready Raider, I think had, kind of control over the match the whole time, but it wasn't, like a blowout or anything. So I think Iron Horse Brotherhood might be the dark Iron Horse of this lower bracket as well. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe they show up here on day number 2. They got some good feedback from those human priests, and they're ready to
go. I personally am very curious what Iron Horse Brotherhood is. It sounds like some secret society or something like that. But we do have this game ready to go at this point, so we can hop into the game and see exactly what these 2 teams are going to be running. Farm and Flirty representing the Alliance side. Iron Horse Brotherhood, they're playing Alliance, but they will be on the Horde side. I know, Rockman, you kind of feel like Horde on this map just positionally has a bit of an advantage. You care to explain why?
Yeah, and I think I also might have been mistaken the teams when we were coming in here. Farm and Flirty, they do have a Dwarf Priest. So I was thinking of another team.
that was my fault. Actually, I think
it's okay.
Yeah.
But basically, the Horde advantage here is the Golden Triangle consists of Lumber Mill, Blacksmith, and Farm, and it's called the Golden Triangle because it's the shape of a triangle, and those are the 3 most powerful bases to hold because they're very easy to rotate to and defend. So by starting in the Horde base, you automatically get Farm, and believe it or not, Horde actually can make it to Blacksmith a good second and a half faster than the Alliance, and you're about to see that here as the Horde roll up on this flag, and they're going to be able to start capping it, and they're going to turn the corner and be able to bully the Alliance back a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that is really, really interesting. We have a bit of a skirmish here. Once again, I mean, this is kind of standard. Both teams send 1 or 2 people to the mine, 3 or 4 people to the lumber mill, 1 defender. They're actually, in terms of the Horde, they've actually pulled their defender, so they're going to be a man up in these team fights. And I think it's a risky play, but sometimes it's a play that really pays off.
Yeah, and we're going to see two rogues trying to desperately find each other here on the gold mine as well. And we're going to see the fight at Lumbermill being won here pretty decisively so far by the Iron Horse Brotherhood. They are doing some work here. Just got to take down Xerox here. He's trying to spin the flag one last time, but it's not going to be enough. Flytake, actually, someone else is going to get that base. Ooh, we got a sap here on E2, and we're going to see the rogue here once again from the Iron Horse Brotherhood able to steal away the mine. But we've seen these rogue versus rogue duels happen a lot, and sometimes, the other rogue, he breaks out of a sap early, like right there, and now Whipmix can open on him, and now we're going to see potentially a living action potion here on the kidney shot into a blind onto Whipmix. No, he just gets the blind without even needing to use it, but he's going to have to re-stealth here and sap him because of that crippling poison. And now also Iron Horse Brotherhood taking the blacksmith here, and we got 3 people capping the gold mine. I don't understand how they get the blacksmith when they have so many people here at gold mine, but they're able to do it as mainly because of that win at Lumbermill where they just slow fall down there. So now we're looking at kind of a dominant start so far if they can get that mine as well.
Yeah, and you've got Rat Coil, the Warlock. He's got a very, very unique situation going on right here. He's hiding inside of a tree at Lumbermill, and you can't see him. You can't see him at all. But I can totally dig it. He's defending Lumbermill by himself. His team rotated down to Blacksmith with a slow fall, and we still got this fight going.
Is he just laying down in this tree stump?
Yeah, I think he did slash lay, and he's got his rat pet from the May Orphan Week holiday.
He needs to get that. He needs to get that pet out of there. It's giving away his position, but that this is one of my favorite things about watching these tournaments is being able to see plays like that. And I guarantee you, someone who's watching this on their gnome is going to take that position for themselves as they defend. So definitely some interesting positional moves coming out there. Good defense, but we do find ourselves in a situation where the Iron Horse Brotherhood, they've got that golden triangle, and this is a very difficult position for the Alliance to kind of break through. Super easy to rotate between Lumbermill Farm and Blacksmith, and as long as you keep people in between those 3 bases and you keep at least 2 defenders at each base, you should be able to hold on for a very long time, unless Farm and Flirty can come up with some really creative strategy to distract and pull away defenders, and that's going to be their key to come back in this game.
Yeah, let's see if they can do that. They're going to have to try to make some creative plays. We saw the people actually able to pincer the Blacksmith by kind of sending a little fake squad to Lumbermill and then going to Blacksmith with more reinforcements. Maybe they can do something like that. Maybe they can get a ninja from one of their rogues, or maybe they can just kill these players here at Lumbermill. It doesn't look like it. Abdog, he is going to go away from there. Oh, he almost gets taken down there. He gets dispelled on his levitate and takes the fall damage, breaks the leg, but ultimately does survive there. And we are going to see here the Horde just cleaning house at the Blacksmith as well. Pure control here in the unbreakable golden triangle, Rockman.
Yeah, and the Horde, they've got the reses coming, res after res at Blacksmith. I did like what Giav did, the Hunter. He went over and he put a frost trap down at the res spot, and then he just put another one next to the actual Blacksmith building. But unfortunately, there is just too many Horde here, and even slowing them down after a res isn't enough. You've got to kill 10 Horde on the flag and slow them down to get that base. And I wonder if Farm and Flirty might want to just give up on this and try for something else.
What just happened there? I don't know what happened in that 1v1. I think a mind control. I don't know how that actually broke. That was really, really bizarre. This 1v1 at the mine looking really, really devastating. E2 looks like Whitmix is kind of burned through his time, but this is exactly what you want to be doing. If you have a rogue on your team and you're in that position where you do have the golden triangle, or you have 3 bases, you still want to be applying pressure if you can. That rogue can be really, really dominant in going and just prodding a base, forcing multiple defenders to be distracted, and every defender that has to come back is someone that's not attacking. So you really kind of cripple the numbers of the offense from the team that needs to assault a base, and it's difficult because you kind of need to steamroll in Arathi Basin. With the way the Spirit Res works, you really have to steamroll team fights, and if you're not able to do that, you don't have the numbers then you become it just becomes basically a nightmare for you to come back in a game. And I think that's what I really, really like about that strategy. Just always have that offense. And so far, the Horde, they're looking really, really dominant.
What happened with that MC cap was E2 popped a restorative potion and dispelled himself from the mind control cap.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Definitely some heads-up plays here for E2. I mean, he did win that kind of rogue duel as well early on in Goldmine, which honestly is a big reason to why Farm and Flirty are still in this game. Had that been a 4-base lead, then all of a sudden the game would slip out of their grasp very quickly. But still, now they're setting up a push here onto Lumbermill, and they are also sending a couple of people here going to Lumbermill, a couple of people kind of hesitating with Blacksmith. They want to maybe go down there and slow some reinforcements. And Whipmix, he is going for stables here. They got a mage defending Super Hot Fire. What he's going to do, he's going to use the Ice Cube right there. He might get Mind Control capped. Ooh, that is a terrible news. He does not have Will Forsaken, and he did not snap Venruki, so he can't do anything about that right there. And now that is going to be a stables assaulted, and Whipmix might even get a sap here onto Super Hot Fire. He could sap off his ice barrier at this point because it's been up for so long, and then even kill him. But no, he does get AoE'd out here. Selena Genomez is here with the Blessing of Protection, actually with the Dispel on the blind right there. And Whipmix, he is stuck in that polymorph, but he does maybe have a trinket. He does have a trinket. He does get the cancel right there, but now he needs to vanish here and try to buy even more time here. He's going to be able to do it. He gets naded and he gets batched on the kidney with the sheep. So unless there's an extremely lucky heartbeat here, Selena Genomez should be able to defend this base, unless the nade from downtown. Super Hot Fire coming in with the rocket helmet there, but he is not going to be able to get that one in time. And all of a sudden, more reinforcements are being called to defend stables. And Gnome is still going for the pick, but it finally breaks the rocket helmet.
No!
And now Tough is going to keep the flag, and he's going to keep it on the Horde side. He gets the counter spell before he goes down to big damage right there. And now Whipmix, he is living on borrowed time, but that base might convert to Horde. And there it is. They're actually going to get it for a couple of seconds at least. Unless the ice block, the nade, does he have it? He gets the nade!
Top Gun with the downtown nade, holding the base a little bit longer. And look how many Alliance had to rotate over to stables. And real quick, I want to cover...
They didn't loot! He's still there. They didn't loot his body.
Oh my god. Cyreth and Top Gun are playing out of their minds holding this base even longer. But I don't think anyone's going to be able to rotate in time. Cyreth had a soulstone there, it looked like. And this, unless there's a res like right now, I think it's going to convert. There's the res. Top Gun blinks. Can he get a fire blast out? He gets the Cone of Cold, but it matches on the same turnover on the flag. What fantastic plays from the Horde.
What's going on at Blacksmith right now? There's an Alliance member. I wonder if the Alliance are going to be able to take that. What makes that the mine right now? Just going to be trying to take this base, but that's exactly what you want. You can bring 12, 13 Alliance come back to have to defend stables. What an absolute nightmare. You can see the points just really adding up here for the Horde. And now they actually wait. They didn't just like... It's one thing if your base gets capped and you can defend it. It's another if it actually gets converted and then you have to reconvert it. It's a minute or so where you're not getting any sort of resources and you just fall further and further behind, which is not the position you want to be in if you are Farm and Flirty. Iron Horse Brotherhood doing a really good job.
Whipmix, I gotta say, he's making a case for himself. He might need to get himself a cam here. Mr. Whipmix, one of those famous rogue cams we've been seeing throughout the tournament, manages to get the stables, and then he gets a little bit of backup and actually converts it. Gets a little lead there, and then now he did a ninja cap attempt as well on the gold mine, and he was winning that duel, and they had to call in even more reinforcements there. So definitely a nuance here for the team. He might go after something else later. It looks like we have a little ninja situation at farm here. Let's see what they can do here. The Alliance trying to get something going here. They got a mage and a rogue. A healer, I think, is in a Hammer of Justice there, and we're gonna see the mind control or the rocket helmet actually get removed right there. And now full rocket helmet here on the healer. Mage is taking a lot of damage here as well, dropping kind of low. Does he have an ice block? If he does, might definitely need to use that very soon here. Jeeve is going to come out of the crowd control, drop the freezing trap, and now E2 going to enter the fight here. He goes for the blind. I think he wants to CC everyone here and potentially try to steal the base, but there's just too many people there at farm, and it looks like Horde have control here.
And the number one advantage to a paladin is how hard they are to lock down. Not only is this a paladin, but he's a dwarf paladin. So he has Stone Form for the blind. He has Skull of Impending Doom. He has Blessing of Sacrifice on his teammates. And he has his own Divine Shield. So you really can't CC the paladin in that situation. And if you ever have a paladin defending a flag, it's pretty much a lost cause because you're not going to be able to CC and cap.
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to keep in mind for the Alliance. And we do have one Alliance kind of behind enemy lines right now, kind of just trying to figure out numbers, where they should send an attack. But it just seems like Farm and Flirty, they're trying to make these pushes, but unfortunately, they're getting swatted away every single time. And Whipmix, once again, just getting in position, waiting, biding his time. And this is exactly what these sneaky rogues do, is they sneak around and do sneaky things. And it's annoying. As a defender, you know there's a rogue nearby. You know he's just waiting for his cooldowns, waiting for his mind control cap, waiting to sap you. And you got to constantly be on your toes. And Super Hot Fire is going to have to make sure he turns up the heat, or he might get taken advantage of once again, and they might be able to actually get the farm or the stables in favor of the Horde.
Yeah, he might get roasted. Super Hot Fire right now in a sap. Whip mix, looking to mix it up here with the flag steal. Super Hot Fire, though, immediately exits the ice block, keeping his cool here, keeping his distance with the rank 1 Frostbolt. And as I say that, he just blinks into blind range. And now Whip mix, he has a free base here to cap. There's no snap and rookie. That is very correct.
No equals a cap. No snap equals cap. I was waiting for that one. I tried for the last time, but I wasn't able to get it. Wasn't that good anyways.
He's got both Cold Snap and Ice Block and his Rocket Helm on CD, and the blind into a sap is a free cap for Whip Mix. But I do want to mention Ratcoil was doing such an amazing job on the road up to Lumbermill. It was one little Warlock, and he was basically slowing down 10 Alliance people that were rotating over to Lumbermill, and there was a massive, massive fight going on here, but I think the Alliance are getting chewed up right now.
Yeah, Mage the Mage coming to back up Super Hot Fire. And Whipmix right now styling with he's trying to mix it up. Pulling off a little bit of a 2v1 right now. Gets caught into a polymorph. Are they going to be able to defend the flag? I think it's actually pretty close to getting converted. It might get converted mid-cast. Whipmix
Here comes Top Gun.
Does he have his trinket?
Here comes Top Gun. He blinks
Top
forward.
There. Ooh, he gets scattered. This Hunter. Juice Goose, that was really nicely done by Juice Goose, getting the double crowd control out and allowing them to defend the stables. But still, I mean, defending at this point, it's not enough. You need to be picking up a base. It's all fine and dandy that they're able to defend the stables, but unfortunately for them, that's not really a winning position. They really quickly need to pick up a base. And I think even if they get one base, they might still end up losing this game. They're over 500 resources behind at this point in the game, and it is going to be an uphill battle for Farm and Flirty to come back in this one.
You could say they're running out of juice. Right now, they're going to need probably 4 bases at this point. I'm sorry, that was really lame. I was kind of just sitting on that one.
I liked it.
Yeah. We got all the dad jokes here for you guys today. And of course, we got all the polys here. We got Top Gun XD versus Mage. Top Gun buffing the ice armor here, disrespecting the 1v1 situation here. And he's going to pop the Mind Quickening Jet. What was that crit? That was a big crit. Top Gun definitely gunning for Mage's HP here. But he finds himself in a 1 versus like 10 or something here. But look at Dr. Pep MD here. The doctor is in and he is making an appointment here. He wants to do some inspections here onto Ahmed, but Ahmed leading the charge with his team. They're going to be able to make it to the blacksmith, but they lose the mind to that annoying rogue Whipmix in the process. Gets the 1 versus 1 cap here against E2. I'm just going to guess that he found them with that sap at E2. Breaks out of the sap there with the Skull of Impending Doom tick. Can he do some more damage? There is a question. Whipmix trying to buy some DRs. E2 actually pre-manages the opener, gets the full blind into the cap. Absolute legend.
And I really got a question. Why didn't Emmett pop his recklessness when he came into this blacksmith? His team had the numbers advantage, but they hesitated on the charge. And Cyreth, the mage, was able to blink in and get a huge Nova to slow down that push from Farm and Flirty. I really would have liked to seen some free action potions on the Warriors and a recklessness to just chew through this horde at Blacksmith and get this cap. But because of the hesitation and the great heads-up play from Cyreth the Mage, I think they're going to end up losing this push, and it was all for naught.
All for naught. Unfortunately, that's what happens. I mean, In classic WoW, 1 second can literally take someone down. So you're hesitant those couple of seconds, and unfortunately, you can fall very behind in a team fight like that. Once again, you can see the Alliance, they are back to the drawing board. What are they going to do? Where are they going to go? Where are the openings? Because it seems like going after Blacksmith, not working out. Going after Lumber Mill, not working out. And we really haven't seen too much of an effort from this Alliance team to actually go for kind of a double attack, basically, a split strategy where you go after multiple bases. Just hasn't happened that much, or at least not that effectively, unfortunately for them. And the Alliance, they're just getting caught in the road. There's a bit of a hit squad for Iron Horse Brotherhood. They're sending out some thugs on the road between Lumber Mill and Stables, keep them honest and make it really, really difficult for them to get to the position they need to be. And Farm and Flirty, honestly, at this point, they're just being kind of dominated in this game.
Yeah, you can definitely say that these thugs here. Oh, there's another thug here in the mix. Yeah, E2. He's gonna get the sap. I was gonna say these little bandits here, led by their leader Top Gun, they're just doing such a great job here on the roads, just plundering the farm supplies and trying to just be as annoying as possible, buy as much time as possible. And then of course they got Whip Mix just chasing, making sure that no goalies are leaving their cage. And now E2, he is going to try to make some quick work here out of Whip Mix. He gets the sheep shot into the kidney, living action potion into the cap here from Whip Mix. And I think he's going to be able to get this one, but I don't think he's going to be able to get the stealth sap in time without getting opened on here. He actually gets the vanish there. Can he get anything more? E2 pops the evasion. There's the vanish from Whip Mix. He gets taken out there. Unfortunately for him, can he get the nade here, trying to get some distance? No, he gets caught up by the title charm into a big fat abyss. He gets the prep line. He gets
rupture. He has rupture.
Tick. He gets one first aid tick there before the rupture. I'm not sure if that was a heal, maybe a whipper root. He's going to get the restuff between the bleed ticks, get the sap as well. And Whip Mix is going to take the leaf here.
5 cap.
And he is going to be leafing this game with big 5 cap point lead.
And Whip Mix is definitely leafing as he gets the kidney shot on E2, and he should bring him down here. Renitaki's on top of it. He pops the evasion. He gets gouged through evasion. Really lucky play from E2, but I don't know what he can do to follow it up. He kidney shots him in the face into a sapper, and the sapper kills himself. And Whip Mix holds down Goldmine as his team heads towards a 5 cap.
Is it? What's the percent dodge on evasion? Is it not 100%?
It's 50%, and then
it's 50%,
like agility,
okay.
So probably like 60, 70, 75% dodge chance.
No, okay. I guess it's not as unlikely as I thought, but still a little bit lucky there. But we have to give it up. I mean, Iron Horse Brotherhood, this is a really dominant game from them, and this is going to be the second 5 cap. It seemed like the Alliance started throwing a little bit at the end. They basically had no choice but to try to make something happen, but still a 5 cap. Nonetheless, these points are going to end this game in just a few short seconds. That is the second game of the day. There's only been 2 games, and both the games have been 5 caps. Iron Horse Brotherhood doing a great job, really making a case for themselves as well. And this lower bracket is starting to really get interesting.
Yeah, these teams, this is insane. I don't know. I feel like these teams are really turning up now. Here on day 2, we got the Netherwind gamers, we got the White Mane gamers, we got the Farlina gamers in the upper bracket, we got the Alliance side. You really see all of these servers and some of their best players here showing up on the day, and especially on the side of Iron Horse Brotherhood. They got to get the 5 cap against Farm and Flirty. And Farm and Flirty are going to be eliminated from the competition. And did both of these teams already qualify, or was that qualification on the line here as well?
That is a really good question, and probably something I should know the answer to. I think that might have actually been qualification.
I think they were already qualified, but Lion Share did qualify in their game.
Actually, no. I think for Farm and Flirty, they did not qualify. I think they just lost qualification. Iron Horse Brotherhood did make it. So I think at this point, we actually do know our top 6. Our top 6... and of course, so our top 6 is going to be Hell Yeah Brother, Ready Raider, sponsored by Sundrix, Lion Share, and lastly, Iron Horse Brotherhood, and VC. So Farm and Flirty, unfortunately, right at the finish line, this game eliminates them from the tournament. They won't be making it into that championship round, but for all the other teams, congratulations to them. And now the most important prize, not only the bragging right. I mean, if you win the whole thing, you do get some bragging rights. Let's be completely honest. And I think that team's going to carry with them a lot of momentum going into the championship round. But Also, just the top 2 teams, the teams that are in the finals, are going to be getting a bye in that first round of the championship bracket, and that is something that I think will end up being pretty important. So definitely worth playing for. And we can see here what our next game is going to be, and that will actually be sponsored by Sundrix, and they are going to be going up against Lionshare, I do believe, in that lower bracket. So another elimination game.
Yeah, one of the things you see in one of the best things about Classic is how unique every server is. Every server has their own story, and their own teams and their own players and PvP communities. And it's great to see so many different servers being represented this far into the tournament.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's actually so awesome to see there's big gamers from all around North America here, and that means in the championship we're gonna get the same thing. A lot of these guys are the best of the best on their server, and they're gonna get a chance to prove that they might be the better AB teams here against some of the dominant servers here. A lot of these maybe a little bit smaller servers actually get a chance to prove what they can do here. So I think that's great.
I love that. It kind of reminds me, like, just talking about this right now, kind of reminds me of when you're a kid and you have like one friend who's really good at a game and you think he's just the best, and then there's like another neighborhood where they've got a friend who's the best at the game, and they get to battle it out and determine who actually is the best in the West. And that's what we're going to get to determine with these games. And after today, if you're interested in more Arathi Basin, we're going to have the championship rounds coming up next weekend, and that should be really exciting for both Europe and North America, where we can really see some of the best teams, some of the best players compete and see who are the champions of this specific battleground. We already kind of crowned our champions with Warsong Gulch, and Arathi Basin will be an interesting one. But yeah, our next game is going to be sponsored by Sundrix, and they will be going up against Lionshare. Now, sponsored by Sundrix, Lionshare, we just saw Lionshare. They had kind of a... Actually, I don't think we have seen Lionshare.
Yeah, we did.
We saw them play against
Stompers
earlier today. Yeah, so I got confused because they got a win versus Hello. So unfortunately, Hello, if you guys are looking at the bracket, they had to drop out of the tournament, unfortunately, and that's where you see Lionshare kind of get a free win in round number 3. But that will put them up against sponsored by Sundrix, and this should be a really difficult opponent.
And we get to see the return of C-Rap Hunter. Let's see what he can do holding down Goldmine. He was doing a really good job of defending it yesterday against these pesky rogues. But I'm interested to see what he can do today.
Yeah, he held his own against Bobka yesterday, the entire tournament. I feel like if you're C-Rap...
Held his own. I feel like he was winning.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I was trying... Come on, man. Bobka probably feels really bad. C-Rap was sea-walking circles around him yesterday.
Bobka needs to step it up. That's how it is.
Definitely. But that's going to be, something for a little bit later, potentially, if we can get that rematch. For now, C-Rap, he's going to have his hands full with Dave Aney here. If game number 1 from Lionshare is any indicator, but I want to see Dave Aney go up against a really good Hunter defending, and we are going to see a rematch happen here. Lionshare, you're going to return to their den here for a second.
I think they were missing one of their lions in that crew.
One of their cubs, they lost.
In their pride, I think.
In the pride, yeah, there you go. Not crew.
There you go. Yeah.
It's a gang of lions.
In their crew.
The lions. Yeah. I'm glad I remembered the word. We figured it out. Yeah, but we are going to quickly remake that game, and we'll be hopping in as soon as we possibly can. And of course, these players, if they need to, if anything's wrong, they can leave before the gates do open, and that's going to be fine. So we'll get back into the game. But yeah, both these teams are going to be playing Alliance, and we'll have to see. We talked a little bit about C-Rap on that Hunter. He was an unbreakable defender at mine. No one was able to cap. I don't think anyone capped on him. He did a really good job yesterday, and we'll see if he can kind of maintain that defensive presence. The thing is, his team, although they did a great job defending mine, and he did a fantastic job. We did see them go down to the lower bracket yesterday. They just weren't able to come back in a team fight, and I think that's one of those things we really need to focus on, is that Blacksmith fight is just ever so important. If they can get Blacksmith, that puts their team in a really good spot.
Yeah, I think that's kind of hitting the nail on its head. It's been all about the blacksmith. It's been all about the golden triangle. You don't want the Bermuda Triangle. You don't want the Orion's Belt. You want the straight up golden triangle, which is, of course, lumber mill, your home
what's
belt.
Orion's Belt?
It's
Orion's Belt like the outside?
It's a constellation.
Yeah, no. It's
no, I know what it is. I'm just saying, like, what nodes is
it's
it?
farm, BS, and stables. That's Orion's Belt.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
What are we gonna call the not so? Is it the not so golden triangle when it's the outside bases?
Or if you have all four bases but not blacksmith, that's the trapezoid. What do you call that one?
We're gonna figure out we're gonna figure out the slang for the different places on the maps. We're working on that.
One thing we did figure out.
You're probably gonna get capped on.
A conversation we were having yesterday was the 1800 sound, what instrument it is. And I did some detective work last night. I think it's a gong, and a musician is using the back end of a mallet, the wood end, and scraping along the edge of a gong. And then someone obviously hits a drum in the middle of it. But I'm almost positive.
Obviously.
I found a video. It's 99% there. It has to be that. It's definitely not a harmonica or a harp, so.
Are we
You're
sure
gonna have to link me that
though?
video. I really want to hear it.
Yeah,
I put it in the Discord.
It sounds like it could be like a banjo or a piano or something.
It's definitely not.
It's a
I'm
harmonica.
Like 99% positive.
It's a harmonica.
You know what?
100%.
You know who would know? You know who would know if he was here is Super T's. Super T's are our music expert. Rockman, kind of, you're taking over. I like that. I like that.
I'm not a music expert by any means. I just did some Google internet detective work to find it, okay? And it sounds similar, but I'm definitely not a music expert by any means.
Well, we need to get confirmation.
Do
you have a flute and do you know how to play it? That's the question.
I don't have a flute, no. I played trumpet in middle school.
All right, well.
There it is.
What do they call middle school in Sweden?
Mellanstadiet.
That I was thinking something else. In Europe, I know it's called like
primary school or something?
Yeah, primary, and then like secondary school. Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to get a little EU NA thing going, but I failed miserably.
I just call it elementary, middle school, high school.
Okay, cool.
Oh, okay. Sounds very similar. All right. Well, I'm glad we even got that figured out.
I played trumpet. I didn't play flute, but flutes are cool.
Yeah, they are.
No, flutes are cool. I played the harmonica, if you guys couldn't tell, and I also played the little triangle. Yeah,
the triangle. That's a good instrument.
Yeah, bro. I was bumping some hard beats on that triangle.
I'm going to be honest. I feel like I'm not trying to insult anyone, but the triangle, I don't know. I feel if you get put on triangle duty, that it's just, yeah. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm from Texas.
Well, these teams here in AB, they want to get the triangle, okay? So at least these players...
golden triangle.
They're on my side. They want to get the golden triangle. They want to get the Bermuda Triangle. Any triangle they can get, they want to get it.
So yeah, right. I'm from Texas. Triangles are for farmers to let the family know food's ready. On the farm, you bang the triangle, dinner's ready.
How many people actually live on a farm? Like, they call it like the province that I live in is like the Texas of Canada, they say, and there's not that. Most people don't live on a farm. Do you live on a farm?
No, do I live on a farm? No, sir. I live in Dallas, Texas. It's about as city as a city gets, but like, you get outside of the city, it's only farm in Texas. So.
Okay, fair enough. And speaking of farm, these teams are going to be picking up the farm, the pumpkin patch, really soon, as well as the stables. These gates are about to open. His Lion's Share versus sponsored by Sundrix. Both these teams trying to battle it back from the lower bracket to make it into that top two, make it into the grand finals. We will be seeing these teams next weekend. Both of them have qualified into that top six, but at this point, we can start really getting an idea of what the best teams are and who's going to be taking it away next weekend.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the gates are open. We got a C-Rap coming in hot here on his little ram right there, looking to steal away the mine, his ever-loved location here. He's going to be going up against Whipped here, but Whipped I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get it. He gets charged into a full freezing trap right away. He actually does get out of that one, but C-Rap still has his aim shot, still has his scatter shot. He pops the trinket and the free action potion. Now, if Whipped intercepts him, it's not going to do anything, and he's not going to be able to get to him for too long. Look at that right there. Intercept doesn't do anything. He pops the rocket boots, pops his own free action potion here, chasing down C-Rap, but C-Rap coming in with the T-Rap after the scatter, and now he's going to go for the base here, and that's going to be whipped. Oh, he actually does somehow make it out of that one, and now C-Rap's going to have to put him in combat here, or he's going to get charged. Yeah, I think he batched a charge there. I'm not sure if that was an intercept or not, but C-Rap's free action potion is going to be running out very soon, and there it is, full intercept coming in now. He did get the charge badge. He gets naded right now. Does he have maybe an intimidating shout here on this next scatter? He gets wing clip rooted, whipped now, getting kited here, and C-Rap could potentially get another scatter. If he kites towards the base, he's going to go for it right there. He gets the full trap, and Devaney goes for the farm. In the meantime, C-Rap going to get the gold mine most likely, but Devaney is also going to get the farm here. Big opener.
So Whipped is really taking advantage of these diminishing returns, and C-Rap finally gets a rocket helm, but on Whipped, and he's trying to go for the cap here, but the stun after the rocket helm, it's going to end because of the DR. And Whipped is going to bring down C-Rap, and I think Whipped is going to get this cap unless someone on the Horde team, Sundrix, can rotate quickly to Goldmine, and Whipped is definitely going to get this flag.
That is crazy. That's the first time we've seen C-Rap fall at the mines, and Whipped doing a great job there, picking up the mine for his team. Farm has been ninja'd right under the Horde's nose, and right now the Alliance is looking good. They have all three, the stables, the mine, as well as the farm. If those can get converted. Stables, there's a bit of a 1v1 going on right there, and we'll see how that one does play out. It looks like Roomy Boy is going to be falling and potentially actually just into a full blind, but a big res happens, and it looks like they should be able to hold on. Galv's going for that ninja attempt, but unfortunate res timing will deny that, and it looks like the Alliance will be able to hold on to the stables. And now the Horde, they're going to have to actually come and play defense. I mean, they've lost the farm. We need to see a little bit more Alliance kind of back up the farm. It looks like they're just going to be giving it up. I mean, C-Rap trying to get it back, but this Rogue doing everything he can. Devani, I really feel like they need to send just a few more. Maybe they just want to focus their attention on Blacksmith. If they can pull enough people back to the farm, then Blacksmith gets one. That's going to give the Alliance the Bermuda Triangle if they can get it. And Blacksmith's just going to be ever so important right now.
Yeah, they just need to put all their resources here onto Blacksmith, try to get Blacksmith, but they do finally secure the farm here on the Horde side, and of course the Alliance now finally getting their mine as well. Lumber Mill still kind of being contested up here, but it's looking like it might go to the Horde team, so the Horde team is looking very good here. If they can just hold Blacksmith, they are going to be running away with the first golden triangle here potentially. It's definitely looking like it. They do finally claim the Lumber Mill there. Fuzzy, he's not going to be getting enough flag spins right there, and unfortunately for these guys here, they're not going to be winning this fight. And C-Rap is actually going for a ninja cap, and he's got Galbs with him here. Devani though charging in. Do they see him though? That is the question. I don't know if Devani is going to make it there in time. Whipped is in a freezing trap. Can they get it? He gets the nade from downtown, and he manages to spin the flag, and now Devani is going to be in a 2v2 here with a warrior on his side. They blind up C-Rap on his free app, and then they're going to get a nice little stun there on Gavs, but he's going to use the free action potion right there. Devani in a full kidney. Where's the living action potion? He does get it. Whip gets full trap. C-Rap taking control over the spot here. Gav's going to go down. The Rogue's going to go down. Maybe Gav's actually stays alive here somehow, but he's getting sniped and whipped. Trying so hard to connect here, but the deep wounds is not going to be able to get enough there. But Devani reses, and now he's making his way back into the 5 Gals with some beautiful 5-8 kiting right there, but it's not going to be enough. Devani, all he needs to do is just shoot him with his bow. He actually lets him get a restuff, and if Gals saps Devani, it could be big, but Gals has no idea Devani's here. He's going to open him whipped, and now he's going to get destroyed from an ambush. And now C-Rap, realizing that this is not a fair fight, going for the scatter trap into the freezing trap. Can he actually do the 2v1 though here, Rockman?
C-Rap, Hunter D has a lot of work cut out for him. He gets a freezing trap on Devani. He's got the flare on him, so he's not going to be able to re-stealth out of it, but if he can bring down Whipped, he might have a shot here, but he's going to die to the mortal strike of the Dark Edge of Insanity in Whip's hands, and the Alliance will take Goldmine.
Yeah, the Alliance is going to be picking up the mine, but Blacksmith still, I mean, this is just such an important fight for the Alliance. The Horde have converted it, and they do have that golden triangle. So right now, sponsored by Sundrix, they're in a very dominant position, a little bit behind on resources, but they should be able to they should be able to catch it back up. And I think as long as they have multiple defenders at each base and they have some people floating right now, there's a lot committed. Can they actually pick up the Blacksmith, the Alliance? They're in a great position. The Horde have been forced back off of the flag, but they're playing the range game really well, just poking anyone that's trying to cap the flag. Lena's going to be pushing in on that mage. Let's see if he can shut down everyone. More reses coming in from the Horde, and these constant reinforcements are slowly turning the tide of this fight in the Horde's favor.
And Devani here sneaking around, looking for a potential opening here on the farm. He's feeling the pumpkins. He wants to get something going. And this is exactly what you want to be doing. If you're on the Alliance side, send your main squad down. Oh, he gets mind control capped. So this is going to be a situation where Devani most likely is not going to be winning the fight, because I think there's a freezing trap right there as well waiting for him when he comes out of that. He actually stealthed right there in the mind control. And he has cold blood popped as well. This mind control is setting up Devani really nicely, but I think he resisted the trap. I'm not sure what happened there, but C-Rap is here in the wings, sniping with his hunter brother, Devani the rogue, going for the nade right there, but he is going to be taken down. And that's kind of what you want to do. You want to send a little ninja squad to farm while you're pressuring Blacksmith. It's an excellent move to do strategically. This time around, though, the rogue got found from that hunter, and that means they're not going to really get that much pressure having to pull people from Blacksmith.
And this Blacksmith fight is really turning into something. It's a 12v12 right now. And Fuzzy the Mage went over to interrupt the res of the Horde, but one of the Priest Horde, as soon as they res, Psychic Screamed him in the same moment, and he was not able to get a Nova and slow them down, and they're able to rotate over to the flag and continue winning this fight pretty much. And the Alliance do have the numbers here, but there's another res wave coming, and there it is, 4 more just res, and it's going to be so hard for this Alliance team to take this base and win it if they don't have a way to shut down the res.
Yeah, big, huge. I mean, look at his gear. I can't actually tell if his gear is good or not. I don't know what all the individual pieces are, but it looks like he's running around in greens right now, healing up his team.
Those aren't greens. They're healing shoulders.
Pieces from AQ.
Yeah, AQ shield looks really bad. Yeah.
No, okay, well, he's looking good right now. Looking good in green, tossing out those heals. Going to be keeping everyone alive quite well. And right now we actually have a 2 versus 1 assault. I like this. The Horde, they're actually continuing to put out pressure. C-Rap's going to be moving in. Now, do you even lift? We'll see if he lifts, if he can hold on to this base at this point. Cunning D right now, pushing forward. A Hunter and a Mage. Lots of crowd control available. And actually some Alliance have spawned. Very unfortunate timing. Lear going to be caught into a scatter, into a potential nade. And it looks like they might actually just try to burst him down and just win this straight up 2 versus 2. Can they do it? Cunning right now gets caught out. And it looks like Do You Even Lift is going to be forcing him away. And for now, sponsored by Sundrix or the Lion's Share, they're just going to be pulling away, kind of just accepting that, hey, we're not going to be picking up the stables, but at least we brought back some defenders.
Yeah, and we're seeing Devani here in another 1v1 attempt here, trying to pressure the farm, and he does get the hunter kind of low on HP, but Pelucidia is doing a great job actually just recovering here. He's going to send in his pet. He's going to get a big hit there as well at the end of that freezing trap. Devani hits the nade. He gets concussive shot at the same time. He blinds the pet here, uses the resto pod, and he's going for the re-stealth, but the pet, did the pet just batch the blind? I'm not sure what happened to the pet there, but I do think he still has 1 set of cooldowns here. He could potentially vanish here if he wants to. It's a short combo point kidney here. Actually, it's a full kidney here, and he gets a big abyss, but he is getting some heals in the backline from a priest, so this hunter will not be falling today. But Devani, once again here, pulling a mage and a priest here to his objective, allowing his team to have better odds, on Lumbermill, on Blacksmith, and big huge. He's going for the huge ninja here. Let's see how it works out for him, Rockman.
Yeah, so Pelucidia there, really great on that. He used the Skull of Impending Doom to interrupt that blind, and then he immediately followed up with a Deterrence and I think a Whipper-Root Tuber or something. But we do have a fight going on at Lumbermill. Cunning D going for the polymorph, gets charged by Walton Tons. and a Frostbite procs on him, and Cunning D's trying to make work of it, but it's a 1v3 right now, and I don't think he can hold his base for very long. He needs rotation. Here comes Whipped, coming over from stables, mounted up, and Cunning D's going to sit in this ice block as long as he can to interrupt the flag cap, and there it is. He gets Mortal Strike. He's slowed. He blinks away, and he is going to be able to get this base. Mr. Big Huge, with the green-colored gear, but not actually green quality gear, is going to turn this flag. But there's a nade from Vin. Vin moves in. Cunning D gets the Nova. Vin sprints, goes in stealth, cheap shots Walton D, and he's doing as much damage to Big Huge as he can. He's going to get the kill here because Big Huge, he does not have a Divine Shield.
Alcor right now actually have going into 1v1 as well. And let's see if they're going to be able to grab it. They're trying to go for the cap right now. Can there be any Horde defenders? This is going to be massive for the Alliance, see if they can actually pick this up. And they do manage to convert the Lumber Mill. And then it is not too late in the game as well. This puts them in a really difficult position, though. You have Lumber Mill, you have Stables, you have the Mine, and these three bases together are not easy to defend, especially if the Horde is in control of that central point. You can kind of rotate between the Lumber Mill, between the Mine, and the Alliance have a really difficult time getting the proper players in position. Right now you can see, look at all of the Horde. They're going down to assault the Mine, and there's actually, I really like what they're doing. They're sending a few key members to cut off the reinforcements, and whoever this Mine defender is going to have to do a really good job to buy enough time in order to actually keep his team with that three base lead.
Yeah, and we're going to see the fight coming here, and we're going to see Cash Hundo looking to get cashed outside, but he didn't use the code SNAP, and you all know what it means. No snap means it's a clap minus the L. I don't know about how I was trying, but it's going to be a cap. Cunning, he's
no
going to get that
means
base.
It's a cap.
That's right. They're going to get the base here. The Alliance is going to get the Lumber Mill. So now we went from the Golden Triangle to the Bermuda Triangle. So this is still a net positive here for the Alliance, but a good response here from the Horde team, immediately reacting there. I like that they sent off a couple of thugs on the road, make sure that they could get those reinforcements cut off. And I mean, this is an elimination match here between Whiteman and Herod here, two of the biggest servers here in North America. And, you know, a lot of pride here online, a lot of bragging rights here, gentlemen.
Yeah, and sponsored by Sundrix, they're having a little bit of trouble, right? They had this lead, they had the Golden Triangle, they lost Lumber Mill, and they take Gold Mine in response. But you got to wonder, is this weather causing problems for Team Sundrix? There is no sun out, it is pure rain. I love the ambiance right now in the basin.
I think, yeah, the forecast is in. It looks like it's going to be rain for the rest of this one. And, I mean, at this point, the Horde, they're still looking good. They did lose that Golden Triangle, but like you said, having the Mine still looking solid. They are still ahead on resources as well. And this Blacksmith battle is actually, there's a lot of alliance here in Devani. He's actually just using all that rogue crowd control to cut off the reinforcements. He gets a sap on Galvs, a blind on Melina the Mage, just trying to put the tide of the Blacksmith in the favor of the Alliance. It is getting close. This is a very back and forth battle, but keep in mind, the Horde, they are going to be able to spawn, and they did just get a big wave. Actually, they haven't gotten a wave yet. They just need to spin that flag. Very, very important. Melina needs to move in there, get an Arcane Explosion, and this range coming in. They are getting nades. They are getting multi-shots, and it looks like they might be able to keep him off the flag, but it's getting close. Sonic, he might be able to actually grab it. This would be massive. This would be one of the first times we've seen him be able to do it. He gets it. That is so big, and now all of a sudden, Lionshare in this match, they are looking good. They claim the most important objective, and I really think this is one of the first times we have seen a team be able to claim the Blacksmith. Really great job by them, and I think in addition to just winning that fight overall, I really like the fact that they were able to put some players in position, Devani, to just crowd control reinforcements. Really, really intelligent decision, and I think that was a well-earned base.
That was really well played here, and we're going to see Lionshare trying to claw their way back into this game here. And Devani, he is going to try to take this farm, but it looks like his efforts are going to be in vain here. And we are going to see another push happening here, this time onto Lumber Mill, the Horde squad. They're trying to get some pressure going here. Let's see if they can do it here, Rockman.
Yeah, one of the main things that this white main team did, Lionshare, is they took the Lumber Mill and they had enough reinforcements to slow fall down to Blacksmith and hit it really hard with a huge group. Milena going for the cap here. He gets charged by Walton Tons. Walton Tons immediately gets a Power Word Shield and a Blessing of Freedom. And that's going to be really hard for a mage to deal with. You're not going to be able to Nova the warrior. And the Alliance are able to fight back this horde. So what I was talking about earlier is they took the lumber mill, and the biggest advantage to Blacksmith is you res right there and you can continue defending it. But if the Alliance team White Mane, they took lumber mill and they're resing right over here. So it's just one little slow fall trip right down to that fight. And that's really why they were able to take Blacksmith. They took lumber mill. That was the first part of breaking the golden triangle. And let's see if they're able to secure farm. And if they do so, I think this game will quickly turn around for Lion's Share.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is a possibility at this point. Three base leads still in favor of Lion's Share. They just need to hold on as long as they can. Another bit of a Blacksmith battle going on right now, but I think the Alliance should be able to hold on to this one. Gal's pushing forward, trying to claim a base for his team. Going to be getting into a little bit of a 1v1 right now with Whipped, going for it. Let's see if he can pick it up. There's actually more Alliance here, so Gal's in a 2 versus 1 situation, and I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. Potentially big Eviscerate, almost takes down Whipped. The sap's still on Lear. Gal's now blinding up Lear. He's a dwarf. He has stone form, but opting to use it now. And I don't think Whip's going to be going down. Gal's should fall. It's a great defense by the Alliance right now. And we'll have to see what Sponsored by Sundrix decides to do. It's the first time in the match they've actually been behind on bases. And they're going to have to try to figure out how to get back in this one. It's not an easy thing to do. And I bet they're kicking themselves just a little bit for losing that Blacksmith base, as it's such a hard battle to actually win if you don't have it. But unfortunately for them, they did end up losing it. Now they're going to be putting a little bit of an assault here on the lumber mill. Elcor going to be moving forward, kind of leading the charge for his team, but a solid defense available right now for Lion's Share, and they're looking solid with their defense.
Yeah, and we're going to see now this little push here coming in onto Lumbermill. A few more Horde members trickling in, trying to make something happen here. But we got big, huge waiting with the huge heals here in the wings. Rectangle with a beautiful, intimidating shot right there. Big, huge, going to be put in the mind control cap. Rectangle getting wrecked right now here, but he actually might take down a loot there. He actually does get some loot on his way out. He actually survives here as well. Big, huge coming out, and do you even lift? He's trying to lift the spirits, trying to lift the tides of this fight with that big triple nade there, triple multi-shot, big damage coming out here. Too good now entering the fight here as well. And honestly, the Alliance team here looking a little bit too good to lose this base. We're going to see what's going on here, and we got a bit of a fight here between these two mages, trying to cut off the reinforcements here for this base here, and we're going to see Alcor just kind of sitting here. He's actually going to just jump down and kill himself because they're not killing him. So he's going to go ahead and jump. Presumably has a weak aura that tells him when the reses are going out, so he's probably going to res very shortly anyway. That's why he made that play, and yeah, I like it.
I think what the Horde want to do here is do exactly what Lion's Share did to them. You secure Lumber Mill and you slow fall to Blacksmith. For a while there, we've got a huge squadron of Horde gamers from Herod at farm. They are mounting up, they are buffing up, and they are ready to assault something. And I would highly, highly recommend they smash into Lumber Mill, because what we've seen from teams in yesterday and these games today, I think throwing bodies over and over at Blacksmith might not be the play. I think taking Lumber Mill and slow falling down is a much more safer approach to assaulting Blacksmith.
Okay, well, they're actually going to be gathering up at the farm, and they're going to be taking the northern road. And let's see where they decide to go. They're sending, it looks like they're actually just going to be wrapping around and potentially going over to the Blacksmith. Not sure how I feel about this. Maybe potentially going after stables. The one main problem I have with a strategy like this is you can already see Devani getting in position, and they're just getting caught on the road. So they're getting Nova, they're getting snared, they're getting gouged, they're getting blinded. Now they're forced into the spot where they're team fighting on the road, which as the Alliance, you're super happy. You're not even having to really defend a flag. Vin actually going for potential ninja here, but 2 versus 1, once again, just lots. It's actually a 2 versus 2, 2 rogues. Let's see what they can do. They're distracting a lot of the Horde in the middle of the map, but as the Alliance, I feel like you're not too sad about this situation. You're fighting in a position where the flag has no potential to even be capped, so definitely not a bad spot to be in, and I think that's normally why we don't see these roads being taken. It's just a really difficult journey.
Yeah, it's going to be almost a ninja cap here going on the stables, but unfortunately, the paladin defending there had his divine shield, popped it, and got some AoE. But they're sending in a lot of people here to the stables here. They're going to try to take down Whip. They got a blind onto Lear into the sap. Now they got a blind onto Do You Even Lift. Lear breaks out of the sap. He gets counterspelled, and now they're still trying to go down after Whipped here. They should be able to finish him there with the Cone of Cold damage. You got a sheep onto Do You Even Lift. They're trying to go for more crowd control here. Might even open up on him. They sap him on the Feign Death into the cheap shot, into the exposed armor. Now he has 2 rogues and a mage on him, and there's 3 people trying to click the flag. I would have liked to see 1 person trying to click the flag and someone else trying to stop the people at the graveyard. Actually, they did have a mage on the graveyard, but not able to do anything because of that paladin with that blessing of freedom. And that's gonna mean that the Alliance most likely are gonna be able to hold on long enough here for more reinforcements to arrive. And all of a sudden, Lion's Share, they just need to hold on to these 3 bases for a little bit longer, and they're going to be running away with this game. But C-Rap is still here clicking the flag, but I think another wave of Alliance just res there. So I really find it hard to believe the Horde gets this base, and they're going to agree with my statement and just disengage.
Yeah, C-Rap Hunter D, he's playing like a rogue here. He's assaulting bases, and he's just refusing to defend. And honestly, I really like it. I feel like hunters are one of the most valuable base assaulters, because if they can cap the flag and put the frost trap down on the res, they can buy their team plenty of time to get rotators in. And C-Rap Hunter D, he's actually not even leaving. He gets a chilled proc on Do You Even Lift, Hunter v Hunter. He's got chilled weapon on his the enchant on his weapon. And his wing clip actually procced on Do You Even Lift, but he's going to go down here. There's so many Alliance swarming him, but he is buying his Horde team some time to maybe get a cap at Lumbermill. He's slowing down the reinforcements, and they're getting overrun at Lumbermill as well, so it was all for naught. It's 4 versus 6, and Lumbermill, I think, is going to stay in the Alliance's favor.
Yeah, it really is looking that way. The Horde are kind of getting wiped out. Reinforcements coming in from the Alliance. And once again, the Horde are going to be going back to the drawing board. Look at this, a little bit of an assault. They once again take that kind of eastern road, the northern road outside of farm, and they're going to be actually just hopping over the water, going for a sneaky assault on Blacksmith. Let's see if they're able to get in a position. But the one problem, and this is the major benefit of being able to pick up the lumber mill, is you can slow fall down easily to rotate to the Blacksmith, and you can't really stop the rotation. It's not like you can fight in the middle of the road and stop them from just flying over your head with a slow fall or a levitate. Or a noggin fogger. And at this point, the Alliance still looking solid with their defense. They're going to be able to clean up this little bit of a Horde push. C-Rap Hunter is going to be moving in once again. Gets the mind control cap onto Lear. And it looks like they might actually be able to stop them. Whipped charging forward, this Night Elf Warrior managing to find a little bit of damage to slow down the cap. And Lear uses the Blessing of Protection. And now this 2-person defense should be more than enough. And we'll see how C-Rap does respond.
Yep, C-Rap, he's taking some damage here. Whipped is actually going to just not go for him. He's going to leave him free and go after the healer here instead. And he's doing quite a bit of damage here. Lear as well, just holding on to the base here. But they got more people coming here, and they realize it from all sides here. But they also got some more backup coming in here for Lion's Share. And Lion's Share, they're going to be able to hold on to this base. C-Rap, once again, going to disengage and keep looking for opportunities. And so far, it's looking good from the defensive side of Lion's Share here. They've been doing a great job just holding onto their bases, the rotation, like you mentioned, with the slow fall into the Blacksmith and just peeling off people on the roads. They've been doing a great job so far, backing up the bases here against a lot of these assaults from C-Rap and Cunning. And I don't know, I think at this point, the Horde team is going to need a miracle to actually come back into this game.
If this Horde team can capture this lumber mill, they might have an opportunity after the flag turns over, but they have to win this flag first. Hodge out on Rectangle, Asperian getting the heals out. There's a huge shadow bolt, and Rectangle's going to go down, and the Horde might actually cap this. If someone needs to rotate over to the res wave and interrupt it as it happens. And here comes the res wave, and it looks like Do You Even Lift is also rotating. The res wave wasn't shut down whatsoever. Do You Even Lift with their long-ranged auto shots into the grenade. And the Horde did not slow down these rotators, and they're not going to win this flag, even though they won the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic tale, right? I mean, you win the fight, but, I mean, if more members are just trickling in, throwing nades, getting Arcane Explosion, multi-shotting, I mean, you can keep right-clicking that flag until you're blue in the face. You are not going to get it, and that's where you kind of rely on your team to get that crowd control out. And now, I mean, we heard the magic gong, the magic whistle, whatever it is. Right now, the Alliance, they are looking good. They're at 1,900 resources, and at this point, the Horde, they're going to have to, I think they're going to have to pick up 2 flags if they want to come back in this one. I don't even know if that's enough. They might have to 5 cap. So the Alliance looking really, really good. And it's looking like Lion's Share should be able to walk away with this one, picking up that blacksmith fight or picking up that blacksmith node, something we normally don't see in these games, but being able to win that back really just shows, their kind of team fight presence. And they just did a great job overall, but super close game. I mean, sponsored by Sundrix, it's got to be heartbreaking for them. They ended up losing that fight. Just really, really close all around.
Yep, sponsored by Sundrix. They definitely did a good job in the first half of the game, but I would say in the second half, it was all about Lion's Share, just getting that blacksmith. And I mean, at this point, the game is pretty much done here. Lion's Share is going to be walking away with a victory here. So White Mane over Heroed, 100% confirmed here on the stream. And I mean, that's got to feel good for Lion's Share. They had a dominating performance there in the game number 1. And then now they really got to struggle here against sponsored by Sundrix, but they came out on top. And speaking of the players who came out on top, wow, look at Nanigans, 35-3. This guy dished out 325k damage on that Warlock, looking like Gul'dan himself.
Yeah. He literally doubled the next guy behind him, which is Valila, another Warlock on the Herod team. 325,000 damage is out of this world in Classic. Those dots, they can really chew you up really fast.
Yeah, I think that's no question about
that's the highest we've seen. That's got to be the highest damage we've seen from anyone so far.
Write it down. Write that number down. That's the number to beat at this point. We'll see if anyone can do it on the rest of the day. But yeah, really, really great job right there. By Lion's Share, they are able to walk away with a win. Super close game, though. Sponsored by Sundrix. They are eliminated from this qualifier round, but they already did their job. They already made it into top 6, and I think that's something that's really important to note, as we will be seeing them again. And that does mean that they have a chance to kind of regroup, recalibrate, and think about, okay, what went wrong in this game. They can, watch the VOD, kind of just talk about it amongst themselves and figure out, how they can improve when we do see them. And I think that's my favorite thing about this format in particular is these teams, although this is a really unforgiving tournament, it's the best of 1 double elimination. You don't really get too many chances. But if you do make it into that top 6, you do get another chance. You do have a time to kind of think about what went wrong, and that's what I'm really excited for next weekend, is these teams are going to be able to kind of recalibrate and come back with a better version of themselves, and we can see how they do, and I think it's going to be nice. Our next game, I think we can take a look at the bracket, but our next game, if not, I do believe is going to be VC, and they're going to be going up against Iron Horse Brotherhood. And I think Iron Horse Brotherhood, they're looking pretty good. VC, obviously one of the favorites to win this, finding themselves in that lower bracket. Now, Rockman, do you think VC is going to be able to come back in this one? And in this particular match, who would you say has the edge?
Well, I would say Vampire Clan, they've only played 1 game on stream this whole tournament. The 1 game they played, they lost. You mentioned earlier that we hadn't seen anyone take Blacksmith. Vampire Clan was able to win back Blacksmith, but it was too late in the match, and they ended up losing because they couldn't get the 4th base. Yep. So I think Vampire Clan, maybe they took some lessons away from that loss, and they learned that they have to prioritize, instead of just throwing bodies at Blacksmith all game until you lose, maybe they try some unique strategies. And we've seen teams do some really unique things. Doing like a 2-pronged attack on Lumbermill, or a double fake, act like you're going Blacksmith, go Lumbermill, then slow fall down. So I think if Vampire Clan can do something unique, if they lose that initial Blacksmith fight, they can get back in this tournament and get some wins and move on to the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see that. Before we do jump into that game, Vampire Clan versus Iron Horse Brotherhood, we are going to be going to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Classic Fall Conquest. We have our next game almost ready. It's going to be VC going up against the Ironhood Brotherhood. No, Iron Horse Brotherhood. Ironhood Brotherhood. That doesn't make any sense. But
Ironhood.
If you're just joining us, we're trying to figure out our top 6, and we actually have figured it out. The next order of business is going to be seeing who actually walks away with the win and who walks away with that free buy. So if you make it top 2 at this point in the tournament today, you will be getting a buy in that championship round. I think that's going to be really important to note. Now, this game, Rockman, we kind of talked about it a little bit. What are your predictions going into this next game? Do you think VC is going to be able to make it through this lower bracket?
Well, I've played with these Vampire Clan gamers for quite some time, and I know they're going to come out really hot, and they're going to look to get a really strong, convincing win to turn this story around. One thing I am curious about is how they're going to do at Blacksmith. Are they going to send 13, 14 even to secure Blacksmith, or are they just going to go with their regular 12 at Blacksmith and just try to win it with a standard push?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting to see what they decide to do and what adaptations they did make from yesterday and how they are going to be battling it back. And it's like you said, a team like Vampire Clan, they're kind of similar to Apes in that they've had a lot of experience in these various battlegrounds. Although I'm not sure how much experience they do put into Arathi Basin. I think that's what makes Arathi Basin kind of interesting, is that a lot of these teams aren't super well practiced with it. I'm sure they have been preparing for this tournament, but not putting in that same kind of dedication they do into Warsong. And that's where kind of you can freestyle a little bit and you can catch teams off guard. And I think it's those teams that can come up with plays at the last second that are going to be able to pull out ahead. And I think that, for me, makes it interesting, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for VC, I mean, they're going to have a kind of a rocky road ahead of them. I mean, a lot of these teams in the lower bracket are definitely not to kind of be underestimated. I mean, a lion's share is going to be waiting for them. We just saw them take a close victory against sponsored by Sundrix, and we saw them earlier in the day, pick up those 5 base win in that first game, the fastest game of the weekend. So they're kind of ramping up right now. They're getting that momentum. The blood is pumping, for them. So I think for them, they're coming off that win streak, and like Rockman mentioned, VC they got those buys due to some circumstances, but they actually haven't really won yet. So we're gonna see what they can do in that match. And of course, even if they do win against Lionshare, if they win against Iron Horse Brotherhood and Lionshare, they're still gonna have to face Ready Raider or a rematch against the team that actually knocked them down here. So for VC, it is. It's going to be a grim battle. I mean, they have a beautiful chance here to kind of make a redemption story for themselves. Kind of have to go through all of the obstacles to make it to that final, but it's going to be a tough road for sure.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, teams are dropping like flies. I mean, at this point, we still have 5 teams left in this tournament, and it will quickly, after this game, be down to 4, and then 3, and then 2, and then obviously just 1. So every single game, actually, that's not true. I was going to say every game is an elimination game, except our next game, which is not an elimination game. But after that game, it's all eliminations from that point forward, and you can't afford to be making any mistakes if you are in that lower bracket. After this match, we'll be having that upper bracket finals in Ready Raider versus Hell Yeah Brother. And I think Hell Yeah Brother was a big surprise to most of us. They're a team that they were able to take down VC, make their way to the upper final, but I think they're going to have their most difficult matchup after that. I think Ready Raider, they built a roster with some of kind of the all-stars on Horde side Faralina, and I think they're looking to prove themselves a little bit that they are one of the best teams, or they really can contend in these tournaments. So I'm curious to see how they decide to do and if they can make it all the way, and if VC is going to be able to battle it back from that lower bracket. But we do have this game available really, really soon. We should be hopping into it, but just big picture, even if, let's say we do see VC win this game, how do you think they're going to be? How do you think they'll do against a team like Lionshare?
Well, I think the upper bracket finals game is going to come down to which of the 2 Horde teams gets the Horde base, and then and speaking of,
you really think it just comes down to that?
I think that's a huge part of it. Yeah, for sure. I don't think that's the entire determining factor, but I think it's a big factor for sure. Both of those Horde teams have a lot of experience playing out of the Horde base. and using that advantage with those big beefy shamans is what they're accustomed to. So I think it might throw them off guard coming out of the alliance base. And then whatever team falls off there will end up going down to the lower bracket finals and potentially facing VC. And VC versus Lion Share is also interesting because it's 2 alliance teams, and they're more accustomed to coming out of the alliance base. So we might have some interesting situation where teams have to adapt what base they get based on RNG.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I mean, it's definitely gonna be a factor, but we'll see. Maybe they can overcome some of those disadvantages. I feel like, at least in Europe, we saw, a lot of these alley teams dominate regardless of that. So maybe some of these Netherwind gamers or something can show up. It would be sweet to get like a VC in the finals or the Netherwind squad, just because we want to have that Horde versus the Alliance finals, of course.
Yeah, I wanted to show something off as well. This is one of my favorite things I've ever gotten at BlizzCon. It's a coaster. It's got its Horde and Alliance side on it.
Oh, that's sick, actually.
That's my show and tell for today, but I love this thing. I keep it on my desk all the
time. With the BFA collector's editions, you got like a similar thing, right? You got like a metal thing that you could flip like that as well, and it had like a stand as well. You could flip it to which faction that you kind of represent.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I never opened it. I have mine in there in my closet, just still waiting. I'm a true collector, so I gotta keep it.
I spoiled the surprise.
Yeah, I was waiting. I was gonna wait till like 10 years down the road and open it up and see what treasures, await me. But it's okay. I don't mind. I see. I mean, we called it out yesterday. If anyone's just joining for the first time, I mean, Zico. Oh, well, we missed it. We'll show Zico's wall in just a little bit, but we're actually going to be hopping into the game. It is ready, and we have the Iron Horse Brotherhood playing on the side of the Alliance, going up against VC, who has gotten the Horde side. And I know, Rockman, you think the Horde are, they're quite advantaged in terms of positioning, just because it is ideal to get Lumber Mill. I mean, basically, the way I see it is Lumber Mill is ideal to get with Blacksmith and Farm. And the one nice thing about the Horde side of the map is the connector, the nice, convenient connector to Lumber Mill is on the Horde side of the map. So you have that bridge that you can basically defend and sit on and rotate between all the bases. In addition, if you're defending Lumber Mill, it's easy to slow fall down to Blacksmith, whereas if you're defending mine, it's not so easy to slow fall up. Like there's no ability that lets you slow fall up to Blacksmith, unfortunately. And I think that's really the positional advantage that the Horde does have. But it's not an advantage that's insurmountable. I mean, we have seen Alliance teams, of course, be able to win, be able to pick up the mine, be able to pick up the Lumber Mill, and still battle it back. And we'll see how VC does with this one, and we'll see what they can get done.
Yeah, and VC are going to be starting on the Horde side, so they're going to have that a little bit of an advantage just with the position on the map. We're going to see Iron Horse Brotherhood here making their moves here. Let's see how many people they're sending. They're sending a little hit squad. I do believe that's 4 or 5 members to Lumber Mill. They are pulling their goalie from the stables, and it's going to be a big, pretty evenly matched, I'd say, slugfest down there at Blacksmith. So let's see what they can do here. Yes, Master waiting on the sides here, looking for a potential cap here on the gold mine. He's going to be doing a 1v1 against Barry White, and I mean, that's going to be a fantastic show, but for now, they're not really finding each other, so we're going to be focusing a little bit more on the Lumber Mill, and right now it is looking like Iron Horse Brotherhood are actually pulling ahead here on the Lumber Mill fight.
Yeah, Crime the Mage, he's doing what he can. He just got a big heal from Leximic there. But right now they're outnumbered. Uranus, Crime, Fearwind, and Leximic. It is a 4 versus 6. And a big nade stops Vade from getting the cap from Crime. A Hodge out on Uranus. Uranus bubbles out of it. And they're doing what they can. They bring down 1. They bring down 2. But here comes Mr. Rat Coil. The invisible warlock with the pet rat. And oh my gosh, somebody just got MC'd off, and that was pretty bad. Oh, that was Zava. Okay, that was in the favor of Vampire Clan here. And Crime has to slow down Vade. He goes for a polymorph on Flytalker, and Vade is in a little bit of danger here. He might die. Frostbolt from Crime into a Cone of Cold. Wing Clip slows him down. Iron Grenade from Vayne, and he goes for the first aid. And I think
Ooh.
this is a really close battle at Lumbermill, and I don't know which team is really ahead. It's pretty close, neck and neck.
Yeah, Yes Master also, at the meantime, at mine, was able to get off his rocket helmet and actually cap that base. Now having to create a little bit of space, doesn't want to get caught into a rocket helmet himself, so has to be really, really careful around that. Barry White on that Druid, and this is, I think, the first time ever we've seen Druid versus Druid at the mine. And there's no better place, I suppose, for these Druids to kind of duke it out and just try to find each other in stealth. But Yes Master coming out ahead. We'll be able to claim the base in favor of the Horde. Now Alliance actually rotating from stables. So they have pulled their defender from stables to go and assist and try to pick up the mine, because that's kind of the only person who can help them out in this situation. And actually, right now, Iron Horse Brotherhood, they're actually going to be pulling ahead in the lumber mill as well. They have a bit of time. They need to send someone to cut off the reinforcements. Send the mage. Dr. Pep, can you do it? Dr. Pep, MD's got to slow down Slippery. He's got to slow down Lexemic. Let's see how good of a job he can do. The Dispel's coming in. Slippery trying to get there. He gets caught into a coil. Dispel, can they get it? And it looks like they're not able to at the last second. Dr. Pep MD, I can't help but feel like if he was a little quicker, he might have been able to actually slow down those reinforcements.
Yeah, Dr. Pep MD, I think he moved in a little bit too late, and also I think he could have stopped Slippery a little bit earlier. Slippery just used his trinket on Cone, so I think maybe Renova or try to do another slow there, but Slippery is able to get that nade off, I'm pretty sure, and because he was the closest member. And it looks like this fight here at Lumbermill is still going to go on. VC finally picking up the blacksmith there. And now it's looking like they are going to be able to hold on to this mine here as well. Yes Master and Drex are keeping themselves in the fight here, but another player here from the Iron Horse Brotherhood enters the fight, and there's a freezing band proc onto Yes Master. He's going to get deleted. Barry White, all they need to do is just CC this last member here, and they can go for the cap. They're going for the click here. Farm Boy is here, and he is backing him up, and we're going to see Drexler using the ice block, using the cold snap, trying to get there in time, but they do get the assault there on the mine, and I can't help but feel that running into the tunnel there was definitely not the move. I think ice blocking on top of the flag or something would definitely have been the play right there. Try to stay in range of just those AoE explosions and just try to buy as much time with that ice block as possible. Maybe Yes Master can get a res and come back there and help you out. We've seen things like that happen in the past. But that is going to mean that the Iron Horse Brotherhood are going to be able to pick up the mine. They are going to be not picking up the blacksmith, and the lumber mill is looking like it's going in favor of VC, and that's going to be the decider, I think, of this game here. If that goes to VC, all of a sudden, golden triangle status achieved.
Yeah, the Vampire Clan of the Horde team right now, they wanted to lose mine there because you saw how many people were defending it from Yes Master and Drexer. It was a 4v2 at Gold Mine, and right now the Lumbermill numbers are heavily favoring the Horde team, and I'm pretty positive they're going to take this flag here. They bring down that Paladin. That was the last hope of interrupting Lexemic from capping this flag, and I think Lexemic's going to turn the flag over right now, but there's a nade from Vishy to slow it down. Can they get more Alliance reinforcements to keep fighting on this flag? Another nade lands on Lexemic. Eskimo moving into position, gets a big Blast Wave Sapper Nova, and he's going to ice block as well on top of it. And honestly, I am really surprised. Iron Horse is really doing a great job of spinning this flag, preventing the Horde Team Vampire Clan from capping it. If they can't turn the flag, they can at least slow it down so that the Horde Team are not rezzing here.
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to note. Lexemic might actually get dropped. Can they take him down? They do manage to get him down. Nicely done there by Top Gun. Let's see. It just looks like the Vampires right now, they're overwhelming Lumbermill. And if they can pick up Lumbermill, all of a sudden they find themselves in a situation where they're Horde side, they have Blacksmith, they have Farm, they have the Lumbermill, and that would be a massive advantage for them if they can hold on to that. Let's see if they can do it still. Good spinning coming in from the Alliance. They're trying to push in. They're trying, but they're getting picked off one by one. But they are unrelenting. And finally, VC sending some members on the road to slow them down. There's one member, I believe it's a mage, just getting out Frost Novas, getting out Snares, getting out Polymorphs, trying to slow down the reinforcements. Vishy is going to fall before he even gets there at the fight. And, well, actually, this is now not looking too bad for the Alliance. The Alliance might actually be able to pick up the Lumbermill. They're forcing VC back at this point, and that would be big for their team. If they could pick up that base, then they would have 3. And that is better than 2. And so far, the resources are dead even between these two teams. But I would say VC still has a bit of an edge having that Blacksmith.
VC definitely with an edge in this fight right now, but I think the Alliance are actually overwhelming the lumber mill here, and if they can pick it up, they're gonna have the not so golden triangle at least, and at least one of these teams is gonna push ahead, because I think right now, I think it becomes a straight up tie if no one ever caps anything. So it's extremely unlikely to happen, but that would be kind of funny if it did happen. So I personally, I'm rooting for Team Nobody, but I think it is going to be going to the Alliance here. You got Tough slowing down everybody here on this little ramp, and that means they are going to be able to claim the lumber mill, the not so golden triangle achieved, and Dr. Pep, he is visiting the clinic right now, and there is a little kitty cat there waiting for him. I think he found a veterinarian's clinic here. Unfortunately for him, Fearwind is there ready with full wind in his sails to try to take down Dr. Pep here from max range. Such a difficult situation. Dr. Pep needs to try to get into that dead zone range. He actually nets him. Ooh. Wow. Does he have a spider bell or something? He can just sheep the pet. He flash bombs the pet. Dr. Pep. Oh, Yes Master is there. Beautiful stuff there by Yes Master, but he gets the rocket arm. There's no way that the hunter's still going to be netted. And he's going to go for the sheep, I think. No, he does get the sheep, but Dr. Pep, I got to say, that was a nice play. If he, I don't know. If he got a little bit more lucky, I'm not sure if Yes Master actually res there, but that was great.
Yeah, both Lumber Mill and Gold Mine right now have big fights going on, and it looks like the Alliance team, Leximic, he does turn it over right before the Death Coil connects. And that Death Coil was literally a half second too late to interrupt that flag turning over. And a huge Soulfire comes out from Vishy, taking out a ton of damage on Slippery. And the Alliance team, if they can pick up these kills, they can turn this flag back around. But we are still deadlocked at 2 bases for both teams. Dead tied on resources at 440 right now, and whoever wins this lumber mill can support their blacksmith that much easier.
Yeah, I really like what VC did there. They send a big offense down to the mine. They had a lot of defenders kind of freak out and leave lumber mill, and then they send a big hit squad over to lumber mill, and they were able to pick it up with the last second cap from Luxemic. Really nicely done by him, and that's kind of positioning you want. And you can see that right now there's players all over the map. We have Horde and Alliance at Stables, Horde and Alliance at Lumber Mill, Horde and Alliance at Farm. Blacksmith's going to be well-defined. Some Alliance actually going there. So all the teams sending members across the map, just trying to pick up flags where they can. But right now, this is looking extremely good for VC, playing that Horde side. They finally have done it. They've got Lumber Mill. They're going to be able to pull ahead on points. And with this position, with the Horde side in their favor, they're looking good to win this game. Iron Horse Brotherhood is going to have to figure out something very quickly. We do have a farm battle going on right now. Lumber Mill looks like it's going to be completely defended, and once they kind of realize that, they're going to be able to jump down, reinforce farm, but VC needs to act quick. This battle, I don't know, is necessarily going in their favor. They definitely need some reinforcements as the Alliance are still just pouring in.
Yeah, and they need to send somebody here to the road now and try to maybe disrupt the people here. But unfortunately for them, I think there's too many people. Top Gun is trying to be that person, trying to be the thug, the bandit on the road. But I don't think it's going to be enough. They got people on the graveyard. They got people coming in from all sides here. And I think they're going to have to abandon that push on the side of Iron Horse Brotherhood and look for opportunity elsewhere. BS seems a little bit kind of light on defenders right now, so maybe they're going to try to do something there. They got a lot of people at stables as well, so definitely a lot of pressure here. A lot of people at farm, but I do think they're going to be getting wiped here on the farm. I think sending a few more people now to Blacksmith is definitely the play here, but Runic and JFAT still spinning the flag well, buying their team a lot of time, and so far VC stays in control.
There are 2 massive skirmishes, both happening at Farm and Blacksmith right now, and I think Horde are edging out both of these battles. Yes Master constantly with the Resurrect, with the Moonfire on whoever's trying to turn this flag over. And even though they were outnumbered at Farm, the Alliance team Iron Horse were not able to turn this flag. And the Horde are going to clean up Farm, and Blacksmith has already been cleaned up. And now the Alliance team are about to hit this next res wave. They have got to group up and hit a base together, whether it's Lumber Mill or Farm. But sending people into Blacksmith is definitely not the play right now.
Yeah, Blacksmith is looking really well defended, but it looks like the Alliance are actually going to be grouping up at Mine as well as Stables. So kind of just regathering, recalculating, where are they going to go? Because I do think a two-pronged assault is really, really important. But if you look at the map, there's Horde everywhere. They're just counting numbers, just making sure everyone's accounted for. And with that kind of scouting, it's really, really important in Classic. Unlike on retail servers, like in Battle for Azeroth, the nameplates have an incredibly far distance. In Classic, not so. So being able to send people out and actually scout is really, really important in this particular game mode. Just know where the numbers are going, and I like that that's what VC is doing, so they can always just have people in position at the right time. And right now at Blacksmith, there is a big battle going on. It looks like Iron Horse Brotherhood, they're just trying to go for it, but I don't know if this is a battle they're going to be able to win.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking like it. Right now, there is a lot of vampires here, and I don't think the Iron Horse Brotherhood, they're not. I don't think they have enough people in Blacksmith right now. There is a bit of a duel going on the road leading to the farm right there, but I'm not sure if that's going to lead to anything there. I'm going to see Sheep here, Tough versus Crime. Crime gets the Blink CS into the Sheep, and now Crime is just going to run away. Actually, maybe not. Maybe he wants this 1v1 here. He's going to go for it. I mean, this is maybe not the most impactful thing for the game, but I kind of love watching Mage v Mage, so I definitely don't mind this. But BS still being heavily contested on the other side of the screen as well, but it is looking like VC are able to hold on to that one. You see a double nade here coming out on the mages. Crime actually being on the losing end of this 1v1. If Tough has an ice block here, he probably could finish Crime here, but Crime gets the reset. He's going to bandage back his HP, potentially drink or just mount up and walk away from that 1v1. And now Top Gun might actually be able to steal this, but Yes Master, unfortunately for him, is there with the Moonfire from max range. Yes Master just playing a max range game, just being a defender, trying to get a base in the start, and he's been playing his role well so far on that Druid, showcasing that every class has a place in the basin.
Yeah, Yes Master's doing a great job of defending the farm. It's usually him and Fearwind, but right now it's Yes Master and Captain holding down farm. Top Gun doing his best to harass on these road, but Soryu and Poker, they're doing harassing of their own. They're going to prevent these Alliance from moving anywhere. What Top Gun and Toph is doing isn't really doing much for the Alliance team. Yeah, they're slowing down the Horde, but the Horde don't need to go anywhere. This is exactly where the Horde want to be. They can rotate to any base. And there is a small group moving up towards Lumbermill. I'm going to be following Dr. Pep here. And he blinks forward. He gets a counterspell out. And he counterspells Leximic. And he gets Nova'd by Drexer. And he gets counterspell and he has to ice block. Vishy's going for the pick behind him. But he takes so much damage from Fearwind, who has Berserking buff right now. Fearwind, the Hunter, is looking to get some kills at Lumbermill.
Yeah, let's see if he can do it. Right now, back and forth battle, Zava goes down, and that is it's just so important. If you are the offense, you can't lose members early. There's going to be no res. It's a very far run back, and you just have to have an overwhelming presence and an overwhelming teamfight capability if you want to be taking back a node that is already being defended. Just because if you're playing offense, if you're the one that's attacking, you do have a bit of a disadvantage, and that the defenders are constantly spawning, and you're not going to be able to reinforce it quite as easily. And right now, VC, they're securing their lead. They're about 200 points ahead in resources, about 16 minutes, just under 16 minutes elapsed in the game. And I mean, at this point, what do we really think? I mean, for Iron Horse Brotherhood, what do we want to see them do? It seems like if they just go after one node, it's not nearly as strong. We have one member of the Alliance right now kind of going behind enemy lines, scouting out farm. Let's see what they can do. But you can just see with the way Iron Horse Brotherhood is positioned, you can see they're all jumping across the river right now. And as soon as they commit to the river, everyone just slow falls down. And that is the advantage you do have of having that lumber mill. Immediately VC playing that Horde side, having lumber mill, they're able to reinforce this position and making it really difficult for Iron Horse to actually get a numbers edge.
Yeah, and I think VC just has them in a chokehold. I think the main thing that teams do to kind of come back from this situation is you usually just send your team somewhere, and then you have your rogue, Mr. Whip Mix. doing what he's doing right now. Problem is, unless Jessmaster is literally AFK, I don't think Jessmaster is ever actually going to let this base go. Whipmix going to use the Vanish here. He's going to try to get something going, but there's always Captain waiting in the wings, and he is going to be happy to snipe down Whipmix here. He's going to be running away from that fight, and that's the problem. Farm is basically 100% secured for VC. They have a really solid defense there, and with the way they position with Lumbermill and Slow Fall into Blacksmith, they basically have both of those bases covered, and they're just going to play the safe strategy here. And I think if you're the Iron Horse Brotherhood, the only way you're going to ever win this is by sending a squad to Lumbermill and a squad to Blacksmith. That is the only reliable play. Maybe even have your rogue attack farm as well. That way, you can actually force away at least Captain from the fight. And I mean, I think I would rather trade a rogue for a Captain in that team fighting scenario. So I really like that strategy if they decide to go for it. If they send everybody on Blacksmith, I don't see that working out for them.
Well, the Iron Horse team, they had a huge group of Alliance players move into Blacksmith, and now they're running away, successfully defended by Vampire Clan that slow fall down from Lumbermill. And right now, the Alliance look a little confused. I feel like they're running around without much purpose. They don't have a clear goal in front of them, and someone has to make a call on where to attack next. And because they ran away from Blacksmith instead of dying, they're going to have to get mana and eat up before they can push somewhere else.
I mean, definitely buffing up, making sure everything is kind of ready to go. But once again, they're just sending all of their forces in one direction. And I just feel like this kind of attack, it's quite easy to defend. I mean, if everyone is going up to the Lumbermill, you know, okay, as defense, we just send everyone Lumbermill. And then we end up having a big battle, but probably going to win the battle because you get constant reinforcements. So I just don't know. Iron Horse Brotherhood, they're going to have to really overwhelm in this team fight. Maybe they can get a few early picks on the road. If they could get those picks, it might give them enough of a lead to kind of push forward. At the same time, we do have Top Gun. He's going on the other side of Lumbermill right now, maybe trying to slow down some reinforcements, but VC, they've rotated too quickly, and it looks like they have more than enough defenders in this position. Still at a numbers disadvantage, though. Iron Horse Brotherhood, they've committed a lot of their team. In fact, they have committed 13 players to this Lumbermill attack. VC behind in numbers, but they do get that constant respawn, but this is going in favor of the Alliance. VC might want to consider sending a few more players, as long as they can play the range game, though, and they can just get the poking with the hunters, with the mages, and they can deny the flag being capped. I think eventually they might be able to pull out ahead, but this force from Iron Horse Brotherhood looking strong.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of the last opportunities that Iron Horse Brotherhood is going to have here before they're going to be needing a 4-point cap lead to actually secure the match. The closer we get to that 2,000 mark, the more likely they are to need more bases. We're going to see here VC still doing a pretty good job cleaning up the Brotherhood here in Lumbermill. Captain just in the backline here. And this is the thing, I would have loved to see the Rogue just attack farm here. He actually would have Yes Master all by himself, but now Captain making it to the fight, getting a few big crits there into the middle of the fight, going to be able to wipe out the Iron Horse Brotherhood. And I really think that that's the strategy here for them on the side of Iron Horse Brotherhood. They just got to have somebody attack farm, Rogue, have some people at BS, and then send a large hit squad to Lumbermill. The problem is they're definitely running out of time. I think they have time for maybe one more push here before their fate is pretty much sealed, because I really don't see them getting 4 bases against VC.
Yeah, and one of the biggest strengths of the Vampire Clan team, their composition, they have 3 mages here, and if you saw in that last push, Iron Horse were running up towards Lumbermill, and Drexer blinked in, gets a big Nova into a Cone of Cold, into a Sapper charge, and he's doing so much damage and chaos, he's forcing them all to dismount, and they have to waddle their way up to Lumbermill. That slows their push up, and that gives the Horde team plenty of time to back up Lumbermill. And right now, the Alliance team, Iron Horse, last-ditch effort. It looks like they're going to throw all their bodies at Blacksmith, and they're going to try to take this down. And right now, Whipmix is sitting on Cyberthug, and he's trying to bring him down. He's getting some heals, and he does get the kill, but Slippery gets an intimidating shout. And right now, it is pure chaos at Blacksmith.
It absolutely is. Dust is going to be going down. Whipmix going down as well, but I'd say those 1-for-1 trades, if you're the Alliance and you lose a member versus the Horde, it definitely stings a lot more as the Alliance not having this base go in your favor and on your side. Top Gun getting extremely low, gets the Ice Block off at 1%. Well done by him, not forgetting about that crucial ability in order to survive. And JFAT is positioned quite far up right now, just trying to disrupt any sort of flag cap shenanigans going on. And I will say that's one thing VC does really well in these fights is they're playing that range game, just playing away from the flag, just making sure they have hunters that multi-shot. And I think that's another really nice benefit of having having the hunters in these fights is that multi-shot is so effective at stopping anyone from spinning on those flags.
Yeah, it's also just a lot of range AoE damage. Range AoE is not really something that exists a lot here in Classic, so definitely nice for them. I mean, very rarely worth it to sit there and like channel out a blizzard or channel out some rain of fires or something. Usually you want to just get into the middle of the mix and just spam hard hitting AoEs. And that's the thing about multi-shot. It is kind of a bursty ability that hits very, very hard, especially with the gear that these hunters are rocking. They're rocking AQ gear, they're rocking rank 14 stuff. And trust me, as being someone who died to Captain here without blocking, I can tell you firsthand, this man hits extremely hard. And we are going to hear the gong. But I'm just going to call it the harmonica still.
It's a gong.
We just don't know that yet, Rockman, okay? That's your conclusion after your investigative work, but we still need to verify that work. So for now it is still gonna be
trust but verify.
Yeah, we need Supatees to break it down.
Someone contact him immediately.
You got to watch that video I linked you, I promise you. But the Faralina Horde team, Vampire Clan, they are sitting very comfy, very cozy on this golden triangle, and they're defending it well. And right now, Iron Horse, they have one last opportunity to basically get a 5 cap right now to get back in this game. Do you think they can do it,
Right now? No, it doesn't look like it, unfortunately. It looks like this one will be going in favor of VC. If the current trend continues, I don't even think they could get in position unless the defenders at Farm and Lumbermill kind of fell asleep and Mine's been picked up. And at that point, it's a moment of desperation, right? I mean, we use the analogy, they kind of pulled their goalie. They really need the extra person for offense. But at the same time, if you send that extra person on offense, then you have no defense, and then you get capped on, and then you feel really, really silly and bad about it, but you had no choice to begin with. So it's just a difficult spot to be in for Iron Horse Brotherhood. And this does mean that VC, on the Horde side of the map, they will be claiming this game. And that was a really solid performance by them. Once they managed to get those 3 bases, really good rotation, really good team fight presence, and we can take a look at the scoreboard and kind of see the story of this match. But that does mean that VC will be moving on, and still their dreams of making it into that top 2 and maybe even making it into a first place position still alive. Iron Horse Brotherhood, we will get to see them another day next weekend, but for now their time has come to an end. And looking at the scoreboard, this is looking like it was definitely going in favor of VC, Zico.
Oh yeah, definitely. You can see a lot of killing blows on the side of VC, pretty much pure domination there. Also another Warlock topping the damage meter here with a 200,000 damage dealt, which it's not as impressive as the 300. What was it, 25k? But
325, yeah.
Still 200k. Dustbeast making a pretty big case for himself. And of course, VC now are going to advance here in the lower bracket. Iron Horse Brotherhood. It's been fun watching the brothers, do their thing. But they're going to be knocked out. But we still have Hell Yeah Brother, though. So there's still more brothers left in the upper bracket. And that's going to be our next scheduled match here. Actually, yeah. Ready Raider versus Hell Yeah Brother.
Hell yeah, brother, and Ready Raider. They're going to the upper. We're going to the upper bracket, and we are going to see these 2 teams do battle. And I'm really excited for this one. I think this is the one that I've been looking forward to the most. 2 Horde squads, Ready Raider representing Faralina, and Hell Yeah Brother. I need double. Do we know what server they're from? We'll find out soon enough. But hell yeah, brother, they were looking really good. They are the team that actually sent VC to the lower bracket, and what was a bit of an upset, but they looked really, really good doing it. And I feel like this could be one of those dark horse teams where if they can take down Ready Raider, I mean, if they can take down Ready Raider, they could be the team that ends up just winning this entire thing, which I think would be a big surprise to a lot of people.
For sure. I think I didn't have them on my radar at the beginning of this tournament, but they have put on a convincing show. And yeah, if they beat Ready Raider here, they might be the team to beat in the actual tournament next weekend.
Yeah, you could say... Nah, actually, I'm not going to go there. Never mind.
Wait, why not? Yeah, now I'm intrigued. You can't do that. I speak for everyone watching the stream right now. Everyone that is watching and listening to you, we want to know what you're going to say.
I was just going to make a bad joke, as always, about, hell yeah, brother, not being... no, we weren't ready for the Raiders. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It was bad. There's a reason why we scrapped it. Sometimes you just got to leave your thoughts in the draft. You know what I'm saying, man?
Yeah, I mean, and sometimes I gotta bother you enough for you to bring out those scrapped thoughts.
Yeah,
but
I'll tell you later, man. You know that. I always tell you
fine.
the deeds.
Okay, fine. Let's look at the bracket. Let's see how these two teams got here. Let's look at the journey for Hell Yeah, Brother. They took down Farm and Flirty. They took down Pug Stompers. They took down VC, and now they find themselves in the upper bracket finals. And for Ready Raider, they were a team that beat Iron Horse Brotherhood. They beat Sponsored by Sundrix. These teams that are they're good opponents. We've been seeing them put on quite a show in the lower bracket. I think both Ready Raider and Hell Yeah, Brother have earned their spot in this position. And the winner of this game will make it to that top 2 position. They will get a bye in the championship bracket, and they will make it into the finals of this qualification stage. So lots on the line in this next matchup. And surprise, the game is ready. So we can just hop on in and see which one of these 2 Horde teams gets Alliance. And it's a Ready Raider, an absolute disaster, Rockman. How are they going to come back from this one?
Well, I don't think it's an absolute disaster. It's not like the game's over right now. But I think this is they are a little feels bad man right now. But just so everyone is clear, Hell Yeah Brother is from Earth Fury. They are showing up for that server. If you're a fan of Earth Fury, definitely let people know in chat. You got to support your servers for sure. But yeah, I think the Ready Raider team, they've got the Alliance base, and they say, you know what, this is a disadvantage, but we have it's 3 shamans versus 3 shamans, so it is going to be an absolute fireworks show at Blacksmith. And just I want to remind everybody, the Ready Raider team does have 3 PI priests. So 3 PI priests, 3 shamans versus 3 shamans, and I don't know what all the priest specs are on the other team. So we'll have to see on Hell Yeah Brother what they've got for their priests.
Yeah, I mean, PI, Elemental Shamans. This is going to be a really explosive game, like you did mention. Looks like Beckinsale and Dookie. They're going to be going towards Lumbermill. And let's see how this goes. Right now, both teams kind of splitting up. Horde going towards Blacksmith. Both teams sending a big force over to Blacksmith. 1-1 over down at Goldmine, which is pretty standard. Then about 4-5 for both teams at Lumbermill. So this is going to be an interesting one. I would say the most contested base is going to be that Blacksmith, and the team that can pull out ahead there is definitely going to have an edge. But the thing is, I mean, if you're a team that can pick up Lumbermill really quickly, that means you get to go reinforce Blacksmith. And this battle can be really important too.
Yeah, and you're going to see that power infusion onto Beckinsale. Zane coming in with the big damage. Dookie, need to be careful here. Could be pulling a Venruki almost there. Oh, he does. He actually does right there. Unfortunate for him, couldn't find the ice cube there in time. And now...
Come on, man.
You went there before I did, okay? You gave me the green light here. Zane not having the green light right now, having to use that NS, and Beckinsale getting destroyed by Razor Ord. Blackberry and Xane will follow very shortly, and looks like Hell Yeah Brother are going to be winning the Lumbermill, brother.
And Goldmine. Keck Rec just picked Goldmine. So right now we've got 3 bases, so Blacksmith is going to be the story of the day, and guess who took it? Horde. The Horde have already taken Blacksmith. They have 4 bases. They might actually 4-cap here if they can all 4 turn over.
Okay, well, hell yeah, brother. They're looking good right now. The squad from Earth Fury, we did find out what server they're on. They're going to be on Earth Fury. They're looking absolutely dominant in this position. Exane trying to pull off a hero's maneuver here, but unfortunately does go down, and that does mean, hell yeah, brother. They got it. They got Blacksmith, they got Mine, they got Farm, they got Lumber Mill, and they are looking good. Keck and Wrecked is just kind of toying with Bobka right now. Bobka, of course, does have the opportunity to recap this base. Shattuck's going to be going down in this Mage 1v1. These reinforcements do roll in, and Ready Raider, I mean, they need to figure out something really quickly in this game. They're quite far behind, and these resources are going to start adding up very quickly for hell yeah, brother.
This is a kind of a new situation. What do we call this? Like the golden T or something?
It's still a triangle. It's just a right triangle, right?
Well, it's a triangle with the pointy end. Well, I guess it's a bigger triangle. Yeah, if you look at it like that, it's like a, yeah. All right. Well, Bobka, just chilling in the sap still here. Blackberry and the company here taking the Blacksmith through a huge push, but they get stopped by Zonia at the very last second here. They're going for the cap once again here. They have people on the road. Bean is there slowing everybody. Beck and Sell, they're trying to do what they can, but I don't think they're buying enough time. Omnivore charges in. Reverie gets the assault onto the Blacksmith, and through a miracle here, beautiful positioning, putting everyone out there, they are able to take the Blacksmith, and at the same time, Bobka trying to set up for a potential cap here on GM, but unfortunately for him, he doesn't have enough crowd control for the Locke's Pet as well as the Rogue, so Bobka not going to be getting that base right now. So right now, we got the not-so-golden triangle for the Horde squad here. So they're still in a commanding position, but this one is tough to hold. If you attack LM and GM at the same time, you are likely to give up a golden triangle or a Bermuda triangle, boys.
Well, on the Bobka cam right now, I can see his cooldowns, and even if he had a couple more CC abilities, he still wouldn't have enough because everything is on cooldown. So Bobka right now is going to sit in stealth and buy some time. He pops the Cold Blood. He might go for just a quick deletion on one of these players over here, but he doesn't know that Keck and Wrecked is here in stealth. It looks like he's got his eye set on Dipsy. And can Bobka blow up Dipsy with the Cold Blood Hemo spec? He pops the Blood Fury. He moves into position, and he's going to go for it. There's the cheap shot. There's the Hemo. There's a Thunder Fury proc, and there's the Eviscerate, but it's not enough. He pops the Renatakis. He's so close. And there's the Eviscerate to finish him off with a few combo points left. And Bobka turns his side over to Thales, and he's going to get the kill there as well. And he pops the nade, and he is joined by most of his team, and they're going to be able to take Goldmine pretty handedly unless the Horde team rotates right now.
Ooh, Trickster picks it up. They get the mine, and now they have the not-so-golden triangle, the Bermuda triangle, and it is the Blacksmith, the Stables, and the mine. Not an ideal position. Actually, this is a great position for the Alliance. I think this is a solid spot for them to be. They can rotate between these three bases quite nicely with the bridge that connects Blacksmith with the other two bases, and all of a sudden, Ready Raider, they found themselves in a position very early on where they were behind just one basis to 4, but with a big team fight battle, they were able to swing the momentum at Blacksmith, send big reinforcements, and a big attack, honestly, coming from Bobka, who managed to just initiate and delete someone in that team fight. I think that was a really, really important call, and all the scouting Bobka was able to do definitely allowed them to pull off that kind of maneuver. And now for Ready Raider, they just have to hold on. Nifty Shock is pushing in. He's trying to get it. He gets caught into a nade. Shattuck's going to be shutting that down as he charges towards the enemy team, just blinking in on top of them. But right now, Ready Raider, they have to be careful. They need to just position a little bit closer to the flag, and if they do, I think they're going to be looking good in this team fight.
Yeah, and they have plenty of shamans here to kind of clean up this team fight. And we see Scarborough getting a massive lightning bolt. Earthshock, the chain lightning. He doesn't get the Earthshock there. Could have been another dead target right there. So, these shamans definitely buying a lot of time, pushing the enemy team back. And now Omnivore and Zetox, they found their target here. And we do have the Bobka cam here to the right. What is he going to do right now? There's too many people defending the farm. It's still a lot of people rotating around, so Bobka not going to be able to do too much here. And I think with all of these members from Blacksmith being pushed into farm, that means Bobka is just going to have to wait a little bit longer for the Horde side to group up and make their next move.
Bobka was moving over towards farm, and I know he was licking his lips because a lot of those horde members were running away from that base, but they turned around just in time, and ooh, Lil Scrappy almost knocked Bobka out there. But it's just Bobka here. He's looking at the entire horde team. Bobka, in a best scout, getting eyeballs on the entire horde team, telling his team where they're rotating to, and it looks like they're going over towards Goldmine right now. And Kekin Rekt is doing what he can over towards stables. He walks by Omnivore. Omnivore doesn't spot him, and it looks like it might be a little bit of a rogue capping situation at both stables and farm. We've got double rogue cam up right now.
Double rogue cam. Bobka, sometimes you can just pull this off. You just kind of go right up into the flag, just mosey your way into it, and hopefully nobody sees you. Right click it as your little skeleton man. Let's see if he can do it. Is he going to just go for it? He is. He's just going to try to ninja cap it, and if we don't have these horde defenders paying attention, he might be able to actually grab it, but I think he's been scouted immediately, and he gets caught into the Moonfire. Great job there by Fups. Not going to be sleeping on the job this time, as we've seen some defenders have in the past. I mean, I, of course, am guilty of it myself. It has happened. Happens to the best of us, but we have this horde squad. Hell yeah, brother. They're going to be trying to make something happen, but they're caught in a very difficult situation. They're between all three nodes, just fighting in the middle of the road, and they're actually just going to be rotating down to the mine, but once they commit down to the mine, they're going to be stuck in this position. And I think Ready Raider at this point, they have enough players positioned well enough that they can actually defend this as well. They can get some reinforcements. There's a few players that are going to be able to jump down, and we'll see. Right now, actually, Ready Raider is losing a lot of members. Dookie might just go down. Big chain lightning with the Earth Shock's going to be landing. And slowly but surely, hell yeah, brother is pulling ahead in this team fight. Right now, Ready Raider, they definitely need some spawns. And it looks like the graveyard will spawn. That's the reinforcements that they do need, but we'll see if they can hold on.
Yeah, but they only got healers here. Finally, some DPS members arriving, and now they're going to have Zetox here immediately. 2 auto attacks on that priest takes him down. Zetox dropping dangerously low here, but he has Reverie, he's got Trickster, he's got all of the healers on his team here with him, and he is going to be able to survive here for a little bit longer. And now look at DJ Hamstring here, trying to spin the flag like a turntable, going in with the Whirlwind, just doing as much damage as possible. But DJ Hamstring is going to return back to the booth, and Omnivore is going to be victorious here, looking for nifty shocks, but he's taking a lot of damage there, Omnivore, from this elemental shaman. So much chaos here in the gold mine. A very, very back and forth fight, but it seems to be under control here for Ready Raider. They've sent in enough people, and look at the Bobka cam. Bobka looking for the opportunity here, but there's Pups right there, was going for a ninja cap there at Blacksmith. Of course, Bobka has no idea if Fups is here defending or if he's at Blacksmith, so he's not going to be going for that same move he did earlier, despite the fact that the farm is actually unguarded, kind of. Oh no, Fups is going to stop right there at the edge and just stay on max range, so it will be defended.
This is a very interesting thing going on at Goldmine. I don't know why both of these teams are fighting over Goldmine like it's Blacksmith. This is the least valuable node to be taking, and the Horde keeps sending people in here. Hell yeah, brother, keep sending in reinforcements. They really want this Goldmine, and I'm not sure if that's the play. I feel like they want to send their team to Lumbermill, slow fall down to Blacksmith, and have a second group in a 2-pronged attack on Blacksmith. You have Lumbermill, you have farm. Goldmine right now isn't the objective. And I think this is heavily playing into the favor of Ready Raider.
Yeah, and let's see. Right now, Ready Raider, they're doing a great job defending mine. And like you said, I mean, mine, not necessarily the most important node, but at the same time, sometimes you got to just take what you can get, right? And unfortunately, they're not even able to get that, but that does mean they have an opportunity here. And I think if they can get, maybe the idea is this, if they can get enough people to go down to mine, then maybe their res at farm, they could make a push on Blacksmith and have an edge in that team fight. But it looks like Ready Raider should be able to reinforce. A lot of members are here. Bean, Shadex, Reverie in a position. They don't have the numbers edge right now, and some of the reinforcements are being cut off, but I think the Alliance, I think Ready Raider should be able to hold on to this one. Nifty Shock's going for it. He gets caught into a nade. Got to be focusing on this team fight, and let's see if the Horde are really setting anything else up. They do have 2 going down to mine, so I like this split strategy. Go after Blacksmith, the main point of contention, but also send a little bit of an offense down to mine to make something happen.
Yeah, and we're going to see Keck and Wrecked here trying to make something happen. He's going to go for the cap, but Dookie is there. He's going to force him to, Xane dispelling the blind here, potentially with his totem, waiting for it to pulse. There it is. Xane finally gets Dookie out of that blind there, and Dookie now being caught up in the sheep. Keck and Wrecked now is going to open onto Xane. Big damage coming in here from that mage rogue duo, and Dookie and Xane getting kind of destroyed here, but that's a triple DR sheep. Dookie's going to use the ice cube right there, and he's going to go ahead and stop Keck and Wreck. Xane now back in the fight here, uses the gnomish cloaking device right here, gets AoE'd out by the sapper charge, but he connects with the frost truck into the Cone of Cold. Dookie has the sheep. They got situation under control. Xane now pumping in. Look at that lightning bolt, crossbow damage, disintegrating that mage right there.
Yeah, insane damage from Xane and Dookie. They're able to hold down Goldmine, but again, that was a 2v2. So really, neither team taking advantage to defend that base or attack it. It is a net loss for Team Hell Yeah Brother. But they really do want to get together. I would recommend Lumber Mill down to Blacksmith, or even doing a hard split push into both stables and Blacksmith at the same time, and maybe you pick up Blacksmith in the meantime. But right now, Sweaty Fingers and Nifty Shocks are thinking about moving into stables, but there's Danny Baby and Booze, and those are two guys you do not want to be walking into, as Booze right now has the Berserking buff from stables.
Yeah. Let's see if he can take advantage of that at all. I mean, it's a kind of a devastating thing. But still, Ready Raider, they're pulling out further and further ahead in this match. It's still close enough, though, that Hell Yeah Brother can come back in this one. But this Faralina squad looking solid in their defense, in their rotation. They have players on the road. I like this. It's similar to what we just saw VC kind of pull off, where you have some players in a very forward position, and they're just basically doing scouting work. Bobka right now, we can just call numbers. Okay, look, they have about 8 or 9 that are at Lumber Mill. They're all rotating back to farm. Okay, let's all get in position. It looks like they're going to be hitting mine, and just look at the map. Everyone starts getting into position, and I think that kind of scouting, that kind of communication is really, really key in the battleground. And you can see the Hell Yeah Brother, they're being cut off on the road, and this is a great position to be in. Dookie right now on that mage, going to be able to get out lots of Noahs, lots of snares, and just kind of, it makes it really obvious when everyone is dismounted and they're forced to fight in the road. Makes it really obvious for the defenders where the enemies are going to be going, where they're sending most of their offense. They haven't really committed at this point, though, so just keep in mind, Hell Yeah Brother, they still have a few options, but being caught in the middle of the road, maybe they could jump over the water and go to Blacksmith. Maybe they jump down to mine. But if they lose a few members on the road, it's definitely not the position you want to be in.
Yeah, and actually they CC both of the mages there as they were about to engage, and they were able to slow down the mages from slowing themselves down, and now they actually got a lot of members down into Blacksmith, so Bobka is going to have to buy a lot of time here. Valley Doc doing what he can here. Bobka has to exit from stealth here. Reveries with him, though, so they are able to stop the initial people here. DJ Hamstring, he is going to be swimming with the fishes there, and Nifty Shocks about to join him here by the looks of things. If Zetok's going to get a few more swings, he's just taking him down slowly as he's moving towards his next target. Mustaro is now entering the fight, but he gets sheep. Zetok's not going to be breaking that one, and you'd love to see that, where it cancels his auto attack to not break your sheep. Unlike Omnivore over here, he's going to go ahead and just immediately break that. He's going to be in a 2v1 situation here on the outskirts, but it's looking like Ready Raider are holding on to the Blacksmith for now. They got plenty of defense, and they should be able to spin that flag, especially with those reses coming out. And now instead, it's going to be all about this fight here on Goldmine, but Bean is here, and he is one of the absolute hunter legends in this game. If a base is defended by Bean, I would honestly just not even bother going there.
And going to Goldmine isn't that valuable. As I said earlier, I would have loved to have seen Ready Raider just give Goldmine to this Earth Fury squad, Hell Yeah Brother, and smash into Lumber Mill and take Lumber Mill. Trade Goldmine for Lumber Mill, and now you've got that almost a triangle, because you still have to take farm as well. But I think having both Blacksmith and Lumber Mill is way more important than just having Goldmine.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know much, but I do know this. I think Stables, Lumber Mill, and Blacksmith still makes a triangle if you put them together.
Oh no, it's not just about being a triangle. It's just the distance between Goldmine and Stables is much more than Lumber Mill and Farm. That's the thing. It's not
Yeah,
just
of
the
course.
shape of a triangle that's important. It's the proximity of the three bases.
Well, I'm also just kind of messing around. Anyways, yeah, this blacksmith fight still going on at this point, and it looks like Ready Raider will be able to hold on to the mine. But I do like the hell yeah, brother. They're putting a lot of pressure right now. A lot of the defenders on the alliance side of Ready Raider are they're distracted at the mine. So this is the situation that they wanted to set themselves up in. If they can get a pick on LOLQQ, look at this. I mean, they need to loot the bodies. They need to go to the graveyard if they can. Dookie blinks over. He gets the silence into a sheep, allowing Reverie to push forward. Reverie wants to get those Moonfires out. The very valuable Moonfire's grounding total comes down. Nifty Shock's looking for a Chain Lightning. Unfortunately, it gets stopped, and it looks like he will get dropped as well. And now Ready Raider. That was a close call. Hell yeah, brother. Good distraction tactics, but it was just a little bit short in this one.
Yeah, and we are approaching the golden point of no return, or the critical mass, whatever you want to call it. At this point, the Ready Raider are sitting nice and pretty here. They need to hold on for a little bit longer, and then they're going to have that kind of insurance kicking in that even if they do lose a base, they're still going to be able to just win with just the 2. So for them, it is very important right now to defend this blacksmith with all of their power. And Zetox, he is definitely a big member of this team, and he's doing a great job so far, spinning the flag, making sure that no one is getting any sneaky caps here. But the Horde side is overwhelming here. Zetox is by himself, buying a lot of time. He gets one final swing, one final anti-cap, and now Reverie is just charging in here. I'm not sure if that is the play there. They hadn't clicked the flag just yet, but Reverie feeling strong, feeling beefy on that Druid, just going to tank heals, and look at the damage from these Sappers, from these Mages, from the Holy Novas. There's the Chain Lightnings, and we see a complete domination here on the blacksmith. Another member is going to fall, another Chain Lightning is going to come out, more people getting zapped, and hell yeah, brother, they are definitely not going to be getting this blacksmith anytime soon.
Well, I tell you what, they didn't get the flag, but they did put a big old pile of skeletons right around it, and it might make it easier for them to click the flag later because they can hide inside their own bones, because there is a mountain of corpses at blacksmith from that damage.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, actually, hell yeah, brother, they're trying to make a play. The last ditch effort here onto Stables. Let's see, maybe they can do it. Lots of rotations coming in from the blacksmith, but they are pulling ahead in this fight, trying to take down Booze. Bobka there as well with the gouge, with the blind. Booze eating a big Chain Lightning. A second Chain Lightning gets dropped, but look at this. Scarborough, Dookie, Blackberry, LOLQQ, Beckinsale, Shad, Trickster. Can basically just name off everyone on this team. They've rotated back, and it looks like they will be able to hold on. A small little skirmish squad for the Horde side between mine, Stables, and Blacksmith right now. Unfortunately, really not able to get too much done, and this defense is looking unbreakable here for Ready Raider. And hell yeah, brother. I mean, the way this game is playing out is looking like they might be going down to that lower bracket unless they can figure out something quickly.
Yeah, and they are running out of time, like you mentioned. We're gonna see Ready Raider. They're about to cash in on their pension here soon with that 2-base win. And Exane here, and Beam getting mind control. Exane getting gouged. This could be the opportunity here to steal the gold mine. If Exane put in a full blind, Beam is not gonna be able to make it out of that mind control cap. And this is gonna be a clean cap here. Fops and Keck and Wreck put their team back into the fight, but this is the question now. Has the insurance kicked in? Has the pension started to roll in here for Ready Raider? We're going to have to wait and see here what we can conclude here, and also if they can even get the base, because there's a lot of members here, and Exane gets a fatty Chain Lightning right there to erase one of them.
The Horde definitely need to send more here. There is no one anywhere close to getting over here. And if the Alliance team can wipe these last Horde members and turn this flag back over, all they did was buy their team some time, but they didn't secure a third base, and that is what they really need to do. And they might even look at having to get 4 bases, to lock down 4 bases to actually turn this game around and secure it. But I think Team Ready Raider, the Alliance team, they're almost at that 1800 mark where you hear the fantastic gong noise. It is a gong, and and I think it's game over at that point.
Ooh, Bobka. Is he going to be able to get it? He's going for it. I don't know. it's looking like 100% chance. There's no one there to actually stop him. So I don't know how it would be even possible unless he nudged his own keyboard to stop that one. So right now they're looking good. They pick up another base to add insult to injury. We hear the magic flute, and right now, Ready Raider, they are really solid here. And the nade comes in. They're trying to get Blacksmith, but you can see what happens. One turns into an Angel. Z-Talk's going to be moving forward as well. And just kind of kiting around this base. And this game is just looking great for Ready Raider. And you have to, I mean, you really do have to give it up for Ready Raider in this one. They were quite far behind at the beginning of the game, but with a good team fight at Blacksmith and then a really good rotation down to the mine, they were able to come back in this one and kind of just secure their lead, have a solid defense, and they managed to hold on.
Yeah, they definitely played a phenomenal game here, and despite being on the Alliance side and having that awful opener, they were able to overcome the... Oh, they actually lose the Blacksmith. Wait, did we speak too soon? Is this the 5 cap coming out from? Hell yeah, brother. Kick and wreck. Is he going to sap Bobka and defend the base right now? No, he's going to get converted here, and they're going for it. Kick and wreck is looking for Bobka. Can he find him? If he finds him, he actually might cap it. Bobka actually gets sapped. That is disaster. You're going to lose the lumber mill here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I mean, they literally need to take stables and gold mine too. So I just don't see that happening. They got 2 people running down to the gold mine. They're actually going for the 5 cap. You got to love to see that. Want to buy port. Yeah, he's going to... Was that actually a mage with that name?
Yes.
Yeah, want to buy port, yep.
That's a fantastic name there for a mage. And remember, mages out there, I feel like this is a good time to make some PSAs for all mages. Charge 1.5 gold for your portal. Absolutely nothing under 1 gold. And what are we saying for water, Ben? Is it 3 stacks for 1 gold still, or did the prices go up during the pandemic?
2 stacks and some biscuits.
2 stacks and 18 biscuits for 1 gold. You heard it here, mages. This is what we're charging. Don't undercut each other. You're ruining each other's business.
Well, I would love to know the statistics on this. How many teams have won without the golden triangle? And as much as we meme about triangles, at the end of the day, Azeroth is made out of triangles. So triangles are definitely the name of the game.
Azeroth is made out of triangles?
Yeah, polygons, yeah.
Okay. All right.
All 3D video games are made out of triangles.
Okay, well, you learn something new every day. What I learned from this game is that Ready Raider, even on the Alliance side, they are looking good, and they have earned themselves into that top 2 position. They get a bye in the championship round, and they have earned themselves a position in the grand finals for today, and they will be waiting to see who can battle it back from that lower bracket. And this, for me, makes it really interesting because, I mean, we're going to get a chance to take a look at the bracket, but the way this is basically set up is VC is going to have a rematch against Hell Yeah, Brother. And if that is a rematch, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if they actually were able to learn from what happened yesterday, if they're going to be able to battle it back. But definitely a lot of interesting games in that lower bracket.
Yeah, definitely going to be a bloodbath down there in the lower bracket, but our next matchup should be... is it actually going to be VC? Yeah, VC against Hell Yeah, Brother, right? Or yeah. Did they play against
Lion Share?
Okay, they haven't played Lion Share yet. No, they only played against the Brotherhood. So it's going to be VC against Lion Share, and they have to win against Lion Share. Lion Share has looked like a really scary team so far, and then they potentially get the rematch against Hell Yeah, Brother, which is the team that knocked them down here in the first place. So, and then after that, they potentially would have to go up against the main squad of Ready Raider here. So definitely a big, long, hard-fought battle for whoever is going to be making it through that lower bracket to the good graces of the finals.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see if they can do it. I think a lot of teams very early on in the tournament, myself included, thought VC would be making it to the grand final. So I think anything less than that for them, and I think honestly for VC, anything less than a first place would be disappointing for their squad, for their roster. But they definitely have a tall order ahead of them. They have to go through Lion Share, and then of course they have to go through the team we just saw, Hell Yeah, Brother, who actually put on a really close fight against Ready Raider. And then, of course, Ready Raider in the grand finals right now. They are looking really, really solid. And I don't know if any team in North America is going to be able to beat them. We'll definitely have to wait and see. But our next matchup should be a good one. VC versus Lionshare. What do you think about this one, Rockman?
I'm interested to see what Vampire Clan do differently. I think we saw them in that last match. They came out pretty hot and they wanted to have a convincing win, but I don't think it was convincing enough. I think there was a few moments in there where it was a little shaky, and I wonder what they're going to clean up or what they're going to do differently in this next match.
I think that's what we're all waiting for.
Yeah, I think Lancashire is also a harder team than the Iron Horse Brotherhood Pioneer group. So I'm not sure. That's going to definitely be a close one. And I feel like every time I said it's going to be a close one, it's been a bit of a stomp. So, but this time I really do believe it's going to be a close one. I mean, I did believe that the other times when I said that as well, but now,
this one's different.
This is the real one. This is the real one.
Why is this one different?
Because it's Lion's Share, Whitemane's finest, versus VC, Berlina's Alliance finest.
I wonder
VC
how
Carolina's.
much. I wonder how much a rogue is going to have an impact here. Lion's Share has Dave Vaney. They have a rogue on their team, and Vampire Clan has no rogue at all. They only have Yes Master, and they've mostly been using Yes Master as a defender and not really like a ninja capper. So I wonder how much the Davani cam is going to come into effect in this next match.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy, right? VC, I don't know if this is just something that both VC and Apes thought of, but running very similar compositions, both running a lot of hunters. They're basically running no rogues. And basically what that means is they want to win team fights. They're not going to be going for ninja caps. They want like a pretty solid composition that's just good at getting 3 bases and holding 3 bases. They don't need to go for 4. They don't need to go for ninjas. They don't need to kind of poke and prod like I always say the rogues are doing. They're just always looking for intel, always just trying to apply pressure. But what's interesting is when we did see Apes lose in the finals of that qualifier stage, it was off the back of a rogue capping on them. So Rogue's obviously extremely valuable in these games, and we'll see if Lion's Share and Davani on that Rogue can make anything happen in this game, or kind of the more team fight oriented composition that VC is bringing will be able to pull out ahead.
Yeah, and VC once again here going to be starting off on the Horde side here, so very nice for them. They're going to be having that advantage of being Horde and having a little bit better node positioning on the map. Yes Master is going to be charging into the gold mine to try to set up for that first ninja attempt of the game, and presumably we're going to see Dave Vaney sent in as the attacker, as the champion, so to speak, from Lion's Share, and they're going to be duking it out here on the gold mine. And then, of course, we're going to be seeing a pretty standard strategy here, a bit of a split going in to LM as well as Blacksmith. And we are going to see VC getting that first mind control cap, a big huge. He's going to make his way out of it. Drexer is going to use that ice block, and now there's a fight happening here. But Yes Master already getting the mind control cap and stealing the mine here from Whipped. A warrior trying to defend against the druid, and unfortunately for him, he has been rooted as well as mind control cap, so he's not even following Yes Master around. Yes Master is going to have a nice opportunity here. He scolds the warrior's rocket hammer right there. Very nice play from Yes Master, and now all of a sudden warrior Whipped here is going to activate his free action potion, but so is Yes Master. Both members here with their rocket boots, but a little bit bad pathing there from Yes Master. Means he's not going to be able to make it to this away from this warrior rather for now, and he can't use his bash. He can't really access any of his abilities. He's just sitting in bear form trying to take as little damage as possible. And remember, Yes Master popped his rocket boots a little bit before Whipped, so Whipped should have some uptime here, but as soon as that free action potion runs out, if Whipped hasn't killed Yes Master by then, he's going to be in a world of trouble. And I'm pretty sure he has that Cthulhu sword right there, but it never procced. The nade misses, and Yes Master gets intercepted into the execute and Whipped. This is something I said yesterday. This man has been taking ninja caps of hunters. I said yesterday, don't send a warrior to try to 1v1 bases, but Whipped, he is not your average warrior here. This guy, he has the full package.
Whipped getting very lucky there. Yes Master shifts out of bear form to NS himself, and before he could shift back in, Whipped gets the Edge of Madness proc, and it stuns Yesmaster in caster form, and just one Mortal Strike, one auto brings him down. So really great play from Whip there. Very lucky proc on top of it, but you got to. I believe he even threw a flash bomb in there, eating Yesmaster's fear ward. So in another 5 seconds, flash bomb would be up again. So I wonder if Yesmaster's going to come here and try to fight for this flag back, or if it's a lost cause.
Well, I mean, at this point, the Alliance, they're up 2 bases. Actually, they're not up 2 bases. It is going to be a game where it's 2-2. And in that meantime, it was Lion's Share that actually managed to, I guess, cap farm and delay the Horde from actually being able to get it. But this Blacksmith fight is going to be ever so important. Reinforcements going to be flying down, if they can, from Lumbermill. Still decent pressure coming in from the Alliance, trying to pin down some of the potential reinforcements coming down from Lumbermill. But it looks like VC, they're actually just going to be charging forward, and Lion's Share forced to back up just a little bit, trying to wait for a few reinforcements. But if they're not careful, they might get capped on. And I think if VC find themselves in a situation where they have Lumbermill, they have Farm, they have Blacksmith, they're going to be in a great spot to actually win this game. The Alliance cannot give them ground. They cannot give them Blacksmith. They need to send in reinforcements, and they need to do it fast.
Yeah, they're going to run out of time very, very shortly here if they can't get those reinforcements. And now we're going to see a lot of members falling here. VC looking to, like, they're going to be picking up the Blacksmith here. They do get a nade from downtown. Few God getting it in, but I don't know if they bought enough time. There's no way they make it in here. Drexler is going to be running in with the counterspell, with the Novas, and that should secure the Blacksmith here for VC. Finally do get it here, and that means VC has gotten themselves a golden triangle.
And that's exactly what they want. And they have quite a force here at Blacksmith. They're going to push away these Lion's Share gamers that were walking over the bridge, but they are sending more. It looks like they've got a little group of 6-8 that are moving in right now. And let's see what they can do with it. They're going to walk over the bridge on Blacksmith. They're going to get dismounted here. OG is here to Nova them, and he's going to slow them down. So they're dismounted. They're not going to be able to run towards the flag. So this fight is already in the favor of the Horde team to slow this down, buy time for reses and res waves. OG's going to die here, but he's going to get a last-second polymorph out, a counterspell, and a slow effect. And the Frost Trap procs from one of the hunters here. And now the white main team, they have to walk over this Frost Trap. There's an entrapment proc on the Paladin, and he's slowed down. They've got Curse of Tongues out. And this Alliance team is going to try to fight their way through this, but they have already been whittled down quite a bit.
Yeah, they're pushing in right now, and it might be able to actually get a whipped. He has to stay alive. Keep whipped up. No. Whipped falls the legendary. And that's not going to fare well for this Alliance squad. And the Horde have actually converted Blacksmith now. So now they have the luxury of getting reinforcements. And I like that. VC, they pulled away. They didn't want to lose. They didn't want to overcommit to the fight before they actually had the node and people could spawn. So once it did convert, then they can push in. Then they can try to get really aggressive in this fight, because if they do go down, they're just going to be respawning at this base. So timing is everything in classic Battlegrounds, and the timing for that was exceptionally well done. Now Lion's Share of this Alliance force, they're trying to battle it back here at the Blacksmith, but slowly losing members, and it looks like they will lose 2 more. And this fight's still just going in favor of VC, I would say. Sorry, you're going to be pushing forward. Gets a big, intimidating shout, managing to disrupt the fight quite a bit. And now with more reinforcements arriving, I feel like Lion's Share, they kind of have to not necessarily give up, but they have to go back to the drawing board, as I don't think they're going to be winning this Blacksmith fight.
Yep, the Lion's Share, they're going to just have to back off, disengage from this fight here potentially, and maybe regroup here as VC keeps slowly trickling in from the farm, keeps rising on the graveyard. Might look like the Alliance has the upper edge, but because of the fact that it's just so uncoordinated right now, the Horde members are just spawning over and over again. It's just really not going to work out for them. So right now they are disengaging for a fight onto Lumbermill, and I really like this play here. You start a fight at Blacksmith, and then you go for Lumbermill, and then you keep a couple of people at Blacksmith trying to crowd control the rotation here. And usually the team defending Blacksmith even overcommits a few too many players here, and that's going to give you a nice little pincer you can do here onto the Lumbermill. But VC reading that situation, pulling a lot of their defense right away here, and that means it's going to be a fight on VC's terms, and they're going to be able to engage from both sides here. Cyberthug finds himself behind enemy lines with his team with him, and they're going to be able to do some work here in the back line, and that's going to allow the rest of VC to push in and clean up this fight.
Yeah, that was a great play from Cyberthug, getting a Psychic Scream as the Alliance are pouring in from the Alliance side towards Lumbermill. Drexler had already whittled them down, slowed them, discombobulator raid them, and kept the Alliance from moving in onto this Lumbermill node as quickly and as fast as they wanted to while they were mounted. And there's plenty of Horde backup here, and they're going to kill these Alliance. And I think, again, the Alliance gets shut down by really good peeling by these mages and priests.
Yep, and we'll see if Hugo trying to get some frostbolts out. Let's see what he's able to get done. Big Huge as well during this fight, and it looks like the Alliance, their numbers are dwindling, and the Horde once again will reclaim the lumber mill and force Lionshare to go back to the drawing board. You can see Big Huge is going to be jumping off the cliff, barely holding on, barely able to survive that one. Sorry, he's just going to be chasing him down, saying, nope, you're not getting out of this one. Let's see if he's actually able to reconnect. Cyberthug just going to be jumping down, maybe just... I guess Big Huge, he's going to be a big priority target. Blacksmith right now, let's see if they can actually get it. They're pushing forward. Lionshare, if they can pick up Blacksmith, it's going to be massive. They are capping it right now. They need to stop him. Lear, is he going to get stopped? He's going for it. This would be massive. Let's see if he can get it. He gets naded at the last second. Really, really close. Sorry, he is able to get there in the nick of time. Really close call. That would have put Lionshare back in this game. In terms of resources, they're still not too far behind, but... this is just going to keep going in favor of VC. I think that was a really good attempt, and what a close call that one was.
Yeah, that was a really nice push there from Lionshare. They're making a lot of proactive moves here, you know, and VC, they only have about a 50-point lead so far, so Lionshare definitely making this a competitive game here, looking very good here despite, you know, being the team on the offense, despite being against one of the absolutely hardest teams to defend against. Dave Aney going to go for the Ninja Cap. Yes Master is going to say what's up. Rocket Helm is going to get scolded by Yes Master for the second time today here. Dave Aney is going to be rooted with the Fury Fire. He's got the Rest of Potion ticking. He's trying to get a clean vanish here, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. More debuffs being put on him, and Dave Aney realizing that he is going to go down. He's either going to sink from the hook of Captain.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want to see happen. On top of that, Yes Master with the skulls, he's got those epic plays. He's one of the hardest druids in North America to CC. I have been on many bad ends of trying to CC Yes Master before, but this lumber mill battle is still going on. The Alliance team Lionshare, they do not want to lose this node. They want to take it over from the Horde, and by being able to secure a spot at lumber mill, this Alliance team will have an opportunity to slow fall down to Blacksmith. But they have to secure this node first, and the Horde keep sending them back to the graveyard.
Yeah, they certainly do. And at least that gives them an opportunity to kind of regroup. It's just the team fights are just not going in the way of Lionshare. But that last attempt where they tried to split up the forces of VC, they sent a bit of a squad up to Lumbermill, kept a lot of the defenders there, and then sent a big squad to Blacksmith. Those are the kind of maneuvers we really do need to see. It's just this position is something that is really difficult to overcome. Once you have these three bases, being able to just respawn at the nodes and be able to rotate really, really quickly, it's hard to break that. But right now we do see Lionshare. They're making a charge over from Stables. Let's see where they do decide to go. Are they going to go to Lumbermill? Or are they going to break off and jump over the water and go to Blacksmith? Likely going to be splitting up a little bit of their forces here, but they're just going to be taking the road less traveled. Drexler gets a big Frost Nova right now, and that's the danger of taking this road. Is mages, hunters, they can be really disruptive and just slowing you down and splitting up your forces.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can be kind of a ninja there in Lumbermill. You can just jump down with a slow fall or just jump down and blink before you reach the ground and get a nice clean initiation and just slow down multiple people. And that is the name of the game in Aratha Basin. As soon as you have the lead, you just want to waste your opponent's time. You can do that through multiple things. If you are on VC, you don't really have a rogue, so you can't exactly send a rogue around to ninja stuff. But here we see a nice ninja attempt here, whipped, going for Lumbermill, and he gets it. They have broken the triangle here. The golden triangle from VC has been broken, and now we have the not so golden triangle here in favor of Lionshare. But Cyberthug might get it here. Can he get it? No, he gets a concussive shot. He gets sniped from downtown, and more more members here from Lionshare are trickling into the lumber mill. Dave Aney looking for an attempt here, maybe anticipating that Yes Master might rotate because there's pressure on other sides of the map. He's making sure, is Yes Master home? Knock, knock. Yep, he is. Dave Aney, unfortunately, not going to be able to do too much here. He goes for the gouge, but he gets rooted here, vanishes out of the root, but he has a Fury Fire, so he's going to be able to break the root, but not break out of stealth. He gets big, massive crits there, but Yes Master with a big, equally big heal manages to top himself, and now Captain is in the back line, and Dave Aney once again here not going to be able to make it out of there. Yes Master actually abolishing poison on himself there before he cleanses Captain out. I'm not sure if that was like a misclick or he wanted to actually dispel a poison there so he wouldn't die or something. Either way, BC hold on to the farm, and Lionshare, they are able to pick up the lumber mill. What a statement it would be if Lionshare can win against VC 2 times, especially considering how close it was the last time these two teams fought in the upper bracket.
Yeah, Lionshare, their onslaught onto Lumbermill was really successful on the back of Fuego XD, the human mage. He pops a lip in the middle of that skirmish, and he starts doing massive AoE damage, a sapper, arcane explosions, cone of colds, and his name is Fuego, but he is Frost in this battleground. And really, it was him that did most of the damage in that fight on top of the flag. So hats off to Lionshare. They secured Lumber Mill, but now they have to capitalize on this. And to be able to take Blacksmith, your rezzers at Lumber Mill have to slow fall down, and you have to send bodies.
Mine.
But Slippery steals mine in the middle of all of that. And there is plenty of horde here at Goldmine right now.
Yeah, that was a big battle. Really good push there by VC. They managed to just jump down in a bit of a surprise attack, just kind of blitzkrieg that node, and they were able to just pick it up. And it looks like, once again, the VC find themselves in a situation where they have 3 connected nodes. Unfortunately for them, the mine isn't as good as the lumber mill, but still, I mean, if you're in this situation, you're ahead on points, you are not going to be upset with this result. And for Lionshare, it's got to be a bit disappointing for them, but it is just so hard, especially against a team like VC. It is so hard to defend both the lumber mill and the mine at the same time. It's just so easy to rotate from that central objective. And that's why we do often see those 2 nodes being picked up from any team that has both of them. Now, at this point, we do see Lionshare. They're going to be making a bit of a push for the Blacksmith. And actually, Sonic Brewery might be able to actually grab it. He gets sniped by an arcane shot from far away. And it looks like they will be able to hold on, but still a great force here from Lionshare, really putting out a lot of pressure on VC. They need a res. They need a res very quickly, as their members are just being consistently dropped here. Slippery is going to be moving forward. Cyberthug might actually get dropped. They can deny the heals. Big Shadowbolt comes in, and he will get dropped. But now the reinforcements have arrived, and it looks like VC has held on just long enough.
Yep, and Dave Aney is going to try to join the fight here. They're trying to keep them at the graveyard. So far, both teams have been playing a phenomenal game. Both teams coming up with ways to steal away a base, and then all of a sudden, we can see VC coming up with an equally impressive maneuver to claw their way back into the game. Right now, VC have a decent lead here, and they're making a pretty good statement for themselves, but they need to make sure that they are spinning this flag. Dust Piece going to be throwing out the nade there, making sure that no flag is getting capped. But as a Warlock, none of your dots actually break people from capping that flag. So you have to use things like the Death Coil or the Shadow Burn, like we just saw Dust Piece do right there. And obviously things like the nade. And Dust Piece is going to get slaughtered, but I do think they have ultimately bought enough time here for themselves on the side of VC to not let that base slip away from their grasp. But now instead, we have a kind of a ninja attempt here on the side of Goldmine, but Fearwind and Lexemic are in control here, and it looks like VC are going to be able to hold all bases for now.
Does Peasy even breaking out the old wand there and wanded down the flag capper to prevent that cap? That is the most effective way to slow down a capper, but always the grenade is a good option because you can grenade from much further away than a wand can attack somebody. But the Horde are going to secure Blacksmith, and now the Alliance, they've reformed its stables, they've rezzed, they've buffed up, and it looks like they're mounted up, and they're going to head towards Goldmine.
Yep, and let's see. Are they going to commit Goldmine? Are they going to split and go Blacksmith? And I just really like the VC. They always have Drexar in particular on that mage, just slowing people down. He gets polymorphed onto Whip. Whip no longer going to be able to kind of lead that charge. And there isn't that many defenders at mine right now. We have a lot of VC, a lot of vampires at Blacksmith kind of holding down the fort, and they're ready to rotate if they need to. But Lion's Share, they haven't really committed. One jumps down, Devani, and Lear at the same time is kind of pincering. Sonic Brew going down to the road, and it looks like they are finally committing here, but a lot of the reinforcements being cut off. So they sent down about 4 members, 5 members, 6 members down to the mine, and everyone else is just kind of gatekeeping anyone from the Blacksmith. I really like this tactic. This is looking good. They might be able to actually pull it off. Devani going for the cap. They need to take down people quickly. If you're going to be just poking, they need to actually get killing blows. I don't think they're going to be able to crowd control everyone. Just go for big burst damage, get those killing blows, loot their bodies, send people to the graveyard, the spawning point. They can shut that down. Those reinforcements could have been an opportunity to cap, but it looks like finally VC is going to be able to break through those kind of gatekeepers on the road, reinforce the mine, and they should be able to hold on.
Yeah, it looks like GC once again are going to be able to hold that defensive positioning, and they have been a really good team when it comes to defending. So the fact that Lion's Share are actually going for these caps, they're able to potentially, at least put up a fight here against VC is definitely a big statement in of itself. But I think the problem for Lion's Share right now is the fact that they don't have that Blacksmith, and VC are just getting more and more points here. The more time they're spending at this gold mine, I need to see somebody from Lion's Share attack a different base. They can't just send an entire squad here to try to ninja cap or try to brute force a cap on gold mine. This is just not working. VC just keeps rezzing, keeps slowly withering them down, and all of a sudden you wasted enough time to buy yourself like 200-300 more resources if you are VC. So for them this is just fantastic. If they can just keep rotating in and out and just keep poking like they have, then this is just exactly what they want to do.
And Sonic Boom is refusing to leave this flag. He's been constantly clicking it and interrupted, and I think he's finally going to go down to the AoE from these Vampire Clan. But again, the Alliance take the lead here. Look at this. They get plenty of kills. A huge Nova out. I believe that was Fuego XD that got a huge Nova on the Horde Rezzers, but it was not enough as Soryu popped the free action potion and walked down to the flag and was able to interrupt that cap.
Yeah, ooh, it's close. Lear's going to get dropped as well. This is very back and forth here. Fuego is going to be moving forward to the graveyard and see what he can do. He gets counterspelled immediately. Drexler is absolutely shutting him down, and he's just waiting to res. He sees Fuego there. He just puts him into silence with the counterspell, puts him in a Nova, and Fuego is looking like, hey, he was seeming like, hey, I want to get this done. I'm going to be able to cut off the reinforcements, but got absolutely destroyed and wasn't able to get that job done. And now, as a result, mine is looking good. And where are the openings? I mean, Crime right now in a bit of a 1 versus 1 situation, and actually a 2 versus 1 situation, as he tries to just put on a little bit of pressure here to the lumber mill. And I like that. And Mage isn't going to be super effective in this kind of situation, trying to 2 versus 1, a Hunter and another Mage. But at the same time, the fact that they're still sending a little bit of an offense, Blacksmith right now in contention as well. JFat might actually go down whipped, leading the charge, that legendary warrior. And he's been a really, really important member for this team so far. But once again, the reinforcements have arrived, and VC is looking solid in their defense.
Yeah, Whip, he's just in this fight right now, trying to make something happen here in Blacksmith, just kind of slapping Runic here with his axe, but unfortunately he is going to go down to, I don't know if that was a Soulfire, I think it was, a massive hit of damage there, and now we're going to see Sonic Brew trying to go for the little ninja attempt there, but unfortunately for him, not going to work out for him. Him and Big Huge are going to have to potentially try to disengage here. Cash Hundo now moving in here to try to potentially slow down all the people that are gathering from the farm side, but there are more and more resources here moving towards Blacksmith, and it looks like we are going to have a big slugfest here. Big Huge once again going for the huge play here, for the huge click, but both of these paladins, they're definitely not as sneaky as they think they are, and while they're clicking here, their members are taking a lot of damage here, and we can see a lot of these members on the Vampire Squad are actually taking a lot of damage when they have people on the graveyard, but I don't know if it's just too little, too late here. Whipped fears up crime here on the side, and there's no way Whipped is going to survive that. I mean, that's a warrior versus a mage. I've seen Whip take down hunters, and I've seen him take down rogues, but I draw the line there at the mage. That's not going to happen. And now we are going to see VC just able to hold on a little bit longer here at Blacksmith, doing a phenomenal job moving back, poking whoever is clicking, and then moving back again. And for them, I think at this point, it's going to be 4 bases if Lion's Share wants to be able to advance in this game.
And this is playing directly into Vampire Clan's hand. They're sending bodies over to Blacksmith, and Vampire Clan is doing a significant work on them, just continuously sending them back to the graveyard, which they res and run back to Blacksmith. And this is doing nothing but buying Vampire Clan more time and a bigger lead on resources. And even though it's 3-2 bases, they have a 400 resources lead. And if Lion's Share want to turn this around, they have to probably 5-cap at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, just with the way the pacing of this game has been going, the 5-cap looking like it's probably not going to happen. So things are looking good here for VC and their journey. I mean, we talked about the journey they have to go through Lion's Share. Their next opponent, I believe, is going to be Hell Yeah Brother. And then if they can take that down, they can make it back into the graces of the grand final. But definitely a difficult road, but this is a nice win by them, playing the Alliance on the Horde side of the map. Very convincing. They managed to get the golden triangle very early on in the game with Lumbermill. As soon as they did lose it, they kind of regained composure, went down to the mine, picked that up, and at that point, they've just been able to hold on to these 3 bases with a few attackers, like Crime, just attacking Lumbermill, putting pressure there, but the rotations have looked really good from VC, and they're looking like a really focused team today.
Yeah, VC definitely stepping up from what we saw yesterday. Whipped. Is he going to get this base from Runic? Nope, the nade from downtown is going to hit him. There's a captain, there's a pet as well, and there's a Drex there. There is no way. If a warrior ninjas BS, I'm just re-rolling order at that point. And then I've seen it all, you know. And speaking of things that have seen it all, Lion's Share have seen all of their matches because they will be eliminated. This is a lower bracket game, so they're not going to be out of the competition. Well, they're out of this competition, but this is the qualifier, and they have qualified for the championship, which is going to be next week. So for Lion's Share, it's not going to be the last we see of them, but it is going to be the last we see of them for this weekend. And for VC, I mean, now they're going to be going up against the team that actually put them here in the lower bracket in Hell Yeah Brother. And then we're also having a Ready Raider kind of waiting in the wings. So definitely a tough road ahead for these teams in the lower bracket. But VC are able to, get the first kind of piece of the puzzle in the right place here.
Yeah, taking the first step. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that was a convincing win. I mean, they held the 3 bases and they quickly adapted to after losing Lumbermill. And I wonder if they're going to be able to keep up this momentum against Hell Yeah Brother.
Against Hell Yeah Brother. I mean, that really is the question. Hell Yeah Brother is the team that actually did send them down into the lower bracket. And VC, they're going to be looking for revenge. They're going to be looking to set up that grand finals between them and Ready Raider. If they can do it, really is going to be the question. And I mean, the story of this game, you can see it. They held on to the 3 bases. They were winning team fights. VC looking really solid in this 27-minute long match. And yeah, I mean, that was just one step in the direction towards a long journey to actually win this qualifier round. But once again, got to give a round of applause to Lion's Share. They did make it into that top 6. We won't be seeing any more from them today, but next weekend we will get the opportunity to see them once again. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to seeing any kind of adaptations they make in their strategy and how they can come back against a team like VC. And I kind of already mentioned it. That's one of the reasons why I do like this format so much is these teams do get an opportunity after losing to go back to the drawing board, figure out what went wrong, and try to come back with their best foot forward. But our next matchup is going to be VC, and they will be going up against Hell Yeah Brother. This rematch, I mean, we can kind of preview this match a little bit. Rockman, for this specific match, What do you think we're going to see VC do? What do you think the big changes are going to be from the last time these two teams did meet?
Well, in their first meeting, Team Hell Yeah Brother won Blacksmith pretty handedly. And I think also these last two games that Vampire Clan played, they were playing from the Horde base. So they're going to have the Alliance base in this next match, and they are going to be going against a Horde team with a bunch of Shamans. And I wonder if they're going to do anything differently. If they're going to if they lose the initial Blacksmith engagement, are they going to continue throwing bodies at it, or are they going to adapt and go for a different strategy and maybe force a big lumber mill battle that they can slow fall down from? And I think a lot of teams that lose Blacksmith, that's been their success, is taking lumber mill and using that as a way to transition to Blacksmith.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they're going to be able to put all of that together, what adaptations they are going to be making. Definitely an uphill battle for VC, but I think they're a team that is up to the task. But before we get to that match, we're going to be going to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I was muted. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Classic Fall Conquest. We are in the North American qualifiers right now. There's only 3 teams left. One of them, Ready Raider, they have already earned their spot in the grand finals. Now we're in the lower bracket where we have Hell Yeah Brother versus VC, a rematch from the upper bracket where Hell Yeah Brother did win earlier on in the tournament yesterday. And now VC, they have an opportunity to redeem themselves and try to pull away with a win. Zico, what do you think is going to be the key to VC actually coming back with a win in this one?
It's got to be if they get the Horde side. And I mean, they can't, so. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I think the start is going to be very important, though. Jokes aside, I think obviously VC is going to have a little bit of a disadvantage there, but if they can get a good rotation in and win the fight at BS, I think that's going to be big for them. And I think in order to win that fight on BS, they're going to have to win the fight at Lumbermill as well. So if they can win the fight at Lumbermill and then slow fall down, drop down to BS, reinforce the fight there, that's usually how we see teams kind of establish that golden triangle right away. And if they can do that, we've seen what happens. Once they get those bases, they're usually pretty good at holding on to them. Very rarely, teams take a base from them without VC, defending the base or at least trading somewhere else, like in the last match. So for VC, it's just all about getting those 3 bases and then holding them. And for the other squad, if they can get a big opener, I think VC's comp kind of they have to do some smart team fighting to kind of make it back into the fight if they end up losing that start.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. So, a nice little sip. What are you drinking right now?
Just some coffee,
Coffee getting hyped up,
coffee
getting ready
beans.
for the games. Yeah.
Do you like my coffee beans blonde? You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know what you mean, but I guess you like,
Espresso.
That's good. Okay, well, there you go. We're going to be hopping into this game really, really soon. And it is one of those things where we talk about the blacksmith fight a lot, but I think it's something interesting you kind of were alluding towards, Rockman, is winning the lumbermill fight is actually really, really important. If you win that lumbermill fight, you immediately, not only do you pick up that base, but you get an opportunity to rotate to blacksmith even quicker. So if you are a team that dominates lumbermill, that means that not only do you get that very important node, but it also gives you an opportunity to slow fall down, reinforce blacksmith, and give your team an edge in that team fight. So kind of a double whammy with that one, and that's why we see so many teams commit 4 or 5, whereas for the mine, they're only sending really 1, because the problem with mine is even if you win mine, it's going to be really difficult. It's going to be a long journey to go back to blacksmith, and I think that's the overall strategy of the game and why we see these teams kind of commit the players that they do at the beginning of the game. But lower bracket game, winner of this game will be making it to the grand finals. VC versus Hell Yeah Brother in a rematch, and let's see if VC can come back.
I'm also interested to see if Keck and Rekt can be successful on attacking these flags against these stout hunters. Will Keck and Rekt be able to get a ninja cap in this match?
All right, let's see if Keck and Rekt can put the ninja caps into full effect here and carry Hell Yeah Brother to victory here against VC. The gates are open. The show is live. Keck and Rekt moving to the gold mine where Yes Master most likely is going to be his opponent. And so far, Yes Master has been coming out a little bit ahead on that gold mine, especially against these rogues. So we'll see if Keck and Rekt can manage to land, a mind control cap or a rocket helmet here onto Yes Master. So far, he's been doing a great job with that Skull of Impending Doom. And we are going to see the teams sending a big force here to Lumbermill and Blacksmith. And we're going to see the standard opener here with the Rogue and the Druid kind of looking for each other. I'm not sure about Keck and Rekt's positioning here. He's definitely maybe making his way to stables, actually, to try to ninja that instead. I'm not sure. He's a little bit hesitant here, but we do see a full fight happening here in Lumbermill.
And he just took fall damage there, and I don't think Yes Master sees him. Oh, Yes Master had him targeted, but he didn't get the Fairy Fire out. So Keck and Rekt taking some fall damage there, getting very lucky that Yes Master didn't have a Fairy Fire loaded up. And right now we've got a little stealth battle. Who's going to walk over each other first? They both have the stealth detection elixir going, and I wonder if somebody put on a little cat's eye goggles as well.
Yeah, cat's eye goggle. Just trying to get as much stealth detection as he possibly can. And it actually does look at Kekenrek. He realizes they pulled their defender. He's just going to go straight for stables. He pops the sprint immediately. He's going straight for the enemy line. Let's see if he can get there. If he can get to stables, he just mounts up. He's going for it, and he's going to get the base. I don't think there's anyone that can stop him. I mean, maybe a res could happen. It is possible that someone reses at stables, but Kekenrek, this is a beautiful play. He's going to give up mine, but at the same time, he wasn't going to win that 2 versus 1 anyways, and as a result, he's just going to go. He's going to get stables, and that's going to put his team in a good spot.
Absolutely phenomenal decision making there. You could tell maybe that's why he had that pathing in the start where he was kind of looking at stables, making sure, okay, I need to know who is their goalie. If I ever see him leave, that's going to be the base I'm going for. And very smart play there. Now Captain making his way back here. He's going to have to 1v1 this rogue. He gets blinded on the scatter, which means he's not going to get the trap, and the pet might not even keep him in combat. No, Kekenrek forced to use the advantage right there, but there's a dog chasing him in stealth. There's the beautiful goblin rocket helmet, but it gets Skull of Impending Doom here by Captain. Now Captain moving in, gets gouged. Kekenrek trying to get some distance. Captain drops the freezing trap, gets it, and he's going to defend the base. And Yes Master he's getting the nice Restopod by Kekenrek, but Yes Master's getting the farm here. And Kekenrek might lose this 1v1 to Captain. That would be disastrous.
Kekenrek using the resto pot there for the freezing trap against Captain, but Captain living action potions out of the cheap shot, and he's trying to do some damage. He pops evasion, and Captain has a deterrence going of his own, and this is actually a really close duel. He gets the counter attack, and he gets the auto shot to finish him off, and now Captain's going to cap this flag and take stables back, but Kekenrek immediately reses, goes for the shoot bow on Captain. I'm the hunter now, Kekenrek says to Captain, and now Captain gets a conch shot on him, and he's going to pick up the boots from inside the hut. He puts a flare down, scatter shots Kekenrek. He's going to go for a freezing trap, and he's going to turn around and try to cap this flag in time before the res goes off.
Ooh, right now, Blacksmith does get claimed in favor of the Alliance, so I would say this is a good position for VC to be in. They've got Blacksmith. They do have Lumbermill. They just reclaimed their stables, and this 4-base lead is looking good for them, but there's no one I feel like they should send at least one mine, send at least one person down to mine, try to just don't give up that base for free, but really prioritizing defending Lumbermill and Blacksmith at this point, and you can't really blame them. Hell yeah, brother, making a big offensive power play here at the Lumbermill. If they could pick up that node, it would be big. But the rest of the map, I mean, if you look, there's no Horde presence anywhere else on the map. Every single one of their members is at Lumbermill or in the graveyard right now. And this big spawn at farm is leaving Goldmine wide open, and also kind of an assault onto Lumbermill if they decide to go for it. And look at them. They are going to be splitting up. They are going to be making a push towards mine, but is it really worth it? I guess they only need to send one. I don't know why they're sending so many people down to mine. I guess they really want to secure that, but this feels like a kind of a misuse of their players.
Well, maybe not, though. There's going to be a lot of reinforcements coming in here from VC, so if they can potentially CC this player or just take him down super, super quickly, they could find themselves in a nice position here. So without getting mind control, Captain is going to back off from that fight, and now what is VC going to do here to respond to the situation? They're just going to give up that base, hold the triangle, and that's going to be a fine decision for them. VC is going to be in a commanding position here, and we talked about it a little bit in the pregame. They're extremely good at holding those bases once they get them. So for VC, it's looking like they might be able to take this rematch here in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, and Drexer here getting in position at the fork, ready to do some AoE, some peeling, some slowing to stop the rotation, but Kekenrek stealths by, and Kekenrek is heading over towards Lumbermill in stealth. He hasn't been caught just yet, and he might actually make a play at Lumbermill. Meanwhile, DJ Hamstring is getting destroyed. DJ destroyed at Blacksmith. He picks up a really big heal there. Blessing and Protection on Dust Peasy. Death Coil on DJ Hamstring. Damage is coming in again. And the Horde looks like they're going to try to take this Blacksmith by going through the backside of Blacksmith instead of going down to Goldmine.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they can get in position. Right now, they did manage to pick up the mine, so that's going to be converting for them. Finally, some resources going to be coming in for the side of Hell Yeah Brother, but we'll see if they can actually get this Blacksmith. Big chain lightnings and lightning bolts coming in from the Shaman. Should have the advantage. Slippery barely holding on. He's getting some big heals from this Paladin. Let's see if he can hold on just a little bit longer. It looks like he will be able to stay alive. Wanted to buy Port, going to cut off any of the reinforcements, the respawning, but unfortunately he does get feared on his mount, and he does get the little Forsaken off, but it's kind of too little too late. I think VC has enough players to reinforce this fight to be able to hold on a little bit longer at Blacksmith, and it seems like they should be able to hold on.
Yep, and should have no problems holding on here, wiping out this push, and we are going to see Fairwind finding Kick and Wreck in the wings, which means that there's not really going to be that much reinforcement. Oh, they actually get the cap here on Blacksmith. Big plays here coming out from Hell Yeah Brother. If they can reinforce this Blacksmith, this could be game winning for them. They have a golden triangle. They have a triangle. They have the Bermuda Triangle, but they need to make sure that they spin this flag. DJ Hamstring, where are you? You need to spin this like it's one of your turntables, and you need to do it quick. Razor Orc is charging in. There he is, DJ Hamstring, absolute legend in the booth and in the battlefield, looking to potentially take down OG here. One more swing should do it, and DJ Hamstring, that big mighty orc, coming in here with big damage. He'll be taking down another healer here together with his mage, and all of a sudden Hell Yeah Brother finds the team fight win they need. They find the node they need, the Blacksmith, here in this game, here in this lower bracket final, when everything is on the line, and now they need to defend it for as long as possible. Anybody going down here is going to be rezzing far away, and it's going to be tough for them to get back here. So for BC, you have a little bit of time here before everybody's going to start trickling in. All of those members just rezzing now on farm. If DJ Hamstring can spin the flag a little bit more here, they are going to be able to get it here. He is an orc, so he's not going to be in that stun for too long, and now Poker is going to be getting stopped there as well on the flag spins, and DJ Hamstring has potentially done it here. I'm not sure if he activated shield wall or something, why didn't take any damage, but now the reinforcements have arrived, and Hell Yeah Brother are looking like they are going to be cleaning up here in Blacksmith.
And what a takeover that was from this Earth Fury squad. Hell Yeah Brother. But they have taken Blacksmith, and now it is do or die for this Alliance team. Vampire Clan have to make a play here. Take gold mines at least, but you really want to take Blacksmith. Blacksmith is the jewel on this map, and you cannot let it stay in the favor of Horde for too long. It looks like they've got some members moving across the water here towards Blacksmith, regrouping. They have a few that are going to be rezzing soon, and it looks like they're also going to send a squad over to Goldmine right now. It is a 4 versus 2. I think they're going to take it pretty handedly over here.
Yes, Master.
Look at Yes Master doing some sneaky things. Sneaky Druid. Is he going to be able to actually get this? Is there anyone defending right now? It looks like there is, so we'll see what Yes Master can actually get done. He gets a mind control cap. And is that enough time? Yeah, Yes Master going for it right now. They need to stop it. He gets caught into a nade. Nicely done there. Skull of Impending Doom as well. This mage doing everything he can in order to defend this base. And this is a very important base to defend. At the same time, Yes Master is assaulting the farm right now. There's an assault over at the mine also. So VC doing a multi-pressure pronged assault here at the mine, at farm. And let's see what they can really get done with it. It seems like so far the Horde have been able to hold on a little bit. Poker right now getting targeted down, but just spamming out heals. There's going to be no pummel found on him. Unfortunately, Yes Master is going to abandon the farm. And now VC, they need to kind of regroup, regather. It looks like the mine is going to be A-okay as well. And they need to kind of set up for their next attack.
Yeah, and we are going to see this fight in Goldmine. It's looking like it's going to go in Hell Yeah Brothers' favor. It's getting drawn out. They got 2 healers here. If they can crowd control them and keep them here, that would be fantastic. But first, they need to take down one of them. Slippery actually still here in the fight. They're actually in a 3 versus 3. They might take down Poker. Poker using that Divine Shield right there to keep himself alive. And now big Elemental Shaman damage coming out onto the Priest here. They're going to be 1-digging that Priest. And now Slippery is going to be next up here on the chopping block. He gets the fear. Cheap shot coming out onto Poker. Slippery super low. He's going to be taken down there by the execute from the Razor Orc, and now it's Poker left. If they can keep Poker here, that would be fantastic, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it with that freedom. Poker looks like he is going to make it out here, unless Keck and Wreck can distract him into a sap or something. I don't see it happening, though. Poker should be able to survive here, and never mind, he gets the long-range nade into the abyss. Keck and Wreck puts another killing blow on the board in favor of his team, and now VC are overwhelming the Blacksmith.
Yeah, Runet comes in, mounted up, drops down in the middle of all these Horde players, and hits a huge sapper, hitting, I believe, 5 or 6 Horde members, doing a ton of damage. But they just got a res out, and they walked through the Blacksmith, dodging Captain's Trap and Drexer's Frost Nova. So it is still very close here, and the Horde are turning things around with that last res wave, and the Alliance are kind of struggling here. I really think they want to take Gold Mine. They might want to send something over to farm and take farm, but they are definitely playing from behind here, and they have to act quickly before these resources get out of control.
I mean, they really do. The thing is, they find themselves in a situation where they were actually up 3 bases. They had Blacksmith, and unfortunately, they just got completely wiped in that team fight, and Blacksmith was able to get turned in favor of the Horde. Now the Horde have set themselves up in a good position. I wouldn't say it's ideal, as mine isn't easily defendable by the Blacksmith and by the farm, but still, it's good enough. And I think if they have solid rotations, they should still be able to hold on. A bit of a force here by VC as they try to make some plays at the gold mine. Kekenrak is just going to kind of stand by idly while his partner goes down, but as long as he can just buy enough time, they have enough people that can just attack the flag, not allow them to cap. More reinforcements have arrived. Some heals coming in as well. An aid. Kekenrak looking like he will be able to hold on. Alias gets caught into the Goblin rocket helmet. But big reinforcements, actually a big reinforcements in favor of the Alliance. They're really committing here to the mine, and the Horde, they have to act very quickly. They need to send more. They need a bit of reinforcements, or Uranus might be able to actually just pick up this flag right now.
Oh, it's looking close here. Can they get it? They do get it. Poker gets the node right here, and now all of a sudden, I feel like if you're the Horde team here, you send a massive hit squad to LM actually, and then that way you can trade the base here, and you're going to get yourself a golden triangle. And unfortunately for them, they're not able to do that. So VC making a nice push here to just keep attacking BS and Goldmine at the same time until one of them cracks. And it is going to be the Goldmine here. Kekenrak waiting in the wings, but he has a Hunter's Mark on him. Captain is onto him, and he is trying to make him walk that plank right there. Kekenrak trying to run away, but I don't think he's going to be able to make it too far. And now he's instead trying to get aggressive here onto Captain. He gets a cheap shot. Big damage going to come out here onto Captain. DJ Hamstring looking a little bit lost right now. I'm not sure exactly what he wants to do here. He just wants to float around, wait for his team. They're going to set up a big push here onto Lumbermill. So Kekenrak and these guys staying here is fantastic so far for the squad of Hell Yeah, brother. Captain taking a few more hits here. Can they get him down, though? That is the question. The Alliance do take the mine here, and now we see the big push happening onto Lumbermill, and we see this 3v3 continue here in the gold mine.
And Blacksmith is still an interesting position. I mean, do you think a Vampire Clan wants to send a force there, or are they content holding Gold Mine and Lumbermill?
I mean, that really is a good question. How content can you really be? I mean, you're never going to be sad when you're up 3 bases and you do your best to defend them, but definitely not in an ideal position. And I think if Hell Yeah, brother, they play their cards right, they can still make quite an assault here at the mine. They're going to be losing a lot of members. Looks like they are going to be ultimately losing this fight at Lumbermill, but that does mean they get to res at Blacksmith, and that does mean they're going to get to hit mine before more reinforcements can arrive from the Alliance side of things. I think that is their best course of action. Look at how many Horde just spawned. And these Horde, I think if they immediately just mount up, they run mine, there's a great chance for them to actually reclaim this base. And that's kind of the main strategy when you're in this situation. You take advantage of the fact that you have that central respawn point. And if there is any defenders left alive at Lumbermill, it takes so long for them to actually rotate back. But VC, they might actually just say, you know what? Okay, you waste your time at the mine. We're going to go for Blacksmith. They might just jump down, try to go for Blacksmith. I don't know if that's the right line of thinking, but might be something they consider.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to be the right move to make here, because BS right now is heavily guarded, but I don't think this little hit squad at Goldmine is going to be able to get too much work done here. VC is just kind of mopping the floor here with these guys. And at this point, you got yourself a nice 5 versus 3, and now it's 5 versus 2. You're going to see some people starting to disengage here from VC. Sonia is trying to disengage as well. DJ Hamstring is going to be put in some slows here, and he's just getting kited by all of these hunters. VC holds on, and Blacksmith stays alive as well. But I mean, they overcommit a lot of resources to Blacksmith there on the side of Hell Yeah Brothers. So for me, I want to see them group up once again at Blacksmith, maybe send a hit squad to Lumbermill, send another hit squad to Gold Mine, rinse and repeat. One of them will fall eventually.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by Hell Yeah Brothers' actions here. They just keep sending the resways from Blacksmith into Gold Mine, and it's just such a hard node to take over, and it's not that valuable. I feel like assaulting Lumbermill is the play, and look at this. They send all of their troops to Lumbermill, and look at the 10 people dropping down from Lumbermill right now from the Alliance. They might be able to take this Blacksmith here because there's so much action going down at Gold Mine. And if the Vampire Clan team can take Blacksmith, they really secure themselves a really far lead in this game.
Oh, it looks like they're actually going to be able to do it. They have to pull their defenders from farm. They need to get reinforcements there as soon as possible. We need to see Dusty's going in for it. Maybe looking for the Death Coil, looking for Fears on Mastaro, trying to shut him down. There is a Death Coil on his mount, and Blacksmith does get claimed. This is a massive victory for VC. Rotationally, that was just great. I mean, at that point, they kind of just outsmarted Hell Yeah Brother. Definitely coming out ahead in that exchange. Keckenrecht and Fups going to be moving forward to Lumbermill, trying to pick up that base. But losing Blacksmith is an absolute disaster, and this really puts VC ahead in this game.
Yeah, and now we are going to see Fearwind dueling against the Druideers, going for the Scare Beast. And Fups actually could just shift out of that, but instead opts to tank it and use his Trinket. And now he's going to get Tidal Charmed into a nade. And now Drexler is on one side, Fearwind is on the other side. He takes a massive hit of damage there, and he is going to fall. No ninja attempt going to be succeeding right there. We do see a bit of a fight win here, though, for Hell Yeah Brother on the Gold Mine. But still, if VC can just hold on to this, they're going to have 4 bases here, and they're going to be in a phenomenal position, get a couple of points here. And at this point, the game is so close that, any little lead that you can take and snowball a little bit is going to be a massive, massive victory here for VC. They're able to hold on a little bit longer with that Gold Mine so far, and they just got the Blacksmith now as well. So things are definitely looking good here for VC to advance to the finals.
And the Horde team, Hell Yeah Brother, they're moving into Blacksmith a little late here. The flag has turned over, so now Vampire Clan are going to start resurrecting at Blacksmith. And it is 4 bases to 1, and this lead on resources is about to get crazy. I'm really worried for this Earth Fury team. I think they have to make a play, and getting Novid as a stack of 10 on the bridge towards Blacksmith is the last thing you want to happen to you right now.
Yeah, that's definitely not the move, and it is unfortunate for them. But VC, like you said, with 4 bases to 1, they're just going to start securing more and more of a lead. And I feel like at this point we can kind of talk about, Hell Yeah Brother, they're making a push onto Blacksmith right now, but I don't know. Has VC kind of spread themselves out too thin? If they can get Blacksmith back, they're not too far behind on points. Not out of it yet. They get a pick on Dust. Can they get another pick? That would be massive. VC sending in more rotations. They have some defenders at Lumbermill, defenders at Mine right now, but OG just caught into that ice block. Can he be looking to just get out some Arcane Explosions, just buying as much time as possible for reinforcements? He gets feared right as it happens. Can they actually get it? He's caught into the fear. It's going to be close. He's still right-clicking it. They haven't interrupted him yet, but Crime gets the Frost Nova, and that should be enough to shut that down. In the meantime, we do have a bit of a 2 versus 1 situation here at the Lumbermill. Fearwind managing to clean up 1, and Fups might actually get dropped as well. Fearwind doing a really good job defending on that Hunter, allowing his team to just really focus on that central node, the Blacksmith, and they have to win that fight. We really can't be giving it up at this point in the game. DJ Hamstring trying to spin something up here on the flag, but unfortunately gets shut down from that Iron Grenade, or that Thorium Grenade from Slippery, as well as just charging in. And we kind of have to just talk about VC right now. They're doing a great job in this game, and they're looking a lot more focused here. Their rotations, their team fights, honestly, just their strategy has been looking really, really solid. If they can win this game, I think they could potentially give Ready Raider a run for their money in the finals.
Absolutely. This is why we said VC is potentially one of the teams to beat in this tournament. We knew it's going to be Ready Raider. We know it's going to be VC. But hell yeah, brother, really has been, a fresh surprise here. Not really a team that you expected to do so well. But right now, they are getting smashed by VC 4-1. The harmonica is about to ring any second here. And we are going to be seeing VC most likely advancing to the grand finals, which means they are also going to be guaranteeing themselves a bye in the championship stage next Saturday. Actually, next Sunday is when NA plays. Saturday is going to be Europe. And for VC, I mean, the fact that they are able to get the blacksmith back so quickly with that rotation from Lumbermill, I think that's really what kind of accelerated the game. That was kind of the catalyst. And for hell yeah, brother, I think when they actually had the blacksmith, they didn't utilize it well enough. They were super spread on the map, and they sent a lot of people down to gold mines. So I think for them, they just needed to have most people group at blacksmith and then kind of divide the forces there. Have some people go south, some people go north, and then you can make something happen that way. But for them, BC just too clean on the day, 2 good rotations. And at this point, BC are going to look like a finalist team.
Yeah, and it was quite a convincing win. Once they were able to control the map and get the nodes they wanted, they got Lumbermill, then they got Blacksmith. It was a quick 4 bases to 1.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely was. I mean, we can just take a look as well at the score. Alliance obviously won this one. Yeah, it was a pretty close game at some stages, but VC, they managed to pull quite far ahead at the end. And I mean, a big part of that just had to be their team fight capability. Look at killing blows, look at deaths, massively in favor of the Alliance in this one. And I feel like VC is leveled up. They're probably not happy with what happened to them yesterday. They got the revenge against Hell Yeah Brother, but now they go against their final opponent, and that, of course, is going to be Ready Raider in the grand finals. And I think this is going to make for a really interesting match, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be everything we wanted here. VC coming in with the redemption story here, kind of clawing their way up through that lower bracket. Now, finally taking down the team that sent them there in the first place. And now we are all set. Horde versus Alliance final, checked. Farlina versus Farlina as well in the finals, check. And this is going to be a battle of the ages, gentlemen.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see. We'll see if they can do it. Both these teams, I think, have a lot of fans. A lot of people are going to be cheering on VC. A lot of people are going to be cheering on Ready Raider. Big name players on both teams. Both these squads from Farlina. Some of the best from Farlina Horde versus some of the best on Farlina Alliance. And I couldn't think of a more fitting match. And I think this is actually the matchup most people probably predicted going into this tournament for the finals. So it is kind of cool that both these teams did make it this far. Both of them did earn their spot in not only the championship bracket, but they also got that top 2 bye in the championship round. And I think that's great for both these teams. But now we get the job to determine who is going to have kind of most of the momentum moving into that next round. And I'm going to actually ask you both for predictions at this point. Rockman, who do you think's walking away with this one?
Well, before I get to my prediction, I do want to quickly say I was very impressed with Team Hell Yeah Brothers' performance. And if you're from Earth Fury or if you're on that team, you still make it to the tournament next weekend. So there's a lot to build off of. And I think you should still be proud of your performance. You're in 3rd place behind these 2 Farlina teams that are about to go at it. And as for my prediction, I think Team Ready Raider probably has the edge.
Ready Raider has edge. So you think it's going to be a close game? Do you think it's going to be a blowout? What are we looking at? Like, what's the range? Is it going to be a close, like, 3-2 game? Where
I think... So what's interesting is I didn't really anticipate the Ready Raider team to have a rogue. Most of AB teams that are Horde don't really go with the rogue strategy, and they go for a strong team that secures the 3 bases, wins Blacksmith, and you hold those bases. It's usually Alliance teams that have the rogue because they're most likely to lose Blacksmith and need the rogue to ninja cap. So it's actually interesting how both of these teams have swapped that type of mentality, and the Horde team has the rogue and the Alliance team doesn't. So I think Bobka might be the X factor in this upcoming match, and I think it will be close. But I'm interested to see how the fight will begin and how Blacksmith plays out.
Good. Now, Mr. Zico. I'm gonna have to ask you as well.
I think it's going to be a close game. I think it's going to be kind of a 3-2. And I don't know. VC looked kind of hot in that last game. But at the same time, I'm going to go with Red Raider, but I think it's going to be extremely close. It's going to be like a 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Bold
it's really
prediction.
fair to, yeah, very bold prediction coming in from both of our analysts here. But I mean, sometimes that's just the way it goes, right? But
Yeah,
for everyone
of course,
watching the
of
stream,
course.
what do we think, everyone in the stream? Are we going with Horde? Are we going with Alliance? Are we going with VC? Are we going with Ready Raider? Which one of these two teams is going to be able to claim the number one, kind of, I guess, number one seed? They're going to have the momentum. I mean, we still have to play that championship round to determine who is going to be the ultimate victor of Arathi Basin, but this is kind of like a prelude. I feel like one of these teams can make a big statement here in this game and actually win this qualifier stage. They're going to be looking like the team to beat, obviously, going into the final. So it should be really, really interesting, and I think it really is fair to say something you said, Zico. VC looks like they're hot today, playing really, really well, and we'll see if they can continue to make those same sort of rotations and kind of outwit their opponents, bait people into going and defending the mine, then hitting Blacksmith, little things like that. I think is the mark of a really experienced team. So it should be a lot of fun. I think one thing's for sure, a team like Ready Raider, they kind of have their sights set on VC. They're kind of like the team to beat, and I feel like they have something they want to try to prove that they can hang with some of the best. And we'll see what Ready Raider can get done.
Yeah,
that matchup, I think is. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think, this is going to be a Farlina Pride matchup here. As, a lot of these guys know each other, some even play with each other. And obviously, they want to win here, go into the championship with the best. Well, they both are going to have a bye, but with the best, kind of streak in the qualifier, have that confidence boost, going into the next round as the number one team. And of course, for the glory to be able to say you are the number one team in the qualifiers. So I don't know. Did we get your prediction, though, Ben? I don't think we ever did. I noticed you kind of Canadianed your way out.
I just asked the questions. I don't have to answer the questions, okay? That's my role on the desk right now, okay? You two are the experts.
I am excited to see these two teams play. We all said at the beginning of this tournament that both of these teams were the favorites, and they haven't got to play one another. And I will say this: both teams had to take down Hell Yeah Brother to get here. And Vampire Clan did get knocked down by Hell Yeah Brother. And I believe Ready Raider had a pretty convincing win against Hell Yeah Brother earlier today. So I don't know how much that will play into this match, but I think that is something to think about before this match starts, is Vampire Clan had a bit of a shaky run to get to the grand finals, where Ready Raider had a pretty smooth walk up here.
Yeah, that is interesting. I feel like if we talk about Ready Raider, I think their squad, it was kind of, it wasn't that. The last game, they did end up winning, and it was looking good at the end, but they had kind of a rocky start at the beginning of the game. They were down 4 bases to 1, but I think once they grouped up, you kind of saw the strength of their team fighting composition. Like you keep shouting out these priests, they're running power infusion with 3 of the best elemental shamans on the Horde side on Farlina. They're able to put out a lot of burst damage, and they can turn the tide of a fight really quickly. So I think that is something that will likely come into play in this game. And I mean, what is the best way? Obviously, going up against these elemental shamans, it is an uphill battle, but what is the best way to try to mitigate those shamans, do you think?
You have to get CC out on them. Your rocket helms don't go anywhere except on shamans. And you got to get polymorphs to stick on priests so they can't dispel it. And if you can take the shamans out of the fight, even for the first 20 seconds of the fight, the first 10 seconds of the fight, it is going to give you so much breathing room at the blacksmith engagement to actually get something done and secure kills. But if these shamans just run around free casting and are just blasting with elemental mastery, with a power infusion and a nature alignment crystal, a Toeb, you can't stop it. It's just too much damage. You have to CC them, you have to control them, and you have to shut them down. At least blanket silence them if you can't CC them.
Yeah, landing key counter spells, rocket helms, throwing out your iron grenades or your thorium grenades, whatever you decide to use, depending on how bougie you do want to be in these games, how much you want to commit,
This is the
how much gold
finals,
you
man.
do have.
Anything except thorium is just unacceptable here. This is the grand
If we,
finals.
what
What is the guild bank for if it's not for what?
I was gonna say, what if we see
easy
people
throw
throwing
dynamite?
cheapy iron grenades and just all the really low end consumables?
We can go real cheap with easy throw dynamites.
Yeah.
Those are the cheapest, I believe.
If
They're actually
you see
stunned.
anything,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to pick those up.
yeah, times
On
are
a
hard
budget.
right now. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to call that out, Rockman, if we do see any of those cheaper nades come out. So
I don't
we
think I
can
have an
call out
ad on
those
the
players.
track.
You
Easy
don't?
throw
What is that?
dynamites.
We're gonna
I actually
have to
wonder-
get some command center updates.
I mean, both we've all kind of participated in classic events, and it is kind of a costly thing. I wish we could get like a stat on how much gold these teams are committing, like per Arathi Basin game, like how much in consumables they're spending. It's got to be hundreds of gold, for sure,
It's way
right?
more than hundreds. Yeah, I think we're talking probably like 1,000 gold a game across the whole 15 players. Right, 15 players are sapping,
Really?
nading, doing
Probably
free
more.
action potions, lip slaps.
What? More than
restorative
1,000 gold
potions?
a game?
1,000 gold a game as a whole team. So probably 100, 80, 75 to 100 gold per player, I would guess. Yeah.
Dang, this is
Think about it.
expensive.
Yeah, it's you're
Yeah, it's
you're
very
nading on CD, obviously with the thorium nades. You're using bandages. You're using anti-venoms. You're using resto pots and free action potions
Yeah,
and
your
living
potions,
action
that's the money.
potions. That's for sure the money spent there. The pots and
Yeah.
using sapper charges and things like that as well. So I think it adds up for sure.
You know what doesn't add up? Yeah, I'm just going to call this out. Looting corpses does not provide any sort of meaningful gold or
5 silver?
compensation. Yeah,
Yeah.
that does not add up. Okay, when you're investing, 5-10 gold in a single kill, looting back 5 copper is not the greatest feeling. But yeah, I mean, these teams obviously committing a lot, and we did talk about it. These teams are playing their live characters, so all the gold and gear advantages that they do have will stick. But I mean, the thing is, with these two teams in particular, I feel like pretty much all 30 of these players are probably almost fully decked out, and they have spared no expense. Like you said, really, literally using thousands of gold in a game. So this is actually probably going to be a 2,000 gold game right here in front of our eyes. We're going to get to witness.
For sure. I think
For sure.
just about the gold cost, I think also a lot of these healers are really high performing healers. Like one example is LolQQ on the Ready Raider team. I know he's using dark runes on cooldown, and he's also using a dark rune every time he thinks a rocket helm is coming out. So he can kind of a Shadow Word Death his way out of it in a way with dark rune.
This is an expensive Shadow Word Death. That's for sure.
Yeah, the most expensive.
The most expensive, but I do have a surprise for everyone. The game is ready, and we will be jumping into the finals of the qualifier round for North America, and we can see which one of these two teams will be able to pull out ahead, have all the momentum leading into the championship bracket. It's going to be Ready Raider representing the Horde side, Faralina, going up against Vampire Clan, Alliance Faralina, and I would say, I think it's safe to say that this is definitely a bit of a grudge match, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, you're fighting against a team that you've essentially been playing against the entirety of a classic. These are the guys you've been constantly fighting out in the world. These are the guys that you've been fighting for raid entrances with, and just gathering materials and all that stuff has, of course, built up to a nice little rivalry here. We couldn't ask for anything better, than having the Horde versus the Alliance, having the Faralina versus the Faralina show match here. And these teams haven't met at all in this tournament. So this is the first time they meet. And I think whoever ends up losing here is going to get some nice lessons to kind of use potentially in the championship stage, because this could be even a rematch of the finals in the next stage. So this is definitely going to be a very telling match here.
Well, if you look at these two teams, this is essentially the Warsong Gulch Classic Summer Bowl Championship. It's Vampire Clan versus CLC and friends. I think there is 8 people on Team Ready Raider that were on the CLC team. And yeah, I mean, this is basically the Warsong Gulch Championship match, but they're playing to be number 1 in the qualifiers right now. Both teams do secure that bye, but you want to win this for pride for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot on the line, and let's see how this goes. I think it's pretty much expected at this point. We're going to have a 1v1 in mine, a 4 versus 4 at Lumbermill, and a big battle at Blacksmith. And we'll see if VC has anything in store for us. I mean, it's almost expected that the Horde have the advantage at that Blacksmith fight. So maybe they decide to switch it up and they, throw a few extra numbers. Maybe they pull their defenders a little bit early on, and we could see that the bases are going to be capped. And actually, Alliance will be claiming the stables a little bit after the Horde claims the farm. And let's go. Let's get into it. Lumbermill going to be battling it out right now. There's going to be one mind control cap that does come in. Scarborough gets dispelled from that. So you're charging forward onto Bean. And we do also have this 1v1 situation with Bobka and likely Yes Master down in the mine.
Yep, it's going to be Bobka versus Yes Master looking for each other down there. And I think if there's going to be a rogue who could take down Yes Master, it's got to be Bobka. Bobka does so much damage, but he would have to find him. And I think right now the most interesting part of the game has got to be what's going on here in Lumbermill. We got a big fight as well in Blacksmith right now, but usually nobody ends up winning that one until somebody wins the Lumbermill or the mine. Or, if those 2 nodes take so long to kind of get that people actually run out of mana and stuff like that on Blacksmith. So for now, we're going to be focusing on the sidelines here. And we're going to see Soryu actually finally getting first blood here on Lumbermill. Takes down LolQQ, that healer right there. And it's looking good here so far for VC. They got the Warrior, Hunter, Mage, Double Priest here. And it's looking like a good composition here. Soryu is going to survive a few more swings. Scarborough and Bean left to fight for themselves here. And that means they are going to be taken down here as well. And Lumbermill is going to cleanly go to VC here, but it looks like the BS is actually going in favor of the Ready Raider, though. And they are going to be able to claim that one. Bobka and Yes Master still 1v1ing here for that node, not able to find each other. So we're going to have a 2-2 situation here. And whoever gets the gold mine is going to take the first point lead.
So the Horde team, Ready Raider, were able to take Blacksmith. That is the most important key on this map, but you cannot leave Lumbermill alone. You see these mages, these priests, they're going to slow fall down from Lumbermill, and they're going to rain from the sky on Blacksmith. And Soryu's already jumping by himself. I don't know why he would throw himself at Blacksmith before his team was ready, but they could easily swap over to him and get a kill on him, but they're just going to let him run by. And I think what the Horde team need to do is they need to move their way over to Lumbermill and secure that. And there still is this gold mine tussle going on between Bobka and Yes Master.
Yeah, and I mean, Dust PZ is there. Captain's going to be moving forward, giving Bobka a nice little slash wave, as he will be able to likely pick up the mine in this position. And now VC, they actually find themselves up in terms of bases, but positionally, the Blacksmith still in favor of Ready Raider, in favor of the Horde. And now we have a big battle, a big kind of skirmish here at Lumbermill. And right now, VC, they have to be careful. If they give up the Lumbermill, it's going to be a massive disadvantage to them. Then all of a sudden, Ready Raider, they have the 3 bases that they want, the only 3 bases that they really need to win the game. At the same time, we do have an assault, sneaky Alliance coming in behind enemy lines at farm. And we'll see this back and forth battle here at the Lumbermill. I think with reinforcements, VC should be able to hold on. But if farm gets claimed in favor of VC, this is going to be a nightmare for Ready Raider.
Yeah, and it looks like VC kind of actually over-committed a little bit to the gold mine right there, and that's going to give the numbers advantage here in favor of Ready Raider. But VC did claim the node. They're going to have the graveyard here, so still looking pretty good for them, unless somebody stops them there when they do res. Right now, the Horde has all of the pressure. Here we go. They're going to go for the cap. Can they stop people here? We're going to see a Divine Shielded Paladin here running in, stopping everybody there in the midfield. They're going to stop the caps right there. Omnivore trying to take down some people. Alliance going to be claiming the mine here, and there's still a lot of Horde members here sending a lot of these alliances back to the graveyard. Fearwind still in the backland, dueling up against Bean. Yes Master trying to take the base here with Cyberthug from Reverie, but Reverie and Bobka holding their own here, doing a good job. The Rocket Helmet coming out. Cyberthug now going for the cap. Bobka sees it though. He's going to be throwing in the Rocket Helmet of his own, and now he is going to be able to hold on to that node with the help of Booze. And now as well, it looks like the Alliance are going to be able to hold on to the Lumber Build perhaps.
Yeah, that lumber mill fight got very spooky for a moment. Zetox popped Recklessness and Free Action Potion, and he was deleting people left and right, but they res just in time as they cleaned it up, and someone had a long-range nade to slow it down. But the lumber mill is still in contention here. There's a nice net in the back there, a charge onto Fearwind to slow him down, and they might get the cap off, but it looks like a mage was able to blink in and get a Cone of Cold, and then Fearwind gets the multi-shot to slow them all down, breaking all of those caps. But it is a absolute bloodbath at Lumbermill. Bodies are dropping left and right, and Zetox is on a madman's rampage right now.
Yeah, he really is, but Fearwind, look at him. He's barely holding on, giving himself a little bit of a first aid right now. Dookie right now gets silence, and I really like what Drexar is doing. When Dookie's there trying to disrupt the res, Drexar's just mashing silence as he reses. He already has him pre-targeted. And you have a bit of an advantage that way, where before Dookie can even react, he gets caught into a silence, and Drexler should be able to defend, but might actually just get dropped. And this is not looking too bad. However, I feel like Ready Raider, they've run out of steam at the lumber mill, and they're going to have to gather and reconvene. And now, this is a perfect time for them to go and try to assault mine. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. The reinforcements should be spawning relatively soon, but you can see they're trying to split res them, so just delaying taking down Exane, so he reses after the rest of his team, putting them at a numbers disadvantage for as long as possible.
Here come Vampire Clan. They just did this in the last match. A team leaves Blacksmith to go to mine, and they all slow fall down.
Oh, here we go. Can they get it, though? The last team kind of got caught off guard by that maneuver, but here we do see a lot of reinforcement here from Ready Raider. They know Blacksmith is the key to victory for the most part in Arathi Basin, and they're going to be holding on to that one with dear life. And now the question is, where are they going to send their attack squad on the side of Ready Raider? VC so far holding, the not so golden triangle, but it is going to be tough for them. And I think if we can see Bobka maybe take over this gold mine here with a ninja attempt, or if they can send a split squad to gold mine and to lumber mill, that's how they're going to crack the defense and potentially get themselves back into the game here on the side of Red Raider. But Bobka right now in a 2v1, he knows Captain is there. Captain does see him, gets the title charm potentially into the scatter trap here. No, he's just going to get distance, and now Bobka has been revealed. He whips the nade, but he does have backup here. Here we go. The reinforcements are coming in for gold mine. They don't have any pressure on lumber mill though, and that means VC could potentially go for Blacksmith as well, or just defend this gold mine. So right now, there's no split pressure here on 2 points of the map.
Yeah, in the Horde team, they're swarming this flag, but Drexer blinks in, and he gets a Nova off, but he doesn't stop Blackberry, who almost has the cap. Drexer ice blocks in front of him. There's a death coil on Blackberry stopping that cap. And Drexer's going to sit in this ice block for as long as possible so that he can break out and interrupt anyone capping the flag. And Bobka right now is fully dotted up, trying to chase down Dust Peasy. Gets an Eviscerate off and a nade. But Dust Peasy's just barely alive, and he's going to die to the Thunder Fury auto attacks. But Bobka's taking a ton of damage from Drexer, and he goes down as well.
Yeah, he will. This battle's still going back and forth right now. Blackberry trying to get the flag, but getting completely shut down. OG gets dropped. And right now, I just think these reinforcements from MVC, Slippery and a Polymorph, sorry, you're going to be charging forward. Dookie doing everything he can to cut off those reinforcements. They need to get these picks, though. Looking in the back line, I mean, JFat is just continuously shooting Blackberry. I feel like Blackberry is almost wasting his time, just continuously right-clicking that flag, getting poked by JFat. And as a result, it does look like Ready Raider will get dropped. Look at all the members of VC that are spawning. No. And now we'll see how this goes. Bean looking like he will get dropped as well, like Samick and Crime in a bit of a 2v1 situation. Reverie just sitting in the back and stealth, allowing Bean to kind of just do his thing. LOLQQ is going to be reinforcing them. And it does look like the Alliance are trying to abandon this post and get in a position to potentially defend Lumbermill if they have to.
Yeah, and we're going to see this gold mine is going to be completely defended, like you mentioned. And now Xane is going to be left as a hostage there, surrounded by the vampires. We're going to see Shadex here trying to just buy himself a little bit of time, moving here for a potential ninja steal onto stables. He's going to go ahead and just slow down this paladin, get a sheep onto him. There's a mind control cap now on stables. Shadex is trying to make his way over there and try to back up his teammates here. And we do see a little hit squad here moving up onto Lumbermill. This is exactly what you love to see. Mage staying back, trying to just peel the resources to come in as slowly as possible. And a 2-point assault. They're assaulting the stables as well as the Lumbermill here on the side of Ready Raider. And let's see if VC can defend here. It looks like Firwin's doing a great job so far holding this base.
Yeah, and Bobka gets caught out at stables by Yes Master. He's got Fairy Fire and Moonfire. He actually MC capped Soryu, and Soryu started killing Yes Master. Yes Master had to heal himself. Dookie here trying to slow down the Alliance rotating over towards Lumbermill because we've got a massive battle going on over here. Drexler gets feared into a Mortal Strike from Zetox into absolute deletion. One more auto attack from that High Warlord sword brings him down, and Zetox trinkets the Nova to bring down Crime. And oh my goodness, this is an opportunity for the Horde to maybe cap here. They just got to bring down Slippery and Dust Peasy. Slippery goes for the intimidating shout, fearing 3 of them. Chain Lightning from Booze gets canceled, and the Chain Lightning from Scarl cleans it up. And they're going to get the cap here.
Soryu.
If Soryu can get a nade off, and he does get the nade off and the charge.
Yeah, and it looks like actually Shadex is able to grab it with Bobka. They do manage to pick it up, but Orion's belt formation, this is not the greatest position for Ready Raider to be in right now. They have basically the straight line. They got farm. Still battling it out right now for Lumberville. I think the fact that they just picked up that base is nice, but for VC, they can't be feeling too bad. Maybe they can pick this back up. This is the hardest position to defend as the Horde right now, this position that they are in, having these 3 bases that is just so spread out, and the Alliance get the added benefit of having a resurrection, their main resurrection point, their starting point, will be able to reinforce the stables. But at this point, there's still a good distraction here from Ready Raider. VC will be able to clean the lumber mill up, but now Bobka immediately kind of repositioning in order to maybe go after lumber mill. I mean, if VC gets distracted by picking up the stables, Bobka might be able to actually just position his way up to lumber mill, and they could try to get a cap that way. If they can pick up the lumber mill, that puts them in a much better spot. But as long as Ready Raider can hold on to this base for a little bit of time, they could catch back up in terms of resources.
This next rotation is going to be important. I want to see those guys at Blacksmith move towards the farm and then try to go up. Never mind, they're going to just go and try to reinforce stables. So right now the Horde team not looking to make any rotations, trying to trade any bases, which could be a mistake here because I really think holding the Orion's belt formation here with these 3 nodes, it's going to be close to impossible, especially against a team that has had so good rotations, in VC. And Bobka is going to do what he can here, try to slow down some of these members. Ooh, big damage coming in here on that healer. Lexemic in the back line, though, loading up a big fatty heal right there, and he is going to be able to connect it. But I think that was actually a blessing of protection coming out or something there. So Bobka doing a good job. Slippery now going to be able to pick up the farm here. Way too slow of a rotation, and that's because they sent so many people to stables instead of sending them to farm, where if stables is getting attacked, they can just easily rotate to lumber mill and attack there and just hold the people at stables. Instead, they try to reinforce stables, and that means that the farm side is completely exposed. And now BC, they're gonna have I don't even know, like, what is it? This is the Horde's golden, like the Horde Bermuda Triangle. This is an awful situation to be in. I mean, sure, you want to hold those 3 bases, so that's great, but it's definitely not 3 easy bases to hold. So if you are on VC, you want to trade one of these bases, preferably for Blacksmith, but that's going to be tough. But definitely for something a little bit closer to home, maybe stables.
Looks like the Horde are sending a lot of people towards farm, but they're peeling off, and they're going to go towards lumber mill. Meanwhile, there's a small group, Bobka and Bean, going to assault gold mine and try to make something happen there. But this peel off of farm is getting interrupted by JFAT, Crime, and Soryu and Leximic. They're going to slow them down as the farm does turn over for the Alliance. And the Horde are now in a very awkward position. They only have stables and blacksmith. It's kind of like the map has been flipped in a way. And I wonder what the Horde team is going to do. It looks like they're sending more people to Goldmine, maybe cap that. And it looks like Law QQ is not going to go up towards Lumbermill, where Fairwind does have a berserking buff.
Yeah, right now, I mean, VC, they're looking really, really strong in this position. Not the most ideal bases, but they're continuing to maintain that lead, and they're just getting more and more of a resource advantage. Bean looking like he wants to cut off some of the resources. It looks like the Horde, they might actually be able to do it. Cyber Thug is coming in. He gets naded. Slippery. Can he get in range of an intercepted charge? Shadex, so close. Yes, Master looking for a Moonfire. And he doesn't manage to get him so close for Yes Master actually landing that Moonfire. Once again, Ready Raider. This game is just so back and forth between these two teams. Ready Raider, they need to smarten up a little bit. I mean, they do have solid bases to defend right now with the stables, the blacksmith, and the mine. Let's see how long they can hold on to it. Farm right now, maybe getting capped. Z-Talk's trying to do something, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Blacksmith in contention, and this is an opportunity for VC to kind of strike back at blacksmith. Let's see how Ready Raider responds.
Yeah, we're going to see how they can respond here. There's a big push happening here onto Blacksmith, but Ready Raider looks prepared this time around. You can see the reinforcements immediately trickling in from that gold mine. Z-Tox slowing down people, keeping them at farm as well. And attacking farm is exactly what you want to be doing here if you are on the side of Ready Raider. They have themselves the gold mine, they have the stables, they have the blacksmith. Trade the stables for the blacksmith, and then you're going to have 3 bases that you could potentially actually defend the game out. You want to trade the GM for Lumbermill, but you can't have everything in life here. And they finally are going to be able to get the mine here. But this game is, a worthy grand finals for sure. Both teams really putting it up here. Excellent rotations coming out from both sides. And now we are going to see Z-Tox and Booze here looking to take down Yes Master. Can they get the final bit of damage? I actually would have loved to see Booze just cast damage there while they had the stun. But unfortunately for them, big res wave coming in here at the farm. Cyber Thug now going for the Ninja Cap, but Reverie is not going to be sleeping on the job. He's going to be able to get that Moonfire. Cyber Thug getting cyber bullied right now here by Reverie, and that is not going to be a crime in World of Warcraft as you see him try to reinforce the Blacksmith, trying to get a flank here potentially for his brothers there on Blacksmith, and then maybe they could send some more people there to stables here from the side of VC. They're looking like they want to potentially try to take that stables, and I really hope Ready Raider doesn't try to defend this too much. Have 2-3 players max at stables if there's a lot of VC members, and just leave that base, attack something else. You're gonna get the trade, and that's what you should be going for.
I love what Reverie did here. He put the Vanquished Tentacle of Cthulhu right on the stables flag, and that basically secured the flag defense all on its own. Reverie holding it down with that AQ trinket, able to defend it with that summoned tentacle. But the battle rages on at Blacksmith. Plenty of Alliance here are starting to overrun the Horde, and I'm not sure when the res timer is coming up, but it does look like the Alliance might have an opportunity here. Big Sappers coming out. There's 4 or 5 dead, waiting to res. A mage has to peel off to get. There goes JFAT. He's going to put a frost trap down to slow the res down.
Oh! Blackberry manages to get it. He gets the Holy Nova. This is a very back and forth fight. OG might go down. Oh, and it looks like the reinforcements have arrived here for Ready Raider. That was a close call. Well done there by VC. A great attempt. We have 1 versus 1 over at Lumbermill as well. Is Bobka going to be able to claim the Lumbermill? That would be massive. And at the same time, I mean, Ready Raider, they're still behind in terms of resources, but up a base right now. VC trying to strike back here at the stables. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. Good range here by Reverie. Just playing as far away as possible. Cyber Thug going to be looking to cap, but Shadex just casting out fireballs on him. This is a really explosive game. Super close between VC and Ready Raider. And it looks like, so far, Ready Raider, they're going to be able to hold on. I'm curious to see how VC is going to handle this situation. It seems like their main priority right now is just focusing on this Blacksmith fight, but I don't know if they're going to be able to win it with the numbers that they have now and all the reinforcements coming in from Ready Raider.
I really feel like that last res wave that happened when they were so close to getting that last cap there, that was the kind of the end of this push. At that point, you have stayed in for so long. Your healers don't have mana. They're sitting down drinking here in the back line. Dust Peas trying to be a little bit sneaky. They got more reinforcements trickling in from Lumbermill. But I feel like if VC invests more time into this fight here and don't realize that it's a wipe, it's like in PvE. You have half the raid dead in the first 10 seconds of the fight, and instead of just calling a wipe and resetting the fight and saving time, you're just trying to progress on the boss still. And that's what VC is doing. If they try to continue that push on Blacksmith, and they are going to be backing off. And now they're sending a big hit squad here to Stables. What is Ready Raider going to do to answer here? I don't want to see them overcommit members here. Instead, I want to see them attack the farm or the lumber mill. They are going to be sending in a couple of people here, at least checking out the situation here. They got Dookie here on the mage. They got Shaddix on the mage, but both of them very squishy here. They need to get some heals here. And they are going to be having Scarborough and Reverie in the back line, healing them up. Dookie and Shaddix, no ice block there. So you're getting a fatty sword proc right there. Reverie now, dangerous situation here, gets another sword proc onto him. And the thing about attacking Stables and holding Stables is that the graveyard for Alliance is actually kind of close to Stables still, much closer than for Horde if you don't end up rezzing at Stables. So it's a bit RNG if you can hold it or not. But for now, it looks like they have everything they need. Omnivore just being a big beefy warrior in the midfield, soaking up some damage, throwing the heals out, or getting the heals out onto him. And Reverie is just sitting in the back line, sniping anyone trying to click. Looks like Ready Raider are going to be holding on to this base for now. And we're kind of approaching the part in the game where it's kind of hard to actually, get a new base and convert it after a full minute. Every piece of points starts to really matter at this point in the game. So for Ready Raider, I think maybe they should actually even try to hold on to this at this point. Reverie might be going down here to Story. He needs to be careful. Story doing so much damage into this fight, but finally, the reinforcements are going to arrive here for the Horde side. The res wave is going to come in, and it looks like still the fight is going to continue here, but it looks like Horde team might be coming out ahead here if they can keep a couple of people distanced away to just try to, spin the flag. Zetox trying to get Captain and Yes Master in a 2v1, but not able to do it.
Yeah.
In the middle of all of that, the Horde, they were losing that battle. They were taking way more deaths, but the res right behind this flag is kind of a unfavorable situation for the Alliance to force a 12v12 at Stables if the Horde can continue to res right behind the flag. And it looks like they're going to peel off whatever people survive that, and they're heading over towards Blacksmith. But there's already a rotation from the side of Ready Raider to shut down this Vampire Clan rotation to Blacksmith.
Yeah, the vampires are taking flight right now as they're going down towards the mine. Let's see what they can do. Crime, Drexar, they're getting caught in the middle of the road a little bit right now. They're still mounted up. It looks like a bit of a distraction tactic going on at Blacksmith, and now Crime, Slippery, Soryu, they are going to be making their way down to the mine. And Booze, how is Booze going to handle this situation? 2 defenders here at the mine, though. I believe Bean is here as well, so the Searing Totem's looking good. Bean just playing max range. She's going to be sniping it out on that Hunter. It looks like Slippery will get dropped. And I think this assault coming in from VC, not going to really pay off for them here at the mine. At Blacksmith, they got wiped as well. And now they have to kind of just respawn and maybe hit somewhere else. Let's see what they decide to go for. It looks like they're going for mine. They're going for Blacksmith. Now that they've been wiped, potentially going for another hit over onto Stables. But I feel like if Ready Raider is kind of realizes what's going on, if they have anyone kind of scouting the situation, they have the numbers in the right place for now. And finally, they're able to they're able to tie up the resources. So this is the first point in the game where Ready Raider has actually been ahead in terms of resources.
Yeah, and we did say it's going to be a close game, 3-2 for either side here. And I mean, I didn't anticipate it to be that close. 23 minutes elapsed, and both teams are completely tied here in resources, with Ready Raider in the driver's seat here, doing a phenomenal job defending here. Zetox being just a nuance here on that warrior, attacking farm over and over again, but not really, getting too much work done there. He's making sure that they keep Yes Master and Captain on defense, which is very nice trade. You trade a warrior for 2 members here, but now Zetox gonna be taken down here on the Blacksmith, and it looks like the vampires, they've had enough. They're gonna go for the Blacksmith here, grouping up for the fight. But since they don't have Stables, it is really hard for them to actually attack the Blacksmith. Look where OG is in the far back there, rezzing. It's like the game just started for him. He has to walk and walk and walk, and while all of that is happening, people are rezzing, people are sending reinforcements here to Blacksmith, and Ready Raider are slowly running away with this game. I can't believe they've defended Stables for as long as they have, and I can't believe that's what this game is looking like it came down to.
And there's a huge push by the Alliance team, Vampire Clan, on Blacksmith, and the Ready Raider team just resurrected as they got there, and it is pretty much insurmountable for this Alliance team. They're going to lose this battle, and they're going to resurrect again, probably from Lumbermill, and I think they need to gather up, rebuff, and maybe Noggenfogger down to Blacksmith, or maybe go for a Stables push.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're going to have to come up with something. Time is of the essence. So we're almost at the whistle, and we do get 1,800 resources, and there it is. We do hear it, and that does signal to VC that they are running out of time. And I think as long as Ready Raider can just focus on defending these 3 bases, they are looking like they could potentially win this. Right now, it is going to be Dust PZ trying to make something happen here. Let's see if they can do it. They go down to the mine, but there's 2 solid defenders, Booze and Bean. Look at Bean's positioning, just really difficult to break through that. He's got his flare down. Crime's just going to be rotating back around. He actually gets the mind control, very nicely done. Mind control on Bean, Rocket Helm on Booze. Shadex jumps down, though, immediately defending. They call in the reinforcements, and now a hit squad going from BC towards Stables as well. Stables is going to need some reinforcements. Let's see how this goes. Yes Master in stealth right now. Reverie there as well. Druid versus Druid. Let's see what Yes Master can do. Reverie is there. Likely going to be looking for a Moonfire, but he needs to call in reinforcements, because if he opens and he gets caught into a Rocket Helm, then all of a sudden Yes Master could potentially cap the flag. But now in this 2v1 situation, this game is extremely close, but it looks like Ready Raider is going to be able to pull out ahead.
Starting to look like Ready Raiders are going to be walking away with this final, but this has been such a close battle. It's not completely over yet. If VC can get 5 bases in the next, I want to say, like 10 seconds, then they can still win. But I do think it's very unlikely, and for each time those resources tick, BC's chances of winning are just slipping further and further away. Bobka now checking if the goalie is at home. Captain is just going to let him do it potentially here. No, Captain is going to hold on to his base. He gets blinded. Bobka is just kind of going to stand here and wave at Captain, saying what's up to his old friend here, cheering at Captain. Very happy here. Mr. Bobka have had a phenomenal tournament, and it's looking like Ready Raider are going to be winning the finals here in the qualifying stage of the Arathi Basin Fall Conquest.
Honestly, just a beautiful performance from both these teams. I feel like although VC did lose, they had a good performance today, battling it back through the lower bracket, getting revenge against some of the teams that knocked them down. And this is just one of those squads. VC, I feel like they're going to come back even stronger than ever next weekend. But big congratulations to Ready Raider. They are the #1 seed. Both these teams, however, earned a bye, which is basically the maximum prize you could earn in this tournament. And I, for one, am really looking forward to that championship bracket. Rockman?
Yeah, I think Vampire Clan, I don't know what they could take away from this match. I think they had really good rotations. I think losing the Blacksmith fight is pretty much inevitable against a triple Shaman, triple Power Infusion comp. But I think they need to come up with a strategy on how they can still win games without Blacksmith, because I think that's going to be the uphill battle they're going to face against these Horde teams.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like a difficult thing to overcome in terms of just looking at the team fights. The Horde did come out ahead in this one. I mean, this was a really back and forth game. I mean, you can see bases assaulted. It was quite high. And it seems like both these teams have just been doing a good job rotating throughout the map. But it was that kind of final defense coming in from Ready Raider, where they had the mine, they had the Blacksmith, and they had the Stables, surprisingly enough, that they were able to hold on to as the Horde side. That did put them ahead in the game. But 1860 to 2000, really close game. Congratulations to Ready Raider. And yeah, I mean, next weekend should be absolutely awesome. We're going to have the best teams from Europe. And they'll be going up against each other to see who is going to be the champion in Europe. And we can see if Apes is going to be able to battle it back. That's something we haven't even really talked about too much. If Apes can battle it back, that'll be a really interesting match to see. As they were the team that not only did they win the Warsong tournament, they had 2 teams in the finals for the Warsong tournament. And I think most teams expected them to win in Europe, but they got second place, so we'll see what they're able to get done. But in North America, Ready Raider seems to be the team to beat.
Absolutely. I think this game, Maybe if we're lucky in the championship stage, we get to see the same thing play out here in I believe it's best of three in the grand finals for the actual championship. So I mean, getting to watch this super close back and forth series play out a couple of more times definitely would be awesome to see. And in general, today I've had so much fun just watching all of these fights in the lower bracket, seeing so many evenly matched teams, and also seeing some of these stomps come out. It's been a very emotional day, but it's been fun.
Well, Hell Yeah Brother is my favorite team of this tournament. Very surprised by that crew from Earth Fury. So hats off to them.
Yeah.
And I thought it was interesting. All their priests were Spirit of Redemption, and they passed on the power infusion option for the blacksmith fight, going for a little bit more sustainability. So I liked what they were able to accomplish for sure.
Yeah, I think they were a big surprise for all of us, and that's one of the teams we're going to be looking out for. Top 6 teams in North America, top 6 teams in Europe will be battling amongst themselves to see who is the top in each region in Arathi Basin. I had a lot of fun today in this tournament. Thank you again, Rockman, for joining us, Zico as well. It is always a pleasure. Do you have any closing thoughts, Zico, before we close this one out?
I can't wait to get into the next weekend of games. Like you already mentioned, EU was looking hype. We're gonna see, all of the guys there, Venox's finest, Apes, all of those good teams there battle it out again here for the honors and the prize money, of course. And here in NA, I'm just excited that we had such a big mix of servers. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but I'm just happy we got to see Netherwind, Earth Fury, Whitemane, Farlina, all of these different big servers here kind of qualify as well. And that's going to be very interesting as well. I love that we're going to see, the best that all these different servers have to offer in that big championship round. And now the teams are going to have a little bit more time to prepare as well for that.
Yeah, all these teams, like I said, they're going to be going back to the drawing board, figuring out, maybe some talents that they can change. What can they do to come out ahead in the championship round? And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be next weekend for North America and Europe. And those games will be starting at 10 a.m. PST, 7 p.m. CEST. So if you want to check out the games, you want to check out the finals, it should be a lot of really exciting matchups. On behalf of all of us, thank you so much for watching. Looking forward to seeing you next weekend, and have a great rest of your day.